commitment. Well, your commitment. Okay. Live.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Well, we thought the rain had come to save England, but I have to tell you, the bad news from a home perspective is that people are beginning to filter back into the stands. The super soppers are working like, I don't know, ants. They are sopping up 10 millimetres of rain, I'm told, by man in the weather cave away there in Perth, Messi Jez. And he was rather pessimistic, thinking that there would be no play before lunch, but I think there might be play in about an hour and a quarter. But however, the start is delayed. Doesn't mean that we can't talk about things that are going on in the cricket world, and in particular this test. And to join me in doing so, I'm Gorilla Hender, of course. Nigel Henderson is Messi Jez in the weather cave.
Hello, 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 hello. I've had an inch of rain, so 10 millimetres is bugger all.
Oh, okay. All right. And a gorilla first, and possibly a cricket commentary first, showing his utter commitment to the gorilla cause and the cause of cricket and the cause of spreading the word about the greatness of cricket, and especially test matches. It's a Nindo from his hospital bed in Mumbai.
Hello, hello.
Now you've had I won't go into details because obviously it's unless you want to, but you've had a really bad fever and you're hopefully recovering a little bit.
Yeah, I think it'll take a few more days, but at least it's been identified and it's been treated. Yeah.
We
Excellent.
can't actually see Anindo at the moment because somebody needs to change the YouTube screen.
Ah,
which will be
I can see him.
helpful.
Tony, you need to change the YouTube screen so that we can see Anindo in the hospital bed. As long as we don't see sort of Hattie Jakes running in with the bedpan, then things should be okay.
I think that would get us more viewers myself.
It possibly
Absolutely.
would.
Sorry, Anindo.
More Patreons.
More Patreons, absolutely. More Patreons. I think that would be absolutely perfect. Now, as I said, it's been raining this morning, and especially in the last sort of half an hour, there's been a massive cloudburst. It was really, really dark out there for a little while, but it does seem to be brightening up. That's the good news. If you're an Indian fan, it means that even if those ridiculous people who were suggesting that we were going to see the test of Bazball today, the real test, I mean, it's nonsense. England are not going to get another 530 runs in a day, and they're certainly not going to do it now.
You just counted me among those ridiculous people.
You think that England can win this?
I think it's their best chance of proving to the world, putting a stamp on it, that Bazball works.
I have to say, I can't seriously.
But if you lose an hour, I think it does get more difficult.
I think it does. Oh, absolutely, it does get more difficult. I guess it depends on the fifth day how long we can go on, whether we can add a time. I'm not really sure what the regulation is on that. We'll have to look it up or get someone to do so. They're beavering away.
Even with 90 overs, you would need England to score well over six today.
Yeah, I mean, I think the difficulty, Anindo, surely is that if say a partnership like Smith and Brook had in the first innings was to get going again, that India can go so on the defensive that it's going to be difficult. And don't discount the fact, of course, that at some point, if we do get 90 overs or anywhere near, they are going to have a chance to take the new ball, and the new ball is what has done a lot of damage from to England's batting in this game. Would you agree with that or not?
Yeah, and they don't have Joe Root, so.
Oh, what's happened to Joe Root? Oh, he's out.
He's out.
He's out.
Yeah, and mind you, they've only bowled 16 overs with this ball.
Yeah,
so
it was
a bit in it.
It was still doing quite a bit. And
the conditions today will be helpful, I suspect.
Yes.
You would hope.
Frankly, I don't think India will need more than 3 hours bowling to get England all out.
yeah,
Wow. That's quite a call.
Yeah, I was going to say that if we had started on time, that you could see this England team. It's happened many times before when they've taken heavy defeats in the Bazball era, especially. They've done it in style, as in it's all over in the blink of an eye. But Anindo, you were a very pessimistic man on the first morning of this Test match. So, notwithstanding the fact that you've been suffering physically, has this offered a ray of light in your despair? What you've seen?
I was pessimistic for a very reason, and it was the team selection.
Yes.
There was no way I thought this group could get 40 wickets. It would have been much easier if India had Arshdeep now when the weather would do something, and given it's a fifth day pitch, if they had Kuldeep. Because Nitish Kumar Reddy did nothing.
That's
he didn't
true.
bat, he didn't bowl. I mean, he batted, but I mean, the walking back and forth from the wicket was more effort than his staying there.
Yes.
And he replaced number one, number three. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean,
It's just
but
outrageous.
could you have predicted that he would be so? Well, obviously you could have predicted he'd be so ineffective. I think perhaps a bit harsh on him in his second innings because he was going out there just to slap the ball around very late on. But I was surprised by how much he was underused as a bowler. I thought he was a little bit more
He's not
rated.
been
than
used much. If you look at the number of bowlers he's been asked to bowl
Right.
in previous tests, he's
Yeah.
really not bowled much. Also, the worst selection of the team, Prasidh Krishna,
Yes.
who proved every word of what I've been screaming about
Yeah.
regarding his complete uselessness. It's just he got very lucky that Siraj and Akashdeep bowled as well as they did.
Absolutely,
Indeed.
absolutely.
So I need to interrupt you, Hendo. We
Yeah.
already have 3 super chats. And
Great.
without cricket to get in the way, we can actually let people have their say on YouTube as well.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
Super chat
First
me
up
up.
is Mog, who's very kindly sent us 10 Australian dollars. It says, with any luck, I'll be asleep before play actually starts. So cop this. Then Jay Grover sends us £5 and says, Aninda's got a fever, all right. A fever for cricket.
Yay.
And Sean Tracy, Nestle Boy, has sent us a lovely £10 donation just saying, Anindo, superhero.
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely not. Now, never one to lose an opportunity to raise money. I think you should all super chat us to mark the bravery of Anindo in his hospital bed. But coming back to Prasidh Krishna, yeah, he hasn't bowled very well at all. Was quite expensive, wasn't he? Once JB Smith got hold of him in the first innings.
I can't believe he bowled him 5 bouncers, all of which went to the boundary in exactly the same place. I mean, that is just a complete lack of brains. There is no other explanation for that.
But what about Akashdeep? I mean, I was quite surprised by you weren't particularly positive about him. I didn't think.
I hadn't seen Akashdeep so much,
Right.
So I wasn't hugely positive about him, but I was more negative about Prasidh
Prasidh.
Krishna and the fact that what's his name? You'll have to work on, my mind's not working.
Kuldeep.
No, the Nishad, what's his name?
Reddy.
Nishad Reddy, yeah.
Yeah.
Those two I was definitely not keen about. And I really wanted Kuldeep and Singh to play Arshdeep. It's just Gautam Gambhir has to thank Kuldeep, Shubman Gill for his approach and
Yep.
the way he batted in both innings, and how he helped build both the innings and then got this lead. Because otherwise, if he hadn't done that, we wouldn't have been where we are.
No, and I think you can't praise Shubman Gill enough. He's batted absolutely superbly, and he's really shown the kind of skill that we have seen in his ODI career so far. And
For the
he's-
first time.
Yeah, he's translated it to the Test arena in spades, hasn't he? It's quite phenomenal. I personally think that he's got the finest extra cover drive in world cricket right now. It is an absolute joy to watch. Every time you see it, you purr. It's a thing of beauty, really is. But I think also his temperament and his strategic approach has been so good. He seems to know what he's doing out there.
It doesn't hurt that he has a future father-in-law in Sachin Tendulkar.
That could be it.
Yes,
A man to go to
also
for
doesn't hurt
advice.
that he's up against a pretty ordinary attack, it has to be said.
Well, that's true. That's true. I mean, I think this England attack would be ordinary at the best of times, but it's not even operating at the best of times. I think it would be average at the best of times.
Yeah.
But for one reason or another, it just doesn't look like they're either 100% fit, that they can last, that they can show any consistency. We did see some good balls in the first session of day one, and I certainly thought Wokes looked a little more sprightly than he had at Headingley. I thought that Cars would get the ball to move a little bit, and he did from time to time. But after that first spell or two, England just really didn't show anything very, very much. I mean, from your perspective as an Indian supporter, an Indo, what have you made of this England attack? Have you been surprised about how ineffective it's been?
I actually didn't, other than Wokes,
Yeah.
I hadn't seen much of the other bowlers. So, I liked Wokes, and clearly he was taking up the senior role here, which puts a lot of responsibility on him, which he's never had to bear.
Yep.
And then you've Josh Tongue, who's, let's say, a better version of Prasidh Krishna. So, yeah, he's not. I mean, I don't know enough about English cricket at the moment, but I would imagine he's not the best number 3 bowler you could pick for England.
Well, that's probably true. I mean, what I would say about Josh Tongue is that he made an impression in the Ashes in 2023. He got Warner with a couple of beauties, and he does occasionally get it to swing quite late. I mean, the ball that he got Jaiswal with in the second innings was a corker. But
I think the one he got Jaiswal and maybe Pant in the Jadeja in the first innings.
Yeah. But he's not consistent, and whether that's to do with the fact that he's had such injury problems for the last couple of years, I don't know. But almost every England quick bowler is falling apart. So it's not like there's much to choose from. Gus Atkinson, of course, who was so good last year, has been injured, and it's all gone a little bit quiet on that front. I mean, initially he said he was out for the first test. Don't seem to have heard a lot more since then.
Surely under their contracts, they don't need to wait for NHS appointments. So first of all, how do they get injured so much? And second, why does it take them so long to come back?
Well, what can I say apart from the fact that I wonder whether they're playing enough cricket when they're younger. I mean, I know that sounds like a counterintuitive thing to say when everyone's saying they're playing too much cricket, but I think there are protections now for younger cricketers. And I read this week that Harry Moore, I think, is a very, very promising cricketer, very, very promising fast bowler, 18 years old. He played for the England Lions. He's out for the whole of the season with a stress fracture of the back. And I mean, this is an 18-year-old. I mean, how is that happening? There has to be. I mean, you could put it down to just bad luck, but it hints at something going wrong, doesn't it?
I think there is a strong argument to suggest that the peak conditioning sometimes goes too far. I mentioned yesterday I looked in the 1964 Wisden. In the Test series there, you had Truman playing, you had Statham, you had Graham McKenzie, and I looked at the Test figures and the first class figures. Basically, for all of them, about 75% of the first class overs that they bowled in that year were played in non-Test cricket in that summer. So what that says to me is they were in a condition where they could just keep bowling. And maybe that does mean that they don't get quite the pace, but they do get the durability. There's a footballer here who's just retired from concussions, who once he was carrying a little bit of fat, he was much less likely. And when I say fat, I'm not talking fat like I've got. I'm talking, a little bit of padding. He was much less likely to become injured with a hamstring or something like that than he was when he was at the peak of his condition, because just a little tweak and it was gone. And I think there's a bit of that going on too.
I wonder what you guys think. Do you think that, many years ago, 40 years ago, I went to uni and I studied sports science to a certain degree. And has sports science gone too far? Are we thinking too much about wrapping people in cotton wool rather than just letting them get out there and enjoy the game?
It's a good question. I can just tell you something which Paddy Upton once told me when he was working with the Indian team, that as far as bowlers are concerned, the regimes that they do, the physical regimes that they do, now very closely follow baseball pitchers,
Right.
and which is a completely different kind of throwing the ball.
Yes.
Because apparently there's a lot of sports science to be taken away from it.
Right.
Cricket teams around the world have decided that that's what they're going to adopt for cricket. And he said, which is why you see injuries all around the world.
Yeah, I mean, it's a curious one, isn't it? I've never been peak physical fitness. I've been, when I was younger, I was reasonably just generally fit, I think, and would always want to play sport given the opportunity. But I just think that, in the same way there's been this focus on data with regards to, say, looking at the techniques of batsmen or bowlers or whatever, has there grown this body of knowledge which isn't necessarily applicable to the particular stresses of cricket, and especially bowling. I mean, when you consider that no two bowlers are the same in what they do, their build or their, they may be similar but they're not the same. The stresses are going to be individual, as opposed to you can't make a blanket ruling on something. That's how it appears to me.
Yeah, which is why when the BCCI set up the National Cricket Academy, which VVS Lakshman runs, they actually built a whole medical team there, which works very hard with sports science to take care of injuries, but also to prevent them.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, someone like Shami, for example, or Bumrah always goes there for recovery. So, of course, Bumrah also comes to England to refer to specialists there. But the first port of call is the NCA, and which is how Shami came back after his injuries.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, Messi, have we been joined by other people?
We've got as many people as we would have if the cricket was on.
Excellent.
I've got to say. So I'll go through a number of messages. Muttley says, "Woof, morning primates. How long are England going to last before they get rolled? Love and sausages." Farong says, "Wibble, deduct 5 World Test Championship points from England. Unsporting behaviour. Rain." Jay Grover says, "Hey up, me and my da are off to see Tailenders record this afternoon. Fuck knows what he'll think of that." Leah says, "Morning all." Sudahu says, "Morning." Muttley says, "Props to an Indo. That's some real dedication or fear of Tony." To be fair to an Indo, he actually put his hand up after Tony had taken him off the radar so that Tony wouldn't have to do the whole 2 hours of the morning straight. So, yeah.
I saw Tony was in for the full 2 hours, so that's why I said, okay, let me do the first half.
Yeah, and Indo, I mean, do let us know if you're feeling a little bit,
That's fine. I can do the half an hour, but then
right after that, then we'll
drop off.
Okay. Where are we? We got a few
Stephen Kelk says, "Well, hello there." Andrew Kelsall says, "Good morning, you guys." And this is very bad in Birmingham this morning with rain. Stephen Kelk says, "Anything tasty in the offing today, Muttley, to soften the pain of an ignominious England defeat?" Lockie 6 says, "No time limit today. 90 overs required." Within limits. Muttley Von Erich says, "Probably just a pot noodle today. Fuck's sake, Endo." Umbrello Ovo says, "Morning, GC. Thunder in the perineum currently." But that's the perineum between Coventry and Birmingham, not his personal perineum. But I'm still going 537 for the GPL despite the conditions, and then also 147 to appease my pessimistic side. Yes, indeed, you can still get into the GPL today. Rich Turner Music, who we had the pleasure of his company yesterday, says, "Good morning. Having been to the studio yesterday, I appreciate the work and dedication which goes into guerrilla cricket. Thank you for that." Anna Sheb Patil says match draw. Steve Bruce says hello, Hendo, Messi, and Anindo. Heard Bear is doing a rain dance.
Well, I don't know that the Bear's doing a rain dance. I think he's yomping across Exmoor under the influence of various substances. So whether we'll actually hear from him at any point today, I'm dubious.
Stephen Kelk says, I think Bear is too busy eating things that look like Smarties. Did you have no help from Bear getting on air today, Hendo?
Oh no, we did. Tony was talking to him earlier, and then Tony, who has to go at lunch, has kindly written me some instructions about how I get the hell out of here at the end of the day, whenever that should come.
I have to say how impressed I was at the seamlessness of the start of broadcasting both yesterday and today in the absence of the Bear.
Well, I'm beginning to think that the Bear may be surplus to requirements. We're that good. I do hope he's listening, because he'll go, now, Anindo, one question I wanted to ask you, because there was quite a bit of chat on various social media platforms yesterday about when the Indian declaration should come, and that Shubman and the Indian coaching staff were psychologically affected by the threat of Bazball. I personally think he did exactly the right thing.
Yeah.
It's easy to say when they've taken 3 wickets overnight. But do you think in my opinion, he's batted England out of the game? You may disagree on that. So do you think he did pretty much the right thing, or would you say that the declaration should have come earlier?
Because I was asked this question earlier today, and for me the timing of the declaration was right. The speed at which they went about leading up to that declaration, especially by Jadeja, was inexplicable. Jadeja was scoring at 2 runs and over. I mean, I know you don't want to get... it doesn't really matter if you get all out, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you just want to leave England enough time to make an attempt so you can get them out, or not leave enough time so that they can actually win. Okay?
Yes.
Unless they really go for it.
Yes.
So the timing for me was absolutely correct. Instead of 607, maybe it could have been 650. And to your point, that's exactly what I told this person who was telling me, that you're looking at it in hindsight and saying that Joe Root is out, the openers are out.
Yeah.
So you are just saying that in hindsight it was the wrong decision. What if they had not got out? Then today, if it has not been raining, these are not things you can judge, right?
No, absolutely. I mean, there was talk. We were talking a lot of the time yesterday, weren't we, with updates of the potential weather situation for today, and how much of that is taken into account in the dressing room, I don't know. I thought it was right. It was a funny innings, the whole thing. I mean, it looked to me as if from about straight after lunch anyway, England were just waiting to see when the declaration would come, and they weren't really trying to take wickets, I don't think.
No.
And of course, actually taking wickets, unless they were sort of going to really steamroll India, which was probably never going to happen on this wicket, then actually getting wickets wasn't really that important. Now we're just looking at the screen, and it looks like there's a swimming pool, a rather murky swimming pool. It's more like a river. Just off to the side of one of the covers, not the main covers, the covers as they stretch out towards the covers. There's a lot of brushing going on. There's a huge amount of water there. I mean, I don't know what an effect. I mean, we did say it was brightening up, but I think since we said that, it has been sort of drizzling, because I've seen little bits of rain on the camera lens, so
and people walking around with umbrellas.
So it may be a longer delay than we were. We were expecting quite a long delay. Then we were getting a bit optimistic about play, and I think now we need to be a little bit more pessimistic, certainly about getting any play before lunch. I mean, take an early
Yeah,
lunch.
it has stopped raining, according to Matt Roller, and it's got a lot brighter, he says.
Yeah, well, it did look brighter. I mean, in the studio with Athers and Butch, who were criminally eschewing rather than chewing their pastries. Absolutely, it's absolutely outrageous. When I see pastries going to waste like that, I just want to scream. I mean, think of the bakers and the effort they've made. For goodness sake.
Think of those of us without pastries.
And Nasser was sitting there a little while ago with cinnamon toast, looked like cinnamon toast, at 11:30 in the morning. A plate of cinnamon toast in the morning for the table.
Absolutely.
I reckon they wait till they go off air and then they scoff more.
They just.
There's another super chat, by the way.
Yeah, let's do this one.
YouTube comments were not getting a mention.
Sorry about that.
Too many lonely folks needing some attention. You post your super chat and then you pay the price. He sings we read for cash. He sings we read for cash.
The lovely Jay Grover has sent us another £2 just for Hendo's audacious hubris.
There you go.
A few other comments there. Sean Tracy says, it's been a test match first for Guerrilla Cricket, a commentator from his hospital bed, and yesterday 3 full fans on air all at the same time.
God, is that right? Goodness me. I knew 40 was, but...
The Harriman also says, unfair to reduce Gill's runs to flat pitches when the world's #1 bat in route has only got 109 runs from 4 innings. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Pat Cummins debuted at 18, then missed years with a rooted back, says Lucky Six. Vivek Sharma says it will be a draw. Kiwi Baudet says Lockie Ferguson said in a recent interview that he wished he'd been advised about managing his bowling load when he was younger. Eric J says Gary was at the Black Sabbath concert
I'll be back in a
yesterday.
couple of minutes, guys.
Okay.
He's gone.
No,
all right.
I'm still here.
All right. What were you going to say? If you want to take a break now, because Krishna is available and Tony's going to come on. If you want to rest, but yeah, I mean, if you want to stay, you're very welcome to do so. How do you feel about that?
I'll come back in 5 minutes if that's okay.
Okay, he's coming back. Okay.
Excellent.
Carry on then, Messi.
Yeah, Zippy Tuna says maybe Bear will come back with newfound wisdom from those substances. I think a newfound hangover, most likely. And Jay says, yeah, Zippy, 2,367th time is the charm, eh? Adrian Daly says Australia needs some competition. Come on, very poor cricket. And Kartik says the sun is out. Excellent.
The sun is out, the sky
It's
is
lovely
blue.
having so many of you with us still. 176 people watching despite the lack of cricket. So maybe they're watching to hear what we have to say, which is kind
Well,
of
do you
good.
know, funnily enough, Messi, I was thinking to myself, should we go on air? And Tony and the Bear, I mean, the Bear remotely, I mean, don't know why it bothered him, was of the opinion that we shouldn't go
No,
on.
I meant that's his general opinion.
Oh,
not,
that is a
not,
general
Not that
opinion.
he'd expressed it today
Oh,
specifically.
okay.
That's just his default setting.
But I think, it struck me that when the cricket's going on, we find so many things to talk about apart from the cricket or around the cricket that sometimes we don't always finish off those thoughts, as it were, because the cricket interrupts them.
I'm of
in
an
a
age
sense.
now where I frequently don't finish off thoughts.
Well, me
I
too.
might start a sentence and then I have no idea where it's going.
Well, I know.
and
this
sometimes
is-
doesn't get there at all.
we are the seniors. I'm afraid we have senior moments now.
They're elders. Or elders.
Oh,
rather
we're
than
sorry, we're
seniors.
tribal elders, aren't we? Yes, that's absolutely.
I'll tell you what I have been doing if you want to know.
Well,
Yes,
yeah,
tell us,
if
Tony.
it's of relevance,
Even
even if it's not.
It's very marginally relevant.
Right.
I was watching Black Sabbath's farewell concert from Villa Park, just up the road
Oh.
from Edgbaston.
Right.
And poor old Aussie, he had a great big black throne of a chair because poor lad's 76 or 78 and has got Parkinson's, sadly.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Did
but,
Sharon push him in?
don't know. No, he came out of the sort of out of the stage, was sort of lifted up on this giant kind of black throne. And I flipped through highlights, but obviously they finished with Paranoid, and I have to say, it had for their age, it had some energy about it.
Well,
Anyway,
that's
no
extra-
relevance to cricket,
No,
except that
but-
it's in Birmingham.
I mean, how the heck does a bloke sing? I don't know if he actually plays an instrument, or used to play an instrument. I know nothing about Black Sabbath, but how on earth do you sing when you're suffering from Parkinson's?
Well, he managed somehow. It's a bit shaky here or there, but he had enough energy about it. Anyway, so I say the only possible relevance of that is it just happened to be up the road from Edgbaston. That's all.
Okay, Messi, do you want to take a break? And
Sure.
Should be Krishna to join us.
We're going to have Krishna
Okay.
joining in, and we may be going to
I
have
shall
an
catch you a
intro
bit
back.
later.
Yeah, absolutely.
Morning, gents.
Morning.
Morning, Krishna.
Morning.
How are you both?
How are you doing?
Oh, look, really disappointed with this rain delay. I was looking forward to a full day of cricket and just to see what England's no-holds-barred strategy would be on such a day.
Well, I think their bars would be holded or held, to be honest, because I even had we got a full day, I honestly cannot see, even if they hadn't lost any wickets, that they could pull off a run chase of 608. It's just beyond what I can comprehend. Maybe that's my limitations rather than anyone else's. But
I have a few discussion points for you, gents.
Yeah.
Hit us.
First one is Stuart Broad. How do you assess him as a commentator?
Ooh, I rather like him. I'll be honest.
Well, as a pundit, I mean, yeah, I think he's among the better ones. Let's put it that way.
I'll give you my
Moving
thoughts.
on to budget.
Yeah, we're talking about. Sorry, Anindo, welcome back. We're talking about Stuart Broad as a commentator. Krishna, tell us what you think.
Yeah, so my thoughts were, I thought he did an outstanding job in the WTC final because he had no skin in the game.
Yep.
But I fear that he's extremely biased once he's got into the England commentary box.
Do you think
talking about
that
his
is?
old teammates?
Yeah. Do you think that's because the transition from cricket to commentary these days, with especially with the biggest name players, is too quick?
It's too quick. Like he's just walked straight out of the dressing room into the commentary
Yeah.
box. I just don't think there's a period of separation.
I think you've got to separate
And,
two things in a way. You've got to separate his insight and knowledge, which I think he conveys very well, with
Yes, that's true.
with a
He
bit
does.
of roughness around his ability to distance himself from the fact that he literally was a player only a year and a bit ago. I think that will improve very quickly, and he won't lose his insightfulness.
Can Ponsonby
It can
made
go
a
both
funny
ways,
comment?
Sorry,
Yeah.
let's let
I
Anindo
was just
come
going to
in.
say,
I was just
Can
going to say
Pon-
that it
Sorry,
could
go
go
ahead.
both ways.
Yeah.
He could go the Michael Atherton way, or he could go the Michael Vaughan way.
Yes, that's true. I think absolutely, and I don't know whether he has any desires or abilities as a writer, and I think that's what marks Atherton out from the others, is that he has the ability to structure his thoughts, and I don't think Atherton has that much of an ego. Obviously, every player has to have a bit of an ego. We're going to get an inspection at 11:45. I'm just bringing you that.
Yeah, the Crick Info was sort of hinting at a start in half an hour, which might be about right.
But I do think that Michael Vaughan has. I think Michael Vaughan has become a personality at the time where the coverage of cricket in India, in particular, has just mushroomed into. I mean, we've come across the fact that there are absolute huge numbers, and Indo would know this as well, of websites that are making money reporting on cricket to some degree, but not all of them are very good. In fact, a lot of them aren't very good, and that doesn't just apply to India. That's everywhere. But I think there is a bigger number in India, as there's bigger numbers about everything in India, and I think that Vaughan has tapped into that, because when we were starting out to sort of develop our website, and we were looking at these sites, almost every day you would get on one of these Indian websites, and even some of the more reputable ones, you would get a story quoting Michael Vaughan. Any thoughts about that, you guys?
Look, I think he's paid to be controversial. There's journalists who get more hits by saying something that's a little bit out there and a bit ridiculous, and he's one of those.
It's about hits, isn't it now? Whereas opposed, in the days of Atherton, when he started his writing career, people were still buying newspapers, and it's just not happening now. And it's I've got a whole host of opinions about that, but I won't bore you with
You used to be able
them.
to put your fish and chips in them as well.
Sorry.
To be fair, when Michael Vaughan started his career, people were still buying newspapers.
Yes, they were.
He's not a millennial.
But I think his career has really taken off from that perspective. The fact that he's found himself quoted all around the world on a massive basis, that maybe his ego has got out of control in some respects. I mean, he's not actually responsible for what people print, and the fact of the matter is that he doesn't even have to say anything controversial for him to be quoted these days. So,
when he doesn't say anything controversial, he makes sure he tweets it immediately.
Yeah, and so he's just all over social media, isn't he? So it's I mean, there you go. The BBC as well, because he was their big name on Test Match Special. You would find that on any, say there's a squad comes out or whatever, and you'd see a story on the BBC, and then you'd discover it was basically, this is what Michael Vaughan has said. It wasn't a sort of an analysis by a journalist as such. It was just simply Michael Vaughan, and if Michael Vaughan said it, it was on the BBC website.
Well, as Ronan Keating famously said about Michael Vaughan, he says it best when he says nothing at all.
Very good.
Although, to be fair, I did listen to him this morning, and he was quite interesting chatting about how
Well, he
England
can be, yes.
and Pendo, he was basically saying, I think what most of us have said, it is going to be a really interesting test whenever we get going of England's mentality. And he said, even if they lose, were England to get deep into the innings, give their wickets away at a premium, and get close to a draw in trying, then that would be to their credit. If they fall over in a heap, just trying to hit out and fall apart, then it would show they've learnt very little. And the talk of being more results oriented.
Yes,
it would have been
That
nonsense.
would go against their basic philosophy, right?
Well, exactly. So.
Well,
I mean, only in the context of Michael Vaughan. I was listening. If it hadn't have been Michael Vaughan, I'd have been nodding along quite happily, going, "Yeah, I think you're right. I absolutely, I'm
But-
with you there."
I don't know about what you feel, Anindo or Krishna, but they're sort of framing this as if the Bazball approach has never been fully tested before, and I actually think that within this test it has, because I suspect that England's bowling and fielding and the captaincy of Stokes and the tactical approach was actually anything but Bazball. Certainly yesterday afternoon, it wasn't at any point an attempt, apart from perhaps the first hour. It wasn't really an attempt to take wickets. It was pure defensiveness. Now, I believe that defensiveness mixed with that Bazball aggression is the perfect combination.
Well, it's the middle. It's
But-
the perfect middle ground,
but
isn't it, that you want?
What we're hearing, quite frankly, to get 608 in what would be 109 overs, I think, on the last day of a test match. It's not that long ago that we were talking about how few times anyone had got 400 to win a Test match.
It's 5-3-6, and now we're down to. So, but obviously with only 7 wickets.
Yeah,
to do
okay,
it with.
and only 90 overs. I mean, I was talking 109 overs starting last night because we got 19 in,
Yeah.
I think, to start with.
Well, there's mixed messages. I mean, that's the
yes,
other thing that's a
I
little
agree.
bit confusing.
I
So,
agree.
Ben Stokes has said we're moderating our approach, and I think clearly with a view to they actually would like to be in a World Test Championship final rather than thinking it's just a waste of time. And that means sometimes we have to moderate the way we go about things. But then you also heard
and I
Harry
think
Brook
every
goes.
strategy.
From an outsider's perspective, looking at England from outside, I think what annoys me and probably Australian supporters is what I would call the arrogance of some of the English players continually say, we will always go for a win, we'll never go for a draw.
Hang on.
When
Hang on, I'm gonna have to say, no, just in a sort of slightly facetious way, I want to say Australians are accusing English of arrogance.
very good
There you
today.
go.
Yeah, that's a,
No,
that's
but I take your point. I agree. I think sometimes there has been an arrogance about the way England have played.
Got a couple of super chats, by the
Oh,
way.
we've got a couple of super chats. We'll come back to you.
Go into Super Chat, then I'll give you my point on this.
Perfect.
Okay, we'll do that. Let's do this one.
Super Chat Cash, Super Chat Cash, Super Chat Cash.
Did we have Jay Grover from earlier, a super chat?
We've already had a Jay Grover super chat.
Just
There
for
may be
Hendo's
another one.
Audacious hubris.
No, we've had that one.
Okay, well, you won't have had this one,
Okay.
which is Jay Grover 2, The Return.
Yep.
Or possibly 3. It's £5 English. Vaughan can be a perfectly good commentator. Indian Michael Vaughan is a renter gobshite.
Yeah. I would agree with that totally, Jay. Totally right.
A couple of other messages while we're there. Zippy Tuna, as an England fan, I'd prefer to see them tested and see if they could actually defend, and probably not though. Yeah, Zippy, I think you're with us. George McPherson. Oh, hello. This rain is what England needed. Hopefully it should stay around long enough for the match to be a draw. Well, that's kind of what we're discussing. Mr. Handjob of Melbourne wants us to play the Vaughan Free jingle.
I'll do that in a minute. Anindo, you were going to give your point on this, the English arrogance.
Yeah, not quite the English arrogance,
Right.
Because I think every nation can be accused of that.
Yep.
So India is no exception. So I won't talk about that.
Super Chat Cash, Super Chat
Sorry.
Cash, Super Chat Cash.
Is that one in the bank for later?
It must be. Sorry, I played that by. I barely touched anything and it went off. Oh, what's going on? Something's going on very strange with my computer. Sorry, anyway, carry on, Anindo.
Yeah,
Well,
I was going to go more to strategy itself. So baseball has a strategy. A part of that strategy is to try and win
Might have jogged
as
the
many of
mouse or something.
them you can. And if in the attempt of winning you lose them, so be it. What they have done in terms of adapting that is exactly what you were talking about, about how England batted in the first innings. So there are periods when they realize it's not that easy, so they bring down the baseball approach, and then Jamie Smith and Harry Brook,
Yeah.
they went back to baseball, right?
Yeah.
So I think the strategy is there. They make tactical changes as they go along, which is the learning that they have made.
Well, I think that's right. I mean, I made the point late last night after Crawley was out that we saw a slightly more responsible Crawley in the run chase at Headingley, and you thought, is this a development of him as a cricketer? But the 2 innings that he's played in this Test match on a good wicket for batting, if you are able to see off the new ball for sure, has been again very, very disappointing. I mean, last night really, there was a big gap cover, but he just shovels a drive straight to backward point in the air, and it's you just feel like it's a lack of technique and concentration. And okay, they've been out in the field a lot in this Test match, and that to me is good cricket from India. I think you do sometimes have to use up time, and stamina is an important part of 5-day cricket, and England's stamina has been really tested this time round. Krishna.
Oh, look, I looking forward to the Ashes, I guess, is where my mind is at. And Australia has one more test before the Ashes, and England have these 3 tests after this one before the Ashes. I was trying to think which brains trust would I rather be a part of at the moment, the Australian brains trust, and would I feel confident being an Australian or an Englishman? And I think the English team has a higher ceiling and a higher upside than the Australian team at the moment, so I'd be more confident as an Englishman going into the Ashes in November. Interested in your thoughts?
I personally, I've been thinking that England are going to get stuffed in the Ashes. There has been a certain amount of hope raised by Australian struggles, but I still think that you get down under, you get a big Australian crowd behind you, you get extremely good, experienced bowlers testing English techniques, which are not that great as batsmen, and we don't know yet what sort of bowling lineup England will be able to field. So on that basis, I make Australia massive favourites, but then that might just be my general pessimism. But it is quite entertaining and interesting to hear Australians beginning to question what's going on. And Lindo, I wonder if you've got any views on that.
Let me just finish that thought,
Okay, go on.
if I may.
Yeah.
The Australian team, and I guess I've been watching the Australian team for a long, long time.
Yeah.
When David Warner retired, that was the moment that they needed a firm plan of what they're going to do to replace Warner, and then keeping an eye to when they're going to replace Khawaja. They did not do either of those things. They've gone with some makeshift openers to replace Warner, Steve Smith, McSweeney, and Head when they've played in Asia. None of those have worked, and were never going to be a permanent solution. So now they're paying the price for that. And Khawaja has hit the brick wall, so he can't go on into the Ashes, so he's going to be 39. So they're now in a position where they don't have 2 openers, and what's his name? Cameron Green at number 3 is a big question mark as well. A great player, but at number 3 is a question mark. So they've tinkered around with this batting lineup with a philosophy that we'll just pick the best 6 players in Australia, and we can bat them in any position that we feel like. That has proven to be a fallacy, and especially 1, 2, and 3 are specialist positions in my view, and interested to hear your thoughts on that as well. Well,
Aninda, do you want to come in on that? I mean, I think that the number 3 has become a problem area for almost every team, and we had Sai Sarderson, wasn't it, started in this series in the first test, and now they've moved Karen Nair into that position. It hasn't been an unqualified success. Is that just something? Is that something down to modern day cricket that the number 3 is not the number 3 that you and I grew up with?
Gnarly and reliable.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. You were saying something, Krishna.
No, go ahead, Anindya. We're just waiting for your comments.
Okay. No, I was just saying that as far as India's number 3 position is concerned, I think the difficulty has been there for a very long time, from the time Pujara stopped really being how should I put this, regularly effective at that position. So it's been a problem since. Now, India had an easy fix for Virat Kohli because before Jaiswal came in, Rohit Sharma was opening with Shubman Gill. And then it was easy to move Shubman to number 4, where he should have been batting anyway. So that's I think a different issue. But going back to Australia, I think Australia's problem go much beyond the 6 players. It is that it is a really aging team, which, if you look at their ages, if you look at, would you like to continue playing them for a very long time, or is it time to start giving opportunities to youngsters? And I'm talking about bowling specifically.
Yeah.
You have to ask those questions, because Mitchell Starc, Pat Cummins, Josh Hazelwood, you're talking about all of them in mid to late 30s now.
Yeah.
So Australia is not going to have an effective bowling attack in Test cricket for a while after these Ashes.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. But I'm wondering, Tony might want to come in on this as to whether I still think they've got one last hurrah in an Ashes sense in Australia. Any thoughts on that, Tony?
Well, it's very hard for away teams in a lot of countries. Going to India is a very tough place to win. Actually, coming to England is a pretty tough place to win, because a Duke ball on English wickets gives England bowlers an advantage. You have hard Australian wickets where the ball comes through faster. That's why England is obsessed with pace. I think if they've got a last hurrah, I think their poor batting might just be enough for our poor bowling.
Well,
I'm looking at, completely different topic, but I'm looking at the covers and the stoppers in place in Edgbaston, and this is ancient technology. This is not what they should be.
Bring back the Brumbrella.
I think what they I did see many. In fact, in a very famous book called The Worst of Cricket, there is a story about
Available in all good bookstores.
Well, not anymore. No, probably in a second-hand one if you can find it. But there was a case in the West Indies when it was so wet that fans started rolling up and down the wicket to try and absorb it. And I actually think that based on how much absorption there is in the gorilla fraternity, plenty of fans.
I can see someone with an umbrella already.
Not to mention absorbency.
Well, exactly. If asked, we're ready for the ECB to call us in at Edgbaston and be rolled on the outfield.
It's kind of interesting because the crowd is pretty healthy, as in numbers sense. It does still seem to be drizzling. They're bringing on more covers. They're still trying to get it sopped, and yet so many people refuse to leave their seats, although they are starting to now. So
I think
may have been an early lunch announcement. Do you think?
Well, I don't think it's that. I think it's. I mean, we will have. I don't know what time it is now. It's 11:58, but we were due to have an inspection at 11:45. I don't know whether that actually took place.
They had the inspection already, which is why they were starting to take those off, and then clouds came in and started raining again.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's possible it's going to be one of those days.
Currently, it's a wet outfield is the formal reason for bugger all happening.
Sometimes it just requires for a ground very, very drastic measures. I remember going to a test match in Calcutta's Eden Gardens.
Yeah.
And Saurav Ganguly was head of the Cricket Association of Bengal. And there's this visual which was splashed all over the country, all over television, all over social media at that time, of him standing knee-deep in water in the middle of the field. So, 2 years later, the Eden Gardens has the best drainage in the world.
Well, it's definitely raining there now. My abiding memory of rain was when I went to see Middlesex play Yorkshire. I only went up for the first day, and it rained all day. So my mate and I went into the members area where they had a book sale and got utterly blathered by, I suppose, about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, hoping that there might be some play, which there wasn't. He decided to go his way, and I said, well, I'll just get the bus and I'll see you back at the hotel. But I fell asleep. And my hotel, which was in the centre of Leeds, I think I woke up somewhere beyond Bradford at the top of this bus, sat there slumped over with my little bag of books that I'd bought from and tottered off trying to think, how the fuck do I
Get back to Leeds.
get back to
Yeah.
Leeds from where I am in
was-
the middle of wherever I'd got to?
Was this in the days before mobiles and
No,
Uber?
no. It was comparatively recent. I think
Oh,
it might have
okay.
been 2017, 2018,
Oh, right,
something
okay.
like that.
Did you not just call for an Uber? Or were you not...
I don't think
you two
I'm not
hungover?
entirely sure. I was quite compos mentis enough to put those thoughts together in my head.
But you make a good point at Indo, and I think we've seen that at Lords. The drainage is phenomenal now at Lords. I mean, in the past, you would look at a very wet outfield at Lords, you know, in terms of puddles and stuff, and you'd say, "Oh, game over for today," and then an hour later they'd be playing. It was extraordinary. It's become extraordinary. You would know a bit more about that.
Well,
drainage
Lords
at
drains very, very well.
but it hasn't always. I mean,
No,
it-
the
it's
last
relatively
10 years, though, I think
Yeah.
you could say the drainage has been. They did relay the under.
That's as long as
Pitch, whatever.
Tony has been on the Lords Committee for pitch improvement.
Yes, yeah, I think they should get Gary on it, so that they don't find reasons not to play cricket.
Well,
Gary would
they
have them
wouldn't
out there in
even
raincoats and still playing, to be honest.
One of the novel
anything to keep
approaches
going.
I've seen is the use of helicopter on the ground to help dry the surface.
Well, there's an
Yeah.
idea.
Do you know, I get really nervous around low-flying helicopters. So if I was in the ground and there was a low-flying helicopter trying to dry out the pitch, I'd probably be looking to get down into the basement somewhere. They're just weird machines, and they can go off at all sorts of angles.
Yeah.
I don't like them at all.
I've ridden in a few, and
Yeah,
it's not. I've never been fully comfortable. Mr. Henderson, not you, the other one.
The other one.
Jay Henderson of the Weather Cave says a little bit of drizzle, overs lost from noon. Expect an early lunch, which is pretty much, I think, what I
Yeah,
said.
I think that makes sense.
I'll take off now if you don't mind.
Brilliant. Do you have an appointment with Dr. Prodworthy?
I don't know. Maybe after I wake up.
Well,
Oh.
good luck. Good luck with your treatment. I hope you're feeling better, and hope that you're able to maybe sit up in your bed for the next Test match. By which
Yep.
time it may be 1-1.
I need to. We'll let Al in. Shall I
so-
take a break for a while? We'll let Al in, and he can join you in
Okay.
knitter-nattering.
Yeah, I'm happy to chat. Al is going to come and join us. Well, we could talk a bit more in detail about that Ashes tour. I just think, Krishna, that there are just so many unknowns and so many variables. And I may have been mentioning it to someone last night. We see an Indo more worried about the aging bowling attack, and that may be something that needs to be thought about as well. But
I have less
you're more
concerns about the bowling.
Yeah, you're more concerned about the batting. But I was wondering, would Australia be better served if there aren't really good openers, number threes or whatever coming through that make the obvious case for being included? Do they go back to someone like Marcus Harris? Do they go back to someone like Matt Renshaw? Are they seen as past their sell-by date, or what?
Yeah, so my personal view is that they definitely need to go back to those guys because of the experience that they have. Marcus Harris has been plying his trade in the county championship for a few years and doing a good job. He's captain of one of the county teams, as I understand it now, maybe Division 2.
Yeah.
But they have to go back to the experience. Conscious is just not there yet. He needs 2 or 3 years of tough, grind in the dirt Shield cricket to actually stand up and be counted. He just got away with one flamboyant innings at the very start of his career, and everyone's just expecting him to be the next superstar. I don't think it's going to happen that way for him.
No.
So they need to go back to the experience, I think, for the Ashes. Bancroft is the other one that will be coming up into discussions at the start of the season. It's all going to boil down to first few Shield games at the start of the summer. And then there's a few guys that are in the Australian A team now that have been forgotten about for a few years that may re-emerge as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how those positions develop.
I mean,
for me, experience. They have to go to experience.
Is it Singh I think who's going to be captaining Australia A up in Darwin against Sri Lanka.
Yes.
Is that right? I mean,
Jason Sangha.
Sangha,
Jason
sorry,
Sangha.
Sangha. Yeah. I mean, is he a prospect?
Absolutely. I mean, he fell off the radar. He left New South Wales. He's gone to South Australia, and he had a very influential year in South Australia, winning the competition last summer in Australia. So I'm sure he's on the selectors' minds to re-emerge.
I think someone that Messi Jez seems to rate a lot, and we've seen him in one-day cricket do very well over here, or was it in the Champions Trophy, is Josh Inglis. Yeah.
Yes, definitely. I mean,
but he's not an opener, is he?
no, he's not an opener. And so, when they start talking about, let's make him an opener because Khawaja's out of form and Constance isn't making it, then that just smacks of panic. It's like, he's not an opener, don't just stick him in at number 1 or 2 because there's a vacancy there. Put the right person for the job into that position. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, I was talking off air yesterday that if you wanted someone of technical proficiency to open the batting, and you were experimenting, and based on his recent record, it isn't going to happen because of his other commitments. But Alex Carey seems to me as solid a batsman, but you wouldn't want to waste him there in a sense, would you? I mean, even if he didn't have to keep wicket. I mean, I suppose there is an argument that you could include Inglis as a keeper batsman and push Carey up. I mean, has anyone even hinted that is a possibility?
I think it's the other way around that they've been thinking about it, that Inglis could go in just as a top order batsman at 5 or 6.
Yeah.
And Carey stays with the gloves until Carey retires, at which case Inglis would become the keeper.
Is Carey considered a superior keeper to Inglis?
In the last few years, yes. It's because he's done a good job, and his batting has improved. So I think he's considered a superior keeper at the moment.
Okay, well that's
be interesting. And the other funny thing that's happened is that the Australians, you're probably aware, have the tradition of singing this song whenever they have a victory.
Oh, yes.
And that's handed down from generation to generation. And Mike Hussey had it. He gave it to Nathan Lyon. Nathan Lyon has just handed it off to Alex Carey. So
Alex Carey?
The esteem, yes. That's the esteem with which he's held within the dressing room.
Yeah, and I think absolutely right. I mean, he just seems to be, whatever form of the game, he just seems to go in there and rescue Australia if they are in difficulty. And, he plays proper shots, generally speaking, plays proper cricket shots, if you want to call them that. He can innovate as well. And, technically, I feel like he's very good. He plays straight, and he can switch up gears if necessary as well. So I think he's you could argue that, all decent players have a purple period in their careers, and maybe that's just his now, and it won't necessarily last. But I think he's got
revert to the mean.
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. I mean, I think he's got the foundations, hasn't he, of just a solid cricketer, whereas some people haven't got that. I'm just going to check whether Al is there. I can see his name on the monitor, and there he is.
Red 5 standing by.
Here he is. It's great to have you back, Al. We haven't. I certainly haven't seen you for a while.
Our paths haven't crossed in quite a time, Hendo. It's good to hear your voice.
Yeah, tremendous to have you back on. Although you have, of course, you were one of those, lucky people visited by the legend, the whirlwind that is Messi Jez on his tour of the UK. Yeah. Were you not?
Yeah, I was. We had a lovely brunch up here in the Wirral. Caught up. Put the world to rights, as one does when meeting old friends, and yeah, it was. It's always nice to meet people in 3 dimensions and in an increasingly digital world.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We
Met
had
him before?
how did you? Yeah,
I had met him
Yeah.
before, but not in quite some time. So it was delightful.
yeah. Well, we had 3 Gorilla Patreons in yesterday. I mean, it's lovely, especially when if we are reliant on commentators on Zoom, because there are fewer people in the studio. It's great to have company, and we got a little round of applause from them at the end yesterday. I was quite touched.
Lovely.
Those tears were coming to my eye.
Well, it's one of those things that everyone. We're of a certain age and disposition where we've heard people that we really like and admired perform in that way, and then it's quite the multitasking thing that you're not really sure about what it entails until you either see it or do it up close. So
Yeah, and I'd say, I mean, you haven't actually been into the studio yet.
I
have
haven't
you?
been to the studio
No.
for a while, but you are inconveniently located to me.
We are, but I do think that actually, much as we enjoyed Sydenham, the fact that it was a flat, whereas this properly looks like a studio, I think it gives us a more professional look, if not a more professional attitude. I'm not sure. So yeah, maybe it is slightly more impressive than Bear's unmade beds and lights that don't work in the bathroom. You know, and various strange insects crawling over you at various times.
I think we'll really feel it in the winter for the Ashes test.
Yeah, I don't know. I might have to bring my own bed in, and by that point I might be living on the south coast. So it is going to be it's going to be hard work, and especially Christian. I don't know what you feel about this. Obviously, the Perth and Adelaide tests, from our point of view, they start at awkward times, but also we've got Brisbane is going to be the pink ball test. Is that right?
Day night test. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, and so that means effectively, I think that at least 2, if not 3, of the games are starting around about 2:30 our time, which is worse because you can kind of stay up till 11:30, and then you push through after the first session. You know, you're so excited, but waiting till 2:30 in the morning for things to get underway is hard. So we will be calling on all of our Australian cousins to do the hard yards out there in Oz.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, that'll be great. That'll be great.
In summary, I guess the way I see it, the England batting lineup is stronger than the Australian batting lineup at the moment, and on the flip side, the Australian bowling lineup is stronger than the English bowling lineup. So it just which is going to prevail is going to be fascinating.
Yeah, and
in a world where I think each team can see glimpses of the other team's past, which is really interesting. Because we can't seem to get the top 5 Indian batsmen out.
yeah, and that was the argument at the beginning of this series, that it was going to be India's bowling against England's batting. And yet you look at this test match, and without Bumrah, Siraj and Akashdeep have really stepped up, and England's batting lineup, if you argue that we've had 16 batsmen out there for England in this match so far, and 7 of them have got ducks. It's quite remarkable, isn't it?
That's extraordinary.
Now, what's happened? We've lost Joe Root's talking to Stuart Broad, so that's happening on my screen.
I did ask you a question about Joe Root. I was fascinated by the chatter on the group chat yesterday and criticism of Joe Root. I was staggered by that.
there were only two people criticising Joe Root, I think. Nick, who is very irregular. This is not Nick Brooks, who's been on quite a bit. Another Nick. I think he's been in a couple of times. And I hadn't seen him actually commenting on many things on the Gorilla Does Everything app. And he was just basically saying that Joe Root isn't in the same class. The old argument, he's not in the same class as Smith, Williamson, Coley. He's never done it when necessary, when it's really been, he was challenging us to find examples of Joe Root winning matches for England. Well, Gary came up with two straight away, which he linked to on Cricinfo.
That to me is the idea of find me a time where, because you can turn around and talk about, well, is that, has Joe Root provided England with a match-winning platform when batting in the first innings, whether that be first or second? Has he batted well in the third innings to take a total away from a team who's going to bat fourth? Or it's not just the idea of that it's just fourth innings, because if you were going to do that, then what's the most fourth winning centuries that someone's got? Is it like 5 or 6? Is it maybe?
I honestly I couldn't tell you, but I mean it's kind of diminishing other aspects of the game, isn't it? As you say, to be in a position to win a game, you've first got to set it up. And those games in which a player plays out of his skin to almost win it single-handedly in the fourth innings probably can be counted on the fingers of at least two hands, maybe if you add in your toes as well. But it's not that common, is it?
I don't find it common.
No.
I mean, modern cricket seems to have certainly a narrative where if a team gets on top, the other team kind of fails and yields. I know the first test in this series is probably an antidote to that narrative I've just put forward, but I can only think of 2 instances where a team has followed on batting and won. There's only 2 times of that happening in my mind, so it doesn't happen often. But the idea that 13,000 easy test runs, it feels a little asinine.
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
Very true.
To be honest, I think that's. I don't know whether Nick really believed what he was saying there, or whether he was just irritated by the way Root got out yesterday. I mean, I was quite irritated. I thought it was a poor shot that he got out to yesterday. Akashdeep was bowling very well, but it wasn't necessarily one of his better balls, and he just hit. Well, he was trying to take it from off stump through mid wicket, and although he's actually quite good at that. Often there are times when you're going to get that wrong and misjudge it, and he did. Christian, your view of Joe Root? I mean, obviously the old argument, he's never scored 100 in Australia. Does that colour Australians' view of him as one of the best batsmen that perhaps there's ever been? I don't know.
I think he is one of the best batsmen that's ever played the game, but the fact that he hasn't scored 100 in Australia the Australians will only rate someone who has scored 100 in their local backyard. And over a long career, he's been to Australia several times now. I think he's got a 90 would be his highest score. And he's only averaging in the mid-30s in Australia. So,
I think
for whatever reason...
I think you'd have to do. Personally, I feel like maybe you need to do a digger deep. Not you personally, but we generally need to dig deeper into those figures and look at what situations he's had to come in at. We've spoken so often about even when batting 4, he finds himself out there facing the new ball because. Our openers and our number 3 could be gone in 10 minutes, or even less time than that.
Correct. He has carried the batting many times when England visited Australia. So no doubt, there's been a lot of pressure on him, and as captain as well, that's made it harder as well.
And also, do you not think, guys, that once that idea is in the public domain, and that it's going to be mentioned every time he doesn't score well? I mean, if he was to go out there and hit 50 in every Ashes innings he played, would he still be considered a failure in Australia? That's quite good, a failure in Australia. I like that. What do you think about that?
I think my personal view is that I've got no issue with him not having scored 100. The 100 is just a random landmark that we set ourselves as something that's significant. But over a long career, over many, many countries, I think he's been an outstanding player. I think he had a flat spot a few years ago towards the back end of his captaincy. Yeah. But he's certainly had a second win since then, and I think he's a good chance of beating Tendulkar's record if he stays fit and still stays motivated.
Yeah,
I think he struggled at the beginning of what we call the Bazball era. I think he didn't. I don't think he quite knew how to play, because there's a whole idea about the mentality that you go out with, and I think that flat spot might coincide with a common mistake for most sportsmen and women, which is he was probably thinking too much.
Yes.
But I think he's kind of, you could see over the course of the last 12 months that there's kind of, he looks like everything's a little bit more natural, and in terms of the way he's playing, and there's a sense for him to be his authentic self out there within the context of trying to thrash the ball around at 36 runs and over.
Yeah, it was. I think you're right. It was a case of him or having to come to a new understanding of what sort of player he was. And although we have seen that he can be incredibly innovative himself. I mean, it was that root back flip ramp, if you want to call it that he kind of invented, and successfully, that shot over third man. A couple of times it brought his downfall, and when you see a batsman like that giving his wicket away in that way, you tend to think that's a waste, because that he can be kind of the fulcrum of the innings. And while you might look at Harry Brook or Jamie Smith or one of those others and say, okay, that's their role, to be constantly on the attack, constantly innovative. Joe Root isn't really that sort of player. He can be to a certain extent, but as I was just saying, you feel like when he gets out in a comical way that it's a waste of his talent. And
yes,
I think he's now come to realise that what his offering can be to this Bazball approach is providing the solidity.
So can I just interrupt for a moment?
Yep.
There's Cricinfo saying play will restart at 12:40.
Yeah, absolutely right. I can't believe that. I'm astonished.
Yeah, we've only lost 10 overs from the day.
Oh, well, there you go. So we're at 80 over day.
So the first session is 12:40 to 2:30.
Goodness me.
12:40
to 2:30. This means that Rota Tony is going to have to jump into action and reassess.
I can feel spreadsheets being adjusted as we speak. Does that mean have they taken lunch early then?
No. Well, I don't know. No. I think we just said lunch 2:30, didn't we?
2:30 to 3:10.
And then
so tea will be about 5:10 to 5:40.
Well, 5:30.
Tea is 5:10 to 5:30, and then the last session is 5:30 to 7. 80 overs for the day.
Good God, I'm going to be here on my own till 7 o'clock. Thank you, gorillas.
We are metaphorically with you.
Yes,
not
I know.
actually with you.
I feel your energy, and it may.
Well, it's sunny.
make
It's sunny
you
in
think-
Edgbaston.
It is.
Have a look at
Wait,
the
wait,
skies.
hang on. Are we living in a parallel universe? Because about 10 minutes ago, it was pouring with rain. Everyone was running out the stands with their umbrellas up, and it was as gloomy as you could imagine. And Edgbaston has been transformed.
Great. The United Kingdom has no climate, only weather. Discuss 25 marks.
Oh well, I'm well past having to do exams. Thank God. Thank God. Oh, hello. Oh no, it's an advert for I don't know, a documentary on the Vietnam War, I think. But
Yeah.
we saw a helicopter flying in, and I thought it was going to be a show of how to dry the ground.
It's part of the new attack. Is helicopter gunship.
Yeah.
Sorry
Yeah.
to interrupt.
I have another question for you, Jen.
Sorry to interrupt. It said play to start at 12:40.
Yeah, we just said that, Gary.
Yes.
Oh, did you? Oh,
Yeah.
Sorry.
Another question for you, Jen,
Yeah.
is there an argument that could be made that Ben Stokes could put himself down to number 7 and promote Jamie Smith to 6?
Well, he could do. He could do. I think it depends what happens very early on. I mean, if England were to lose an early wicket, I suspect
Oh, I'm not saying
not.
just for this test. I'm saying permanently.
Oh,
going
in general,
Yes.
I think that is possible. In all the talk about Jamie Smith maybe moving up to number 3, I do think it is possible that Stokes might move down and be the man and be considered the man that, if necessary, could work with the tail. I don't think it's been discussed greatly, but it's certainly something that occurred to me probably even yesterday.
I'd be interested in the experiment if all parties were willing to do it.
Yeah. I mean, I
Drop Pope, move Root to 3, move Smith up to 6, or everybody moves up 1 and put Bethel in at 7.
Well, I think the thing is, Al, about that notion of moving Root up to 3 is that it's not going to happen, because we've
it doesn't
talked
like
and
it.
talked and
Yeah.
talked about this and said it would be the best thing for England, but for one reason or another, his success at number 4, England have decided that if he's comfortable or most comfortable batting there, he has to be accommodated in that position. And I personally think it's a little unfair if we're talking about the legacy of Root, as we will over the next few years, and it's been a tremendous one. Has it actually meant that other players, and I think the answer is yes to this, I don't know what you guys will respond, other players have almost had to sacrifice themselves a little bit for Root, and play in positions that they're not comfortable with and may never be comfortable with. My big bugbear is on Ollie Pope in that respect. I don't think he's a number 3. I've never seen him as a number 3, and in the Bazball era, I honestly think they've ruined a good technique. And you saw it in the first innings when he came out and played that awful shot to a ball on his off stump, immediately trying to clip it through mid wicket. He has to understand he's not Viv Richards, and you can't play in that way early on, in my opinion. You can be innovative, yeah, but you've still got to understand that there are basic technical aspects to batting, and trying to clip your first ball before you've even got a feel of the pitch from slightly outside off stump through mid wicket is not the way to go. And in fact, he did it again last night and got away with it. He got an edge to just wide of third slip, and it went for 4. But he's just, irrespective of the number of runs he's got there, which I think there was a stat the other day that he's got the fourth highest number of hundreds from number 3 in England cricket history. He just looks to me always constantly skittish, constantly as if he could get out at any moment. And so I think while he was never going to turn down the opportunity to bat 3, because you do what your team wants you to do, or what your superiors want you to do, and you believe that you can do it. But I think he's a number 6 all day.
To mix sporting metaphors for a minute, if it helps the boat go faster, then do it. So, and so there has to be, I'm sure, because I'm sure English men's cricket is as corporate as they come. There's a vision of how they want to play, and if it helps achieve that overall end goal, do it. Even if personal sacrifice comes at wider collective gain.
That's a very good point too. Actually, I agree. It's a team game ultimately, isn't it? But in terms of the fact that we have professionals who are trying to make a living, there are competing priorities. Krishna, would you agree with that, or would you?
Oh yeah, absolutely. In the Australian context, I guess it's the same argument we face with Steve Smith. What's his best position? Should he move up to number 3 to protect that position and use his extraordinary skill at that position? But no, he liked batting at 4, and the team feels that they're going to get the best value for the team with him at 4, and I think that's the same with Joe Root.
And there's ironically,
just to mention, there are a couple of super chats, Hendo.
Okay, we haven't had anyone monitoring the.
It's like the voice of God.
Who's supposed to be on? Is anyone supposed to be on socials? Al, are you on?
I can bring up social media in just a second.
Okay, well we'll do that.
Or I can switch out. If Jez, you want to put your video on, I'll turn mine off.
He's gone.
No,
he's gone back.
There was the voice of God, wasn't it?
He's skulked back.
Sorry, I was just mentioning that there are a couple of super chats that haven't been done, including one from me.
All right. Well, do you want to read those out then? And
okay.
Yeah.
So the first one is from Mog, who says, "Is it too late to ring the bear and claim there's a studio emergency?"
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
And
I'll
the
just
next
reread that.
Okay.
Mog says, "Is it too late to ring the bear and claim there's a studio emergency?" To which Alan Turfmore says, "Bear's wasted, starting on the wine early." And I sent $5 in saying, "Sorry, Hendo, the last session is actually likely to go to 7:45 if the time's needed." Because it always does on the last day.
Well, it did
England only need 6.7 runs per over. There you go. I'll bugger off for a bit.
he popped in and he buggered off, and he interrupted somebody in mid flow. I don't know who of you was flowing, but
what I was going to ask is whether Steve Smith is the answer to Australia's opener crisis.
Well, they've opened with him, haven't they, Christian?
They tried it.
Yeah,
tried it. And,
tried it. Didn't like it.
Didn't like it. Yeah, he got a 90 not out somewhere along the line against West Indies in a losing cause. But no, he's not suited for it.
No, I mean he scored runs again yesterday, didn't he? In the West Indies, I think it's Grenada, that Test match, isn't it? He got 70. Top score was 71, I believe.
Yes.
Cameron Green actually managed to get a 50, didn't he? Which is his first contribution from number 3, as far as I can see.
It is, yeah. I mean,
opening the innings looks very difficult there, though.
It's been a bowler series, and it's been fabulous because of that. I mean, scores are between 250 and 300, and it's kept the West Indies in the tests. So I think
I mean, I still think Australia will win this test as they did the last. The West Indies batting is just so brittle.
I don't think they have anyone who's averaging in the 30s even.
Yeah, and look at the fact that you can say that, and Craig Brathwaite has just completed is in the process of completing his 100th test. And I know for a while he was captain, but actually if if that's right, I can't remember it offhand. If he's not even averaging 30, and he's played 100 tests, that's quite extraordinary, as someone might have
It is
said.
extraordinary. and the sad thing I heard is that he might be the last West Indian to get to play 100 tests. With
Yeah,
the limited number of test
that
matches
is-
they play nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, well, they seem to play quite a few tests, but no one goes to watch. And you know, I was discussing this with some of the guys yesterday off air, that a contributory factor to the West Indies' decline is not just the usual things that are discussed, but I think also the World Cup. When they staged the World Cup in 2007, I feel like they lost a bit of the soul of West Indies cricket. I was talking about the fact that when I first went to Barbados for cricket in 1998, you could sit at Bridgetown, you could watch the game, and then at lunch you could walk out the back and there would be people making curried goat and rice and peas and serving it out the back of their properties, and that was just a fantastic draw. You know, you weren't thinking that you're being ripped off by some corporation charging you, like as we see at English county grounds now, certainly the Oval, charging you £8.50 for a beer. You know, it just felt a much overused word, but it felt authentic. You could almost see that they might just sort of do it now as a sort of tourism attraction, you know, so it wouldn't be real, but they would have a couple of people who were being supported by the tourist board pushing out their rice and peas and macaroni and various things like that. But not just
I
that.
sold him short. Actually, he's Craig Braithwaite, actually averaging 32.6.
Well, yeah, but it's not great, is it? So
No.
it's not. I mean, I know that averages are generally coming down, and you know, 35 is the new 40, and 40 is the new 45, and 45 is the new 50 or whatever. But yeah, you're absolutely right. And the other thing that happened in the West Indies was Antigua. You know, they built a new ground. But the one that was just north of the recreation ground, just north of St John's, the capital, was fantastic. I believe, you know, you could literally walk out of the city to the ground, a bit like you can in Adelaide. And you know, then they built the Viv Richards Stadium, which was great. It was a big, comfortable stadium, but it was miles away from the centre of town, and people, you know, didn't have the means or the money or the time to get up there, and you know, just taking a couple of hours or something of a test match. Also, you know, they've spread the game around more islands, and while that might be you think that should be a good thing, you know, maybe they've neglected places like Jamaica, where, you know, which was such a stronghold of West Indies cricket.
We can see people coming out onto the field, Hendo. It looks, according to the rotor, that I should make way for Gary, and Messi Jazz is going to come in on social media. So if both of those people are available, that's marvellous. See you later on. See you later on in this first session, gents.
Okay, thanks very much for your contribution, Al. Thanks, Krishna, for now. Messi Jazz is coming back, and Gary is coming into the equation. We're going to get cricket, would you believe? Cricket has broken out at Edgbaston. And, well, Gary, how do you see events unfolding?
Well, I was interested in Truscothick's interview last night, where he was bit reluctant. He was a bit reluctant to say, yes, we're going to chase it, but he was also reluctant to say we're going to play for the draw. And I suspect that my reading of that, or I should say, is that I suspect that what England will do is they'll back the way they always do, but they just won't look at the scoreboard very often. So they'll back with some freedom. They'll hit the 4 balls for 4, but it won't be a chase. It won't be looking at 370 odd wherever they got last time round at Headingley. So there'll be no sort of thinking about required run rates, how much time is left. They'll just play as they play.
First ball of the morning, which is actually in the afternoon, is pushed out towards gully. There is no gully, so third slip peels off to do the fielding, and Brooke gets a single. England are underway, 73 for 3. Now, I can tell you that we are going to be on for 40 minutes initially, while Tony is working feverishly with artificial intelligence to put together the remaining rotors for the day. So if you are due to be on and you're listening or watching or whatever, pay attention to those rotors as they come through to you. This is Krishna outside the off stump, left alone by Ollie Pope. Interesting, Gary, that they're starting with Prasid Krishna.
Yeah, I've often wondered about the bowlers that have started sessions in this match. They haven't always gone with the cliche of start with your best bowlers, but Siraj and Arshdeep Singh have clearly been the best seamers on any metrics for India, so I'm surprised it's not one of them.
Pushed down again, slightly off the shoulder of the bat by Pope, but safely enough, bouncing well before third slip.
I mean, I've been there for the last 4 days, and I thought that Siraj bowled really, really well, and Arshdeep Singh did too. They really did step up in the absence of Bumrah, and India have bowled particularly well. England have played some poor shots, but they've won 21 of 35 Test matches under Ben Stokes playing poor shots, so that happens.
Onto the back foot, looked like he wanted to turn that into the onside, maybe played a little early, jabbed it down to the offside instead. There is no run. Messi, who has stayed with us or has joined us?
Well, Jay Grover has sent us another super chat, which you may not enjoy all that much.
Oh, really?
He sent us £5 and said, "Hendo, you knob. Only the faithful will send Gorilla Cricket backsheesh if you ignore their listenership surfing on the sound of your own voice." That's cruel.
That's a bit harsh, isn't it? Outside the off stump, left alone, rising ball through to the keeper.
It's usually me who gets that. So
yeah. Well,
sharing the love around. Mark Zip says, "Big news! The Gorilla claimed their discount at the yard sale, first time ever since the Sofa days. Thanks to the Jersey jingler Richard Peel, who came by the yard sale in yesterday."
Oh, excellent. Bringing gorillas together around the globe. Krishna, none for 7. About to complete his 4th over, the first of the morning. It's looked like a pretty tasty half volley, which Pope has just stabbed back to mid-off. That is the end of the over. Let's hear the sound of Messi's voice.
Well, Jay has sent us another super chat with a bit of contrition. He sent us £2, said, "Sorry, that were a bit harsh."
Yeah, it's sometimes nice to have a little bit of personal reflection, isn't it, Jay? On the basis that I've come in for 4 days of this test, I don't get paid, and I've sat here talking for 2 hours to keep you all entertained, hopefully. Anyway, I shall be off in 40 minutes. Less than that now.
Jez, you're usually across this. How many overs have we lost today? Is it
10. 10.
Yeah. Well, here is Akashdeep. I was very impressed with him live. He's got a bit of zip, but he's also got that skidding on action.
Yeah, here he comes. Brilliant last night. Bowling to Brooke, quite wide of the crease, and he digs that into the offside without any great timing. There is no run. Now, I saw Akashdeep bowling in that New Zealand series earlier this year, or was it late last year? Late last year. And I was quite impressed with him. And then I got the impression that Indians weren't greatly impressed with him. he's come in and he's done a fantastic job. And here he is again. Bowls to Brook. Brook waits for this one, defends it square. I think there's a lot of talk about India missing Mohammad Shami, but if anyone's a straight swap for him, isn't it Akashdeep? He's got, as you say, Gary, he's got that sort of skiddiness, not a tall guy particularly, but effective, quick arm action.
I think Mohammad Shami is outstanding round the wicket, and I haven't seen Akashdeep yet round the wicket or much, but he is similar.
This one is straighter and it's flicked into the onside by Brook, finding Shubman, I think it is, there at mid wicket. There is no run.
I have news.
You do?
News: South Africa are 186 for 2 against Zimbabwe in Bulawayo in the second test of that series. David Bedingham has 71. I think he's a fine player. And Wian Mulder has just raised his 100.
Has he not recently got... Did he not get 100 in the previous test? Onto the front foot comes Brook in defence.
Yeah, I think he did.
Yep.
I mean, but, with the greatest respect to Zimbabwe, we had this discussion at the beginning of the year when Pope and Crawley smashed big hundreds. How much is 100 against Zimbabwe currently worth?
Well, they got 147 in the previous test.
Well, there you go. He's doing something for his test average. Let's put it that way.
But he's also rescuing South Africa, who lost 2 quick wickets. So,
did they? Okay.
Yeah, notwithstanding the quality of the opposition, it's still a very decent knock.
Akash in, defended on the line of off stump by Brook. And the score remains 73 for 3. Brook 16, Pope 24. One ball remaining in the over.
This might be a bit of my kind of theory here, because each morning the ball has done plenty. England were a bit unlucky not to get 2 umpires' calls in their favour on the very first morning. The test would have looked very different had they got the finger there. But of course, this is not morning, as you've already pointed out. This is afternoon, and I think the ball quietens down a bit in the afternoon.
In again, bowls, and this is angled onto the leg stump. It's nicely pushed away down to deep square leg by Brook. He'll take the single. He'll keep the strike. Messi.
Farong asks an important question. GPL revised closing time. Without the pair, we're not really in a position to change the closing time, so the GPL will close in 13 minutes.
Right, yes.
How many runs are going to be today? There's a pot of about 42 quid at the moment, I think.
Yeah, let's add to that. You've got 13 minutes, so you've got to make a quick decision. GorillaCricket.com/competition. Follow the prompts if you're not already registered. Do it really quickly. And
have we got another super chat from Jay?
Oh, we'll come back to that as Prasid Krishna is going to continue. He seems a little bit more accurate today than we've seen from him before. This is defended by Brook. And there is no run.
Jay sent us a fiver with further contrition. I'm pre-gaming for tail-enders this afternoon. Boo's grumpiness kicked in too early. Sorry again.
Well, to be honest, Jay, I mean, can you look yourself in the mirror and say, this is defended on the front foot, and consider yourself a true gorilla if you are betraying us with tail-enders? Presumably you're giving them money. You're giving money indirectly to our competitors. Shame on you, Jay. Shame on you.
No, he's using it as a recruitment exercise to let everybody there know they should be listening to Gorilla Cricket.
Oh, well, if you do manage to sort of get chatting to people about the Gorilla Cricket shower curtain, then I think that's all good, and I forgive you. Krishna bowls. Oh, now that's risen on Brook. He's actually played it well. Down past the diving third slip. Jadeja has to go and retrieve it. They get back for a second, but that might worry England slightly.
It's happened all match. There was the odd one got up all match. Most obviously, the snorter that Ben Stokes got on the first morning, but or in England's first innings. But I think he's been a little harsh on Praseed there. I mean, his accuracy was bowling to a plan, and that's where these pitch maps and things all just go out the window in data, because he was told to bowl 5 overs of bounces to Jamie Smith, and Jamie Smith said, fantastic, I'll eat that for lunch.
Krishna in again, full driven but mistimed by Brook, who rather closes the face on that and therefore gets it no further than the bowler. I take your point there, but I mean he's been quite expensive in this series so far. But also, let's face it, these have been 2 generally pretty good pitches for batting. It's not been easy for bowlers, and those that have done well have done very well. He's played a slightly loose cut at that one. It's flown away through where a gully might have been in the air, but it's brought England the first one of these of the morning, or the afternoon.
Innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
I know, maybe he had more control of that than I gave him credit for. Maybe it was a very well placed shot.
Yeah, I think he was aiming for that. It is possible on a slow pitch, of course, to play the ball behind you and aim sort of past the leg slip on one side and through a gap in the gully the other way.
Krishna bowls back of a length, defended down into the offside by Brook. There is no run. End of the over. England 80 for 3. Messi.
I'm pissed off.
Oh no!
Sorry, I just got a quote for fixing the leak under the slab. $2,500.
What's that in real money? What's that in proper money?
It's about 1,200 quid. Which I just spent in England.
Can you not tell them? Can you not tell them you have holidays to take and people to meet?
Yes. One thing I should point out, with the 80 overs to be bowled today, if it goes that far, India will still get 15 overs, 16 overs, I think, with the new ball at the end of the day, which works out quite well for them.
Yeah, I did make that point earlier, I must admit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's just that there is, even if England are doing well, there's still going to be that chance for India. What's happened there? He's been bowled. Pope, I think, has played on. Akashdeep is absolutely delighted, as are his teammates. It's a 3rd wicket for him. Tony was walking in front of the screen as that happened, so I didn't quite see what it was. We're going to see the replay, and I can give you a little bit more detail. It jumps on him, and he's onto the front foot, and he gets a thick inside edge down onto the stumps. No, I don't think you can really blame Pope for that one. It's very upsetting. He heaves a deep sigh of regret and disappointment, but he has to go off. England are 80 for 4. Ollie Pope out for 24. Tony's here.
Well, no, it's the easiest way to give you some quick production notes.
Yes.
Check the WhatsApp groups, because that's the schedule for the day will be in that.
Ooh.
Anyone listening, any gorillas listening, get yourselves onto Zoom, who, if you're on that rota, so you stand ready and Hendo doesn't have to get up and down like a jack in the box, because even if he's not on air, he still has to be ready to do jingles and things. That's basically it. And I've tried to keep you to times you would have been on anyway, near enough, but with some exceptions.
That was a fine.
Thank you so much.
Good night.
Thank you so much, Tony. I know how hard it is when this shit happens.
Are you off now, Tone? Or are you? Yeah, Tony's having to make a break for the hills. So I'm all alone. I'm all alone as England descend into the abyss.
That was a very fine ball from Akashdeep, and one of the things that India have done, I think, better than England is they've bowled on the stumps, and if you bowl on the stumps, that is a very dangerous ball that lifts and cuts in a little bit and that's what Pope got.
On a king pair is the England captain Ben Stokes. He turns it away, so he's off a king pair, and the slipperiness in the outfield is shown there as the man running round at long leg slips and goes to ground.
Often with England dismissals, you're looking for some kind of contributory negligence by going hard at the ball or trying to work it into the leg side or something like that. Pope did nothing wrong there. He just got beaten by too good a ball. It was Swell down there, banished from the slips after too many drops at Headingley. He's now in the deep and not enjoying the wet grass by the looks of it.
No, indeed, that should soon dry up because the sun is out. Round the wicket is Akash to the England captain, and the ball bounces past the bowler. And for a moment, Stokes thought there might be a single that he could snaffle, but not in the end.
This is the Mohammad Shami test, because I think Shami's absolutely outstanding bowling round the wicket to left-handers. So Akashdeep has now gone round the wicket to the left-handed Stokes. So let's see what he does.
Oh, now, well, you may not have seen it, Gary. I don't know where you were, but last night I think it was in Akash's first over. He was round the wicket to duck it, and he got a ball to move so late it was almost past the wicketkeeper. But this is defended into the onside. There is no run, and everyone, to a man, thought that Duckett had edged it through the keeper.
I was.
You did see that?
There.
What a ball that was there, and that was from
behind
round the
the
wicket.
bowlers.
He was
behind
beautiful.
the bowler's arm. And
Yes, you did. I think you said something like.
It clearly took the pad. I was very surprised on the radio and elsewhere. People were saying, "Oh, he must have edged that," because you do get a particular perspective high up behind the bowler's arm, but it just looked like pad to me.
As it turned out to be, but it was an absolute corker of a delivery. This is defended on the back foot by Stokes, and there is no run. Akashdeep has figures of 3 for 39. He has 7 wickets in the match, which is, we're still in the situation where no one in the Indian team, apart from Mohammad Siraj and Akashdeep, has taken a wicket. So if you look at the sort of the fact that England's innings was built on 2 great knocks, flicked away by Stokes for a single up to mid-on. If you think of it in those terms, you have to say that as a bowling unit, it's really been all about 2 men too.
It's also been all about the new ball. They've bowled overs with the new ball, and it's about now that in the previous 3 innings that it's all gone quiet with the ball. So let's see if it does the same thing.
Yep.
Yeah. Jay Grover is reassuring you. He's obviously becoming our brand ambassador himself. He says, "I'm wearing the shirt and taking the bag, Hendo."
Go for it. Go for it.
Although he
Jay.
says, "I'm not fucking talking to anyone, though."
Can you just sort of dance around a little bit, maybe, so people see this T-shirt and the bag? Be a bit visible.
And in relation to tailenders, Fluffy says they've got no horns and they've got no tail. And Jay says, "Fluffy, you've been mining a glorious vein of pop culture surrealism recently."
Krishna round the wicket himself to the left-handed Ben Stokes, who props forward in defence. Now, actually, I'm just thinking to myself.
GPL closes in 2 minutes.
Okay, GPL. I'm just thinking, a tailenders recording on the day that the test is coming to the boil.
It's weird.
That is weird. I mean, I would understand it if you all sat there and someone got a TV in and you just watched the cricket together rather than doing a podcast. Anyway, here is Krishna again to Stokes, head over the ball in defence, 2 slips and a gully.
Weren't Ian Botham and Andrew Strauss at Wimbledon on Friday or Saturday? I'm not sure. So cricketers don't always watch cricket.
Chris Broad is at the Grand Prix today. Sorry, Stuart Broad.
I mean, he's probably got some promotional duties there, but yeah, I mean, it's I've always thought one of the characteristics of guerrilla cricket, and before that the long lost days of Test Match Sofa, is that we all watch a lot of cricket, and sometimes the pundits that you have on other commentary services don't necessarily do so.
Oh, now he's got that through the defences, I think, of Stokes and hit him on the pad, but high. There was an inquiry by the bowler, but I don't think a particularly vociferous one.
Although I ought to qualify that by saying that earlier on I was listening to BBC's commentary service, and Michael Vaughan surprised me by knowing quite a lot about what was going on at the moment in county cricket, so credit to him for that.
But was he in any way supportive?
Yes, he was, yeah, he was talking about
shorter and played with the angle to mid-wicket by Stokes.
He was talking about Yorkshire players and other players around the counties and who might be able to come out of the county game for future England, indeed the immediate future for England, because the injuries keep piling up. Brydon Carr certainly looks like he'll miss at least one test, and then there's others, the question mark over Jofra's fitness and various other things, and he spoke, I hate to say it, but Michael Vaughan did speak very well on the wider world of English cricket.
We have actually talked about that this morning, funnily enough. Defended on the front foot by Stokes, and said that when he sticks to not trying to be controversial, Michael Vaughan is actually well worth listening to. But when he's just trying to pander to the Indian audience in particular, it's just tiresome. 83 for 4. Stokes has 3. Brooke has 23. England have lost Pope this morning and may lose hope along with him. Krishna in, bowls to Stokes. Stokes leaves outside the off stump. End of the over. Messages. Bring me your
big news. Fluffy
Yeah.
says you can purchase a Guerrilla Cricket shower curtain.
Yes.
Yeah, not only can you do that, I've posted the link there on the chat, and at the moment they're 25% off. There's a whole lot of stuff in our merchandise store that is 25% off. So I strongly recommend you make the best of the sale. The T-shirts are particularly good. They last forever, and they make an impact. So, yeah, go to our merchandise store from the link at the top of our website to have a look at those. Hope rain in Coventry is heading your way, says Paul Stratton. Yes.
We shall see.
There's going to be no more rain, I don't think.
Akash bowls, and a late decision from Brooke to wave a bat at that one sends it backward as square, and maybe gets into a little trouble by wanting the single. I think Stokes has sent him back. Yeah, he's ball watching. Oh, and then Stokes starts to come. Oh, and they almost meet in the middle of the pitch. That could have been the comedy run out that we normally get in an England collapse. So the fact that they actually managed to avoid that might be a good sign.
Well, I'll come back to that after this ball.
Akash in, bowls, tries to play that by opening the face and running it down to third man. Picks out the slip fielder, but no danger of a catch.
Well, there's been no aggression whatsoever from the England batters this morning. I think there may have been one boundary, or not sure, but there's certainly been no driving, no pulling, no cutting, no attempt to push the pressure back onto the bowlers, which is not the Bazball way. But also with that run out, that perhaps betrays a slight lack of clarity in mind that they're playing against type here by, I hate to say this, batting for the draw.
I'll come back on that one. Oh, what a ball! He's out, LBW, surely. Yes, he is. That has shot back. There was absolutely nothing he could do about that. He couldn't get his bat down in time. He was almost knocked off his feet. They're going to review it, but that is out. That is so out.
Are you
Brooke
sure
goes.
it's not outside? Is it outside off?
I don't think so, and you might even argue that he's not playing a shot because he didn't have time to play a shot.
Yeah,
that absolutely jagged back. That's a stunning delivery. Has it hit a crack? It might have hit a crack.
It's quite high.
Yeah, but he's not moved at all, has he? It's been
He
given.
is playing a shot.
He is playing a shot, yeah, just about. But what happens afterwards, as he's hit, maybe it's the fact that he's been hit that sends him sort of groping. Whoa, it's umpire's call! The umpire's call has come back to haunt England because, of course, if you remember, there were those early decisions that India got away with, which were umpire's call. But no such luck for Harry Brook. It's a different umpire. It's Chris Gaffney at the other end who's upheld that. And the end is nigh, I tell you. England 83 for 5. Not anything he could do about that delivery. It was a good ball. It may have been a crack because, I mean, even when the bowlers have been bowling really well, these Indian bowlers on this pitch with the new ball, I haven't seen one quite do that. And Harry Brook is gone for 23.
But there is some tentativeness in the footwork of both Pope and Brook there. I'm being harsh because they were good deliveries, they were on the stumps, they did a bit off the pitch. But in both cases, they're kind of standing over the crease. They've neither gone forward nor back. And again, this is the worry about not having completely clear mind, not being sure what the strategy is. Because I think if they'd been in full chasing mode, I think Brook would have been forward with hard hands to that. And he may have missed it, he may have got an inside edge to it, but I don't think he'd have been neither here nor there as he was with that delivery. It was hard to play, but his footwork was indeterminate.
It's all opinions, and my opinion is I totally disagree. I think that was a almost unplayable delivery. I also think I don't really agree with this notion of the lack of clarity, because England are not going to score 570 runs. No one has come close to doing that on a final day, even with the abilities of some of the players that they've got. You cannot put pressure back on India in a meaningful sense by even playing a few shots here. At 83 for 4, then becoming 83 for 5. You just can't do it. You've got to go out there. You have got to go out there and see off the opening bowlers. They are fresh. The ball is still relatively new. They are bowling better than England's bowlers. They haven't really been offered. They've been offered nothing so far to hit. This is pushed down into the third slip area by Jamie Smith, and there is no run. I mean, England.
The other thing I'd say is that Stokes frequently bats for the first 30 balls or so very cautiously. He doesn't go hell for leather.
Duncan Fletcher used to say that you had to defend positively, by which he meant that you had to do a bit like Shubman Gill was doing yesterday. Big stride, meet full face of the bat with the ball, and I don't think England have been doing that. I'll come back to the put pressure back on, because I've got an argument for that in a moment.
Akash deep into Smith. Well, there's a shot in anger. Well, not even anger, controlled positivity from Jamie Smith. He's put it away through extra cover. Very nice stroke. One of these.
So in the middle of the Brook and Smith stand, India were leading by, I think, around 350 runs or something. But there was a bit of panic in the field. There were fielders going everywhere. Shubman Gill went to the bouncer attack. And I, sitting next to someone, I turned around and said, you'd think that England were leading by 200, not trailing by 200. So it can be done. I'm not saying England should do it. But what I am saying is that England have to be positive in defence as much as they're positive in attack. They have to have the belief that they have when they're chasing 370, that same belief that they can bat out 80 overs. Haven't quite seen that yet.
I think there's belief, and then I think there's
delusion.
Delusion, yeah. Pushed up to mid-off by Stokes, who remains on 3.
Deluded to think you can bat 80 overs.
No, it's not deluded to think you can bat 80 overs, but it is deluded to think that in those 80 overs that you can get 550 runs.
I don't think anybody's saying that. What's saying is you have to have a mindset and a clarity of thought that says we're going to play this game positively.
You can play positively. I mean, you can play positively, but sometimes you have to agree and admit that the bowlers won't allow you to play positively. This is played positively. It's right up in the area that Ben Stokes would most like it, on his legs and full, and he's flicked it away through mid-wicket.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
I think you're misunderstanding my point a little bit. I'm not arguing with that really, Gary. Yeah. I am arguing that when you are chasing a target initially of 608 and you've lost 3 wickets, you've lost 3 of your finest stroke makers. You still have a couple or 2 or 3 to come, to be fair, which is, an argument. But I don't think you can really put pressure back on a team that isn't going to lose, defended to mid-wicket. Even allowing for the strides that Bazball may have made in attacking cricket and transferring pressure back to the bowlers, I don't think that in arguing that England could win this today, I feel that people are taking Bazball at its extreme. Krishna bowls a little bit of movement as he presses forward, and it goes off a thick outside edge to back the point. There is no run.
Did anybody seriously do that without a nudge, wink, wink there?
Well, I think some people did. I really do.
I certainly wasn't arguing at any point here that England can win. What I am saying is that 3 days ago, India looked rattled despite having a 300-odd lead when Jamie Smith was teeing off and Harry Brook was hitting boundaries. They did look rattled.
I think any bowler gets rattled if you get into that groove of actually hitting a series of boundaries. Bowlers do get rattled by that, but it doesn't always come off, and it doesn't come off to the effect that it did with Smith and Brook very often. They still had a pretty good wicket to bat on, and I'm not arguing that this isn't still a pretty good wicket to bat on, but I would say that there have been a couple of balls. The ball that got Pope, yes, it was a good ball, but it also jumped on him as he came forward. And I know you said that there has been the odd ball, but throughout this test, but I got the impression that it's done it a little bit more already in this little session that we've had. 92 for 5, Stokes 7, Smith 4, and
we've just seen a sequence of Harry Brook there, the 3 balls, 2 that before he was dismissed, and then the ball that dismissed him. And in each case, his feet have gone absolutely nowhere. His feet have just sort of crouched in the crease.
But then again, that's how he plays. That is actually how he plays, and that's what people love when it comes off.
Let me finish the sentence. That when he was making the 100,
tucked away to mid-wicket,
he was playing much more forcefully on the front foot. When he started the evening before, he was very tentative and a bit lucky to survive. But once he came out the next morning, he played more positively, he hit some boundaries, that he was moving his weight into the ball, and Harry Brook does move his weight into the ball well. But in the 3 deliveries we saw there, the third one of which got him out, there was no movement of weight across the crease at all.
Well, I will take issue with that to a certain extent. That if you look at the way that Harry Brook ultimately got out in the first innings, even allowing for the fact that he had quite serious cramp, he was done by a good ball with the new ball. His feet didn't go anywhere, and the ball came back through a massive gap. And he does play like that. And when he's at his best, he times the pants off it. I would argue that he doesn't necessarily always transfer his weight particularly well. This is driven up to mid-on. A lovely shot, actually, by Smith, but won't beat the fielder. I would argue that he gets runs in that way, but as with so many batsmen, his strength can almost also be his weakness. And, I don't think he is technically 100%. He is again another of these guys who he's brilliant and inspired, and is capable of playing orthodox shots that are wonderful. This is a play and miss by Smith outside the off stump, but he does hang his bat out a little bit. He relies on his eye for the timing, and I don't think that there are many batsmen in this England team who are technically as good as they need to be. If it comes down to surviving, but surviving also in a positive way. I think we were just going to have to disagree on that, Gary. Your opinion is valid and mine too. Akash into Smith, onto the legs, through square leg it goes. They will take one. Mohamed Siraj, we haven't seen him so far today, does the fielding. 93 for 5. Smith 5, Stokes 7.
I do think we should acknowledge a sign that was just held up in the crowd by one of the Indian supporters that said, "Hi Bazball, meet Akash and Siraj."
Yeah, well, that's also quite easy to say when you're in this position, isn't it?
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. I'm perfectly happy to disagree. I do think you're slightly misrepresenting me.
Well, I think you're slightly misrepresenting me, Gary.
Finish the sentence.
No, be honest, Gary. I always let you finish your sentences, and I just want to make the point. You're talking about being misrepresented. I feel that you're misrepresenting me. Pushed back to the bowler by.
Where are the
Stokes.
super chats? This is the sort of thing people are here for. This should be attracting huge super chats.
I have never, and I didn't claim that England are technically perfect batsmen. Very few of them are anywhere near, for example, Shubman Gill in terms of being technicians. But my specific point was about them not moving their weight into the ball. Ollie Pope and Harry Brook in the 2 dismissals that they've had today. And Harry Brook, when he was in the middle of that big innings...
Oh, no! Oh, goodness me, Stokes has almost perished. He's got away with that. He was trying to leave the ball at the last minute, didn't get his bat out of the way quickly enough. It came off the underside of the bat as he tried to lift it and could have crashed into his stumps, but has gone between bat and the leg stump. Oh, that was mighty close.
It's another tentative shot, but my point was that their feet were going nowhere. Now the alternative is that you've got Zach Crawley thrusting hard at the ball, getting out.
This is on the leg stump, and Smith has whipped it away. There's no one down at fine leg. He's picked himself 4 runs.
There's not one ball for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
And Harry Brook's dismissal was poor technically, but he'd been back in over 6 hours and had over 150. But when he was motoring in the middle of his innings, I think his footwork was pretty good. He does, like a lot of players, stay leg side of the ball, but his transference of weight over the crease was appropriate for the delivery. And we've seen 2 dismissals and now Ben Stokes get an inside edge where there isn't any movement forward or back. They're just kind of crouching over the crease.
He wasn't. He was at his front foot. It didn't go very far.
So it's 5 overs since I managed to get a tweet in with you two going full ball. Jay Grover just says, "Please stop fighting." Sobs.
Krishna is starting a new over, bowling to Stokes. It's full, and he meets that with the full face of the bat, just about getting it past the flailing diving man at mid-on, who did get a hand to it, and I think ended up in the sawdust, which has been placed there because
Jay
of
has sent
the rain.
another £2 just to reinforce that message. To ask you boys to stop fighting, please.
Well, Gary and me, we do not see cricket
everything eye to eye
the same way. But that was quite funny. Almost as funny. Almost as funny as Rishabh Pant throwing his bat to various parts of the outfield yesterday. What I will say about that last shot that you were talking about with regards to Stokes is that looking at it from side on, he is initially trying to let the ball come to him, which we always say is a good way to play. This is scuttled through to the wicketkeeper, left alone. It looks like he then tries to leave it at the last minute, and he doesn't get his bat out of the way. We would normally praise that kind of batting, letting the ball come right under you, under your eyes, under your head, have a good head position. England's 100 has come up, by the way. Stokes has moved into double figures, and the target remains an impossible 608. Krishna in bowls a bouncer, and Stokes plays it well. He just rocks his head away from it, out of the line of the ball.
I have a confession from Alan Turfmore. He says, when I was a teenager in the 80s, I had Samantha Fox pictures on my bedroom wall. Which takes us back to where we were yesterday.
Yeah, I don't know why. I've got a pillow that I'm using for my back in these deep chairs, and yesterday I left it in the chair next to me while I was the only person on air in the studio, and someone decided to christen it Samantha Fox. That's hit him on the pad. Was there some edge involved? Not sure, but not great interest on that. There is no run. So Samantha Fox was christened. My pillow was christened Samantha Fox. We did point out that a lot of people might not know who Samantha Fox was, and then when we described her as a page 3 girl, as she was back in the 70s, 80s, quite rightly, people don't know what a page 3 girl is. Even now, and may long it remain so. This is played.
Society has stepped forward in some areas.
Yeah, this is played down into the gully. There is no run. I thought that was the end of the over, but there's still one to come. Let me look at the rotors, because presumably I should be off fairly soon. I need to go and have a lie down and consider my life choices. Let me have a look at Tony's rotor.
Gary's on ball by ball, Al is on socials, and Will is going to be on summarising if he's in the waiting room. Is he in the waiting room?
I'll have to go and have a look. I can't see him at the moment. This is defended by Stokes
he is.
Finish the over. So we made it to 2 o'clock, or is it? I don't know what time it is.
It's 20 past 1, and we're changing over.
Sir.
Yeah.
Okay, changing.
Thanks, guys. And you'll let in Will as we go past.
I will. Okay.
Cheers.
Hey, Gary.
Hello, Al. How are you?
I'm doing okay. 71 overs to go.
Yeah, I won't invite you into discussion as to whether England are playing too tentatively, because I think the listeners have had enough of that. But I want England to attack and to defend positively. And Jamie Smith's doing that. I'm not sure the other England batters have done it to the best of their ability. But it's been some splendid bowling.
Do I have a technical question for you in a second?
Praseeb is in, and that's a lovely nip backer that goes right through Jamie Smith and over the top of the leg by Alan Smith. Casts a wary eye back. Plenty of work to do to survive here for England.
You're in good form if you don't touch that.
Yeah.
Or if that doesn't touch the top of middle stump. When a pace bowler is bowling to Stokes around the wicket, I think when Stokes takes a step forward, he takes a step forward on the wrong line.
In what sense?
I think he comes straight, and I think he needs to take his front foot closer towards the line of the bowler.
This is just pushed into the offside. Well, this is a change of batting styles, at least partly caused by white ball, in that so many batters stay, as they say, leg side of the ball to, as they say, access the covers through freeing their arms. And I agree with you that Test match cricket rewards those who put their foot across to the ball and play it under their eyes. But you're limiting your scoring opportunities as a result of that. And I think one example was, as Praseeb is in here, just defended with an immaculate bat. There's Jamie Smith definitely playing it under the eyes. was Jason Roy, who had a brief spell in Test cricket but never played the ball under his eyes, played the way he did in white ball cricket by freeing his arms, and was caught at slip, caught behind, and had the ball hit the top of the off stump far too often.
Yeah, no, it's a tricky one, and we're not talking anything other than small margins, but big games are often decided by small margins.
Well, we've had 3 umpires' calls already, not today, but in certainly 3 I can recall in this test, as this ball again goes past the inside edge of Jamie Smith and through to the keeper. We've had umpires' calls have been critical on the first morning of this match, and another one there that saw off Ben Stokes. Good bowling by Praseed there. He is presenting the seam in a traditional way. If you want to seam the ball into the right-hander, which is you show the seam to leg slip, if you like, and then hope that as the ball bounces it will hit the seam and then travel in a direction of leg slip, and that's exactly what that ball did. And he's bowling very well here as Praseed Krishna. This is defended, a little bit of an outside edge from Jamie Smith, but head over the ball, Al, head over the ball.
Well, it's good cricket all round, because I think Deep is bowling the ball a little fuller.
Yes, it is Akash Deep. I apologise for misidentifying the bowler. Yep.
And so, I know it's sunny now, but we did have a rain delay. There's probably a bit of humidity in the air, and he's encouraging the ball to move. I know the movement that did for Brook was movement off the pitch, but he's certainly putting the ball in an area where just the slightest hint of movement is providing all sorts of trouble.
Well, as he has done all test, he's bowling at the stumps. We've got an on Hayden now, and that's too much at the stumps. It's on leg stump, and Jamie Smith lifts it perhaps a little aerially, but gets to mid-wicket, and they'll jog an easy 2. I think, is Will supposed to be with us? I don't know.
I'm not sure whether Hendo is in charge of letting people in. I'm sure that Will is in the green room.
Oh, okay.
We'll struggle through.
It's the end of the over, 102 for 5. The target is 5 more wickets for India. You're the target.
So, fluffy dog day afternoon, take Akash hostage. Eric comes on, reminded tea is going to be at 5:10 p.m. Lockie, yesterday was horrible, today's diabolical. Jay Grover, Will, Dickensian, Orphan Reynolds. Knitting, the sun is shining. There's a sense here that there is an inevitability about the results, just a matter of how far into the day you go, I suppose.
Yeah, and we're seeing a zoom close up on Sky of the point I was making 3 or 4 balls earlier, where the seam is pointed towards first slip and seams away from the right-hander, and it's pointed towards leg slip and seams in to the right-hander, as Ben Stokes is back with much more positive footwork and defends that ball to mid-on, and there is no run. Stokes has 10, Smith has 11. This is Praseed Krishna.
It's funny, these two represent 2 halves almost of the Holy Grail. The fast bowling, or at least medium fast bowling, all-rounder, and a wicket-keeper who can bat.
Yeah, it's the classic 6-7 combination that the best England side seem to have, as Jamie Smith gets one down the leg side, and I think it may have just taken the thigh pad. It's gone down to long leg. It has taken the thigh pad, and they're through for 2. You think the best England sides have a kind of first change, pacey bowler, a bit above medium, batting at 6, and then a keeper who can bat at 7, although Gilchrist has rather moved on the definition of a keeper who can bat. There was a time when Alan Knott, averaging sort of 31 and 4 Test hundreds or something, was remarkable as a keeper batsman. This ball is defended, fielded well off his own bowling by Praseed, no run.
But it's useful in the series that we're in and the series that are due to come. that it feels, you don't really want to give attention to it for fear that you might curse it, but it feels that there's a certain flexibility within selection that's afforded by having these two pieces in place.
Yeah, I'll come back to that after this ball, because Ben Stokes gets one on leg stump and clips it to a man who's well positioned there at squarish mid wickets, because he hits a lot there, and it was fielded, no run. I actually think Jamie Smith's too good to be at 7 and keeping. I'd have James Rew in there of Somerset, and I'd play Jamie Smith as a specialist batsman. I also think that India will be improved, especially in these 5 test series where tests are played back to back, if Dhruv Jurel took the gloves and Rishabh Pant played as a specialist batsman. His keeping was not good to the spinners earlier in this match. This ball is hit hard by Ben Stokes, but again he picks out the man who is Jaiswal at short extra, and it is no run.
I think we've just got to... Feels though that, if this goes the way that we assume it will, that sooner or later that the 10 wickets will be taken, to lose a Bumrah-less test almost feels like losing on away goals. This one almost counts double.
It's true, but I'll come back to that after this ball. Round the wicket is Prashib, and that was defended a full toss, actually, just punched up to mid-on. There is no run. A certain element of frustration in Ben Stokes playing shots and not getting runs. The only thing I would say is that Bumrah was pretty anonymous in the second innings chase at Headingley, and Suraj and Akashdeep in particular, and in this innings I think Prashib have all bowled particularly well. A peak Bumrah would certainly have added something to this bowling lineup. It would add to anybody's. But the Bumrah we saw in the second innings at Headingley would not have added anything to this bowling lineup, I don't think.
Well, let's see what we can see on social media. Will Reynolds, I will commentate on what I can see. Jay Grover has referred to Will as scratching on the frozen window pane, to which Will has replied, "They are eating roast goose as my whooping cough worsens. I've lost feeling in my toes. Frostbite approaches," which is the message of this day or any day, I think.
Just stepping outside and maybe some time. As this ball is punched hard by Jamie Smith. He's such a classy bat, really. But it's hauled in on the wet outfield by Jadeja, running back to extra cover, and they're through for 2. England 106 for 5. You'll forgive us if we don't mention the score as often as we otherwise would do, because the score is a little immaterial. It's a matter of who's batting and what that indicates for the resources left for England.
The only important bit is the 4 number of wickets, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not enough for 5. Chasing too many.
2 short mid wickets now for Jamie Smith, who's in behind it with an immaculate defence, and there is no run. I'll make mention of something I put in the piece I wrote last night, and I mentioned at the Guardian and got had some disagreement with, is that I almost got tired of watching Shubman Gill yesterday. He's made 430 runs in the match. You know, it's understandable that you get tired of watching him, but I got tired of watching him for a particular reason that I'll come to after this delivery. I'd be interested in your view, Al. Okay. As Krishna's in again, defended by Jamie Smith, no run. Is that he was so much in the zone that's accessed by few sports people. John McEnroe, Ronnie O'Sullivan. There's probably some others as well, and certainly some others as well. That lap by Ayrton Senna when he overtook everybody, and when he was so obviously in the zone that he was making a hard game look easy. I mean, it really looked very, very easy to defend, to score runs on the offside, on the onside, from short balls, from full balls, from spin, from pace, from everything. as Krishna's in again, and this is beautifully driven by
Shot.
James Smith. What a shot that is! That's the Jamie Smith of the first innings, and he helps himself to 4 runs through mid-off. But yeah, I kind of started thinking, well, this is spoiling the game really, because it's not easy to play Test match cricket, and Shubman Gill just made it look like a walk in the park. Is that being unfair?
I think so.
Yeah, most people.
But I think that the reason for that is because normally when we watch sport, I'll just let this ball be bowled.
Yeah, and this is another immaculate forward defence. It's slightly toppling over, to be fair, but I'll let him have that no run.
We watch sport for the contest, and we watch it without having an appropriate level of skill to be able to replicate. And so what we saw with Gill, what you're effectively saying is you didn't think it was a fair fight.
Yeah, I think, but I'm not saying that because of the pitch or because of the quality of the bowling. It's because he was levels above what you would expect to see. And I'll make specific reference in a moment, because here's the ball again from Krishna. This is down the leg side, and Smith has a bit of a whip at that, but misses it through to the keeper. Is that I saw Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes put on that huge stand against South Africa when they were balling it all over the place. But you could still see the effort in that. You could still see, that they had to put a lot into the shots, that they had to hit the ball hard. Shubman Gill just didn't seem to do anything yesterday. He was sixes behind square, just lifting the ball as it went past him. If he had a cigar on at the time as a Maharaja, he wouldn't have been surprised.
You've watched a lot of sport though, and have done for some considerable time.
Yeah, I'm lucky. Yeah.
Did you ever think Pete Sampras was boring?
I did actually. I did, because he was one-dimensional. Because he was.
But that one dimension.
Yeah, I thought Sampras was a bit one-dimensional. He was a bit serve volley, and to be fair, they did then change the balls at Wimbledon, and they slowed it down because they didn't want the game to become too serve and volley. Edberg, on the other hand, had a serve and volley game, but he had more of an all-court game because he needed it. Sampras barely needed it.
But I think it's fascinating. If you were to watch, let's say we're going to watch a bit of Wimbledon, and there's a rain delay, and they say, well, we're going to put like the 1995 final or something like 1996 peak Wimbledon Sampras, and you look at it now and you go, oh my god, that's amazing. I think sometimes in the moment we take that notion of someone being levels above, and we turn around, and because it eliminates the fight, what we do is we turn around and we go, well, what's the point of watching this? You know what I mean? Let me. I just need to definitely get to a couple of messages. Right. Okay. Stephen Kelk, I don't have any sound on. There's Hendo stormed off. So
he's off rotor. He's off rotor.
Yeah. So, a question for the panel: should Gill face criticism for not declaring earlier or after his innings, or is he beyond criticism for being the prince?
Well, he's not beyond criticism for being the prince. There were arguments to declare when he did. There were arguments to declare earlier. Proof of the pudding is in the eating. Eating 106 for 5 or something. It's right.
I think as long as the 10 wickets are taken before close of play, then you look at it and go, well, a win is a win. If for some reason there isn't more rain in the offing, maybe for example, or anything like that, then we might have to look at that again. Rav Pyridine, this partnership is critical for England. The longer these guys can stay at the crease, England loss will be held back till then. Absolutely. Let me see.
You're doing well to read this off a phone, Al. It was always beyond.
More back and forth between Will and Jay, creating a Dickensian Christmas Carol type narrative about his inability to get out of the green room. I am sorry, Will.
Wasn't it Little Nell? Wasn't it Little Nell who was at the window tapping to get in the old curiosity shop? I'm not sure, but we've got a very decent crowd in at Headingley. 25 quid for adults, £5 for kids. I think that's pretty good.
It's good value, though.
Price policy there from the ECB. You might say 25. It's still 25. Yeah, but there's
considering
the
it's
grounds have got to
normally
be stewarded. They've got to be all of the overheads. The ECB are not making much money at 25 quid a head, even with a full house.
Normally, we'd say it's 100 plus.
Not in Birmingham, I don't think. It's
certainly in fair London, it would be.
Yeah, in London it's 100 well plus, but it's a bit less out in the provinces. I'll be interested to see the crowd at Old Trafford because if India win this, which is 100 to 1 on now, well maybe not with the rain, so let's not be too swift, but look. Old Trafford for the fourth test is likely to be a live match.
Very much so. Very much so. Pivotal to the series.
And if the crowd don't turn up, then that should be a wake-up call for the ECB that you've got to do one of two things. You've either got to charge them less, or if you want to charge them that amount of money, you've got to put your test matches in grounds where people will pay that kind of money. Because in the northern grounds in the last few years they haven't, as Ben Stokes defends this, and there is no run.
I think the thing that draws people to the ground is something on the line,
But even then we've seen examples where it's just too expensive for people to come, and I know that it gets a bad rap, things like dynamic pricing, but I always say this, when I started flying to Sweden it was like 270 quid fixed prices as this ball was through to the keeper, and once the dynamic pricing came in I was paying 10 quid, 15 quid, sometimes 5 quid, but every plane was full, and that was the idea, to sell every seat in the plane, sell every seat in the ground. Who wants to go to a ground with empty seats? Who wants to see empty seats on the television? Sell every seat in the ground. And if you need to charge less for it, then you've got models and algorithms that we know work and we know deliver profitability. So do that.
Seeing a replay of Stokes' dismissal in the first innings.
It was again, I don't want to harp too much on being in the media centre, but I'll come back to it in a minute, as this ball is driven, pushed really by Ben Stokes to backward point, and there is no run. Very often in the media centre, people are working, they're talking, and you don't usually react to what you see. But there was a very sharp intake of breath in the media centre when Ben Stokes got that lifter there, which showed that it was something out of the ordinary. I want to talk about that pitch there, Al.
Yeah.
I was going to speak to Hendo and Messi Jez about it, because they'll have, as this ball's defended by Ben Stokes, no run. They'll have some memories of it, and I spoke to a bloke who's older than me yesterday about it. But Al, I don't think you'll remember the 80s with quite the same vivid memories as Hendo V and Messi Jez have, or even the 70s. But to me, that's what a pitch in the 70s and 80s would look like, almost on the kind of first afternoon, or certainly the second morning. Where now it's a fifth day pitch, they deteriorate hardly at all these days. And I think that has an impact on the cricket.
Could be we've had a pretty warm early summer. Could be contributory to that.
I think so, but even in the past, 76 was hot, and there were other summers that were hot. You would have much more dust in the bowler's footmarks. You would see them; they'd be blackened as this ball's through to the keeper and no run. But the pitch, say, looks like a kind of 5 o'clock on day one pitch back in the 70s, 80s, into the 90s. And then the drainage comes in. We've seen the benefit of that because they're out playing again so soon after a deluge, which certainly wouldn't have happened in those days.
Yeah.
But the side effect of that is that the pitches pretty much play the same from ball 1 to ball whatever it is at the end of the fifth day.
It's,
as this ball's through to keeping no run.
No, I think that there has to be a certain exercise in trying to provide something that will contribute to 5 full days' entertainment, shall we say?
Yeah, it's the end of the over, 110 for 5, and Al has his glasses up and he's reading your...
Yeah, the first sign of old age, this.
Oh, I can tell you.
Roy Mainwell. Jamie Smith is quite fine for England. The Duke ball is going to seam until that seam goes soft. A lot better seam position from the Indian quicks. I think we talked a little bit about certainly Akash Deep's seam position. Lockie says fast track Duckett's Indian citizenship and give the lad a bowl. Alan Turfmore, sell them at £1 if needed. Just fill the grounds for atmosphere, and then they will buy drinks.
That's what I do with county cricket. That's what I do with county cricket. Free entry, make the money off the concessions.
Paul Stratton absolutely lamping it down in Coventry again. Still hope it's coming your way.
Jadeja's in, and this is defended. There is no run. Somewhat surprisingly, Siraj has not had a bowl. We could have some conjecture that he's not fit, but he certainly looked fit when he was diving full length into a mound of sawdust. So it is a surprise, really. But Jadeja's on, left arm round the wicket, and Jamie Smith gets a very slow delivery, which he cuts to the man sweeping, who I think is Jaswale again, at deep cover, and goes through for single. Smith has 18. Ben Stokes seems to have been on 10 for an awfully long time.
Playing within himself.
Sorry, England on Nelson. Sorry, Al.
I will. As I lift my right foot off the floor, he just seems to be playing within himself. Like you said, the runs at this stage don't necessarily matter at all.
Left arm over is Jadeja. A little bit of turn out of those non-existent foot marks, and I always think when batsmen sort of do that thing where they raise their hands and they go, ooh, that's done a bit there. That must encourage the bowlers. If I was a batsman, I wouldn't be doing that, but I wasn't a batsman.
Bit of tennis ball like bounce out of the sawdust there.
A little bit of puff of
puff of dust. Yeah.
So, but this isn't Nagpur 2010 or whatever it is. Ben Stokes goes back again. I wish that footwork were a bit more positive. Goes back and ends up playing French cricket, really. Missed it, but it was going on to miss leg. Let's have a look at it again. Or was it, did he get an inside?
Inside edge onto the pad.
A little bit of an inside edge there, but I think he's got to be forward or back and not sort of side on as he is there. We've already seen wickets go down with 1 foot one side of the crease, the other the other. He is more positive with that, but taken on the pad. It's fielded at first slip, and the now anointed prince of Indian cricket, Shubman Gill, is picked out by the camera.
Disappointment of slip there was palpable. He was like, yes, and obviously not. No noise.
Well, he's only got one review left, I think, Shubman Gill, so he's going to have to be careful. This is defended by Ben Stokes. It's the end of swift Jadeja over. It's the only way he knows how. England 111 for 5. This is where India might get more overs than the 80 in, because they get 15 in the last hour, I think. Or is it 20? 15, I think, in the last hour. But if they bowl more, then if they bowled more than 65, if they bowled 67 or 68, they're still getting their 15, is my understanding of it. Yeah. So you can hold through.
Sumit Singh says Jadeja is going to love that rough against Stokes, which we've already seen a little bit of.
It's not too bad at rough. I mean, Ben Stokes is left-handed batsman. He's been dealing with that since he was in the under-11s, I suspect. So
probably something like that. Very well. Oh, you have your wish, sir. Siraj to bowl.
Yeah, it is 2 slips for Siraj, or is it just 1 now? Yeah, we'll come out again. I'm slightly surprised. When you've got an entirely notional target, would you not have 2 slips and a gully? There's 2 slips and a fine gully. There's a man at short mid-wicket and another at silly mid-on. But I mean, there's absolutely no need to defend runs whatsoever here. Yeah, there's an on Hayden, one slip, a gap, and a third slip, and Siraj runs through the crease. What's the argument for not having a second slip, Al?
The argument, I suppose, I would have two. I might have three, to be perfectly honest. That there is almost a sense that you feel that because the wickets have come to India without necessarily them forcing the issue in order to be able to take wicket.
As Siraj is in, it's tails in a little bit onto leg stump, and Jamie Smith drives, but it's fielded well at short mid wicket by Jaswal.
That maybe there's a sense that if they can, it's almost like a boa constrictor type view of trying to get the batsman out, which is that if you can put enough pressure on for long enough, the wicket will just inevitably come your way without necessarily trying to. We will force the wicket, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. My logic is slightly different, which I'll come to after this. Jamie Smith is facing up on 18. He gets another ball on the stumps, which he hits off the inside portion of the bat down to square, deep square, and they walk a single. My problem in this situation is that he's got a first slip, he's got a gap, and he's got a third slip. So he obviously thinks the ball could go to the slips. It's not like you sometimes see where there's just no carry whatsoever and it's not going to go. But if he thinks it'll carry to first slip, if he thinks it'll carry to third slip, then obviously he thinks it will carry to second slip, which is a gap.
Oh no, I completely agree with you. I would probably go half umbrella, to be perfectly honest with you.
England have shown no aggression whatsoever so far, as this ball, some aggression there from Ben Stokes, a big flashing drive, but short extra field because he didn't time it. But the ball that Jamie Smith got there, it was fielded at deep backward square. So there's a man at deep backward square. Jamie Smith does hook, and he does hook in the air, often for six, but he hasn't shown any sign of it yet. And wouldn't you want to encourage him to have a go at that? So why is the man at deep backward square and not at second slip? Because he saved maybe one run there. But what's one run? It's
maybe it's a concession that maybe there isn't really anything in the pitch is good.
Yeah, this ball is defended by Ben Stokes, no running. He does have two slips and a fine gully for Ben Stokes.
Maybe a little bit of inexperience in Gill's captaincy as well. Maybe not been in this position, unsure about.
Yeah, can be, and maybe a bit of fatigue. He's been on the field an awful lot of time. By which we should also say that Jamie Smith, certainly Shubman Gill did have some time off the field. I'm not sure whether it was for long, but Sai Sudarshan was on the field for him at times during this match. But Jamie Smith has been on the field keeping and batting an awful lot of overs in this match. As Ben Stokes slashes at this one, gets it to the right hand of backward point, and you can almost see him sort of heaving a sigh of relief there, because he's scored a 4, he's released himself from being on 10 for an absolute eternity and goes to 14. Good shot.
Just fabulous shot. Certainly would have been in that sort of gully area. So far, was it backwards at backward point? But
yeah. But he was in control the whole time.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I sometimes talk about, even in situations like this, when a spinner is on, as Siraj around the wicket again to Ben Stokes, who drives, and he's beaten the sprawling Jaiswal at extra cover, and that's consecutive 4s. We're missing the jingles here to Ben Stokes. So he is trying to give something back to the bowler. And I was going to say, I sometimes talk about you saying you can't just let the spinner bowl. And in situations like this, you can't just let the seamer bowl either. If you don't show any intention to put away the half volley or the short delivery, then they'll just think, I can do what I like here. So, although England don't need to go crazy and try and hit every ball for 4, if a 4 ball presents itself, hit it.
Yes.
And that's what Ben Stokes has done twice there.
Yeah.
Short short ball and then an overcorrected full ball. Al, what have you got on the socials?
Eric says that the required run rate is going up a bit. Alan Turfmore, I was just thinking to myself, it looks like England are trying another Stoke Leaks innings to save the game. While Smith is there, these two can. It's within their notion to bat out.
This ball is just punched to short mid wicket, and it is no run. Dare I even mention two names, Al? Two names: an England captain and an England wicket keeper. Jamie Smith on strike. He goes back and he punches this a little square this time, and therefore he'll get one, maybe two. Yes, he'll get two for it to beat the wicket. I'm thinking Johannesburg. I think 1995 was it?
Atherton and Russell.
Atherton and Russell, an England captain and an England wicket keeper. And
I have to say, even if he gets out the next ball, I'm really quite impressed with the application of Jamie Smith.
Yeah, he's an extremely fine player. This ball is defended
because this isn't what we've seen in this short career so far. Has been different types of innings in different situations, which is
down the wicket goes Jadeja. Smith rocks back and punches this to deep backward point. I don't know why there's a deep backward point, but there is a deep backward point, and he walks a single. He's as I've said for a long time and on air from seeing him as a teenager. I think it's Surrey. He has something different about him. He is really the ceiling is absolutely sky high. Surrey recognised that and took the gloves off him and made him a specialist batsman, but England give him the gloves back and said, you're going to bat 7. He's too good to be batting 7. I think he has to bat 3, 4 or 5. 3 may be a little bit high, but I don't know, we all thought 3 was high for Ricky Ponting until he went there. This is slog swept by Ben Stokes, or it would have been if he'd hit it, but he missed it out of the rough, and there is no run.
He had to go a long way to try and fetch that.
Yeah, but what he's thinking is, I suspect, with a close field, slip, a forward short leg and a leg slip, is that he's more likely to get a top edge and hit it into the outfield than he is and be safe than be defending off and get an edge through to one of those predatory fielders there. Yep. So it's not bad.
Okay.
Paul, get your message.
Paul Stratton, unless we do something quickly about our net attack, which has conceded over 1,700 runs in 2 tests, we are in for a long hot summer. Our batters desperately need some help from our bowlers. Alan Turfmore, England being aggressive, just block and play for singles to try. Oh, sorry, no point England being aggressive, just block and play for singles to see the day out. Fluffy, Australian wickets are more like English wickets these days. It's an upside down world. Alan Turfmore, Gill's fielding positions are very odd. To which Will said I think he's sort of chasing the ball with his positioning, which is good insight from Will.
Yeah, he did that a bit in the first innings, especially when he was under the cosh from the Brook and Smith assault. But all captains do it a bit these days. Siraj again to Smith with 1 slip, a gap and a 3rd slip. Taken on the pad, and there is no run. England's bowlers do need to improve, but we're missing Gus Atkinson, who was a linchpin last season. We're missing Jofra, although we've missed him for a long time. We're missing Mark Wood. Chris Wokes is probably towards the end of his career. I don't think Bryden Cast has been particularly fit for much of this match. It is something of a threadbare England attack, and I think they do. They might not want to play Jofra at Lords, but they might have to, because otherwise it might look so thin.
Be interesting to ever really understand, because by calling him up and not playing him, you deny him the chance to be able to play another warm-up game.
Yeah,
which seems counterproductive.
Yeah. There's just 1 slip now, which I simply do not understand, to Jamie Smith. He has got catchers in front of him on the leg side, and he defends this ball. There is no run, but he'll have to be unlucky to be caught off the edge now, which, when you've got 480 odd in hand, why wouldn't you say to the bowler, well, if you edge it, I'm catching it?
It does feel strange, but and also this is the time where you would maybe want a captain to maybe try a few different things, be a bit innovative.
Yeah, and just make them look like you've got a plan, even if you haven't really. I suppose the plan is, with 2 catching short mid-wickets, I suppose that's the plan. At the end of this over, we'll have a changeover. Al, you'll be doing ball by ball. This is defended by Jamie Smith, who's being given a bit of an armchair ride, as they say, by the field. And he picks the ball up, which I'm not sure is the right thing to do, and tosses it back to, I think, Rishabh Pant. The series has been played in very good spirit. There's been the odd flashpoint, but not very much. Of course, a lot of the players know each other from the IPL and round franchise leagues and stuff like that. And we missed the fire of Kohli. Sometimes it was a bit too much, but it's Shubman Gill is an entirely different character to Virat Kohli, and we miss him. We miss Kohli a bit in the ground. I'll come to that in a moment. As Siraj labours a little to the crease, and this ball is defended, and there is no run. There wasn't at Edgbaston on the way into the ground or on the way out of the ground. There wasn't the kind of fervid showbiz opening night red carpet feel that there has been the last couple of times I've seen India play at Edgbaston. Yeah. You know, Kohli brings a whole kind of star power, Bollywood-esque atmosphere to matches he plays in. Now, in the fullness of time, Shubman Gill, who certainly has the looks and the presence for it, may do that, but I don't think he'll ever have that same magnetism that Kohli could provide on and off the field. But not all players are the same. Why should they be? As Siraj is in, and that's defended by Jamie Smith, and there is no run.
I think
Smith has 22 from 32, one of his slowest innings of his career, Albert.
I think he's a true singularity, in as much as that Tendulkar's the focus of essentially 2 billion eyes on one individual was something that kind of grew with Tendulkar's career, whereas I feel like it was present for Kohli's career right from the offset, and the ability to shoulder that pressure and responsibility would make most people crumble, and the fact that it didn't, it is why I think of him that way.
This ball is punched into the offside, and it is no run. Yeah, the bridge was MS Dhoni, wasn't it? Who had a little bit of all of the stuff, really, a bit of the attention that really took off with Sachin Tendulkar, and a little bit of the glamour of Virat Kohli and the aggression on the field. Both surprisingly have held it particularly well. We're due a change now. Jez is there, so I'm going to get off, because I hate to tell you this, listeners, but even I am fed up of my own voice now. So
join the club.
Appreciate
go and take a well-deserved rest there, Gary. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Gary.
Jez, we are.
How are you going, Al? I enjoyed your very kind words earlier on.
We are joined by Hendo's pillow as well. It's going to be Jadeja who's going to bowl this 34th over of the England innings. 63 overs left in the day, for those of you who are counting, just outside off stump, defended by Stokes. Jez, what do you reckon of the day so far?
Well, I mean, to a certain extent, leave aside the weather, it's a bit as expected, isn't it? While they still had a hard ball,
this one is spun and attempted by Stokes to turn it round the corner. I think it's been fielded by Gill on the bounce. But certainly it feels that that's the sort of a mating net for Stokes, is to try and turn one away towards the leg side, and it's just dropped short of leg slip. Anyway, Jess, as you were saying, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, while the ball was hard, the fast bowlers certainly were having some impact.
A slog sweep and a miss there by Stokes. Jadeja is quick.
It's madness to try and talk to Jadeja over.
Yeah, it is really. As Stokes backs away at the last possible second. Yeah, so there was glove on that ball, so if it had carried, it would have been out. This one is back of a length and ungainly bunted back by Stokes to the bowler.
Stokes is just looking very good Stokes, basically, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose. This one again, back in the crease, defended, fielded by one of the short square leg fielders. And there will just be one ball left of this over, which Stokes defends right in front of his eyes. That's the end of the over. Jez, I will give you the floor.
Thank you, my friend. We have a super chat from Joe Grover, who sent us £10.
10?
He says, right proper setup as a guerrilla cricket billboard. First time I've worn a T-shirt for about 20 years. I paired it with an open wool knit shirt, with an Oxford collar. Wish me luck. You're also carrying the tote bag with Guerrilla Cricket all over it, so I hope the tailenders are really impressed by your incursion into their territory, Jay. But thank you very much for 10 quid. We'd give you a jingle, but Hendo hasn't reappeared as yet, so we're at jingleless in the studio. Alan Turfball says, I was watching a funny video of Ben Stokes getting arrested, asking the police, "Do you not know who I am? Do not hurt my wrists," after he beat the crap out of some guy.
Yeah, and that is the same Ben Stokes.
Yeah, it's part of the reason I actually don't like Ben Stokes. I admire him, but I don't like him very much.
Yeah, best not to... as Smith takes this first delivery from Siraj on drive, looks good. No run, fielded at mid-on. It's the best with all people. You can turn around and admire for their talent, but very few people tick all of the boxes, I suppose.
That's exactly true. Yeah. I mean, I think England would be in massive hole if they didn't have Stokes as captain, to be honest. I think he's done so much for them as a cricket team. And he remains the best bowler in the team at the moment.
The first two tests would indicate as such, as Smith tries to force this slight misfield at short point, or short cover, sorry. And there'll be a single. Siraj looks like the world has wronged him in every possible manner. You went full double teapot there, Jez.
Yeah, absolutely. I like to see a bit of that on field. I mean, if Virat was on the field, it would have been much more intense.
Yeah, full excommunication, maybe.
Yeah. I do miss that a bit. The intensity was just so palpable.
Yeah, didn't so much turn the dial all the way to 11, but it felt that's where the dial started. This one is on the legs of Stokes. It will go fine, and it will go all the way for 4. So Stokes will move to 22. Gave myself time there for a jingle, and then realised that Hendo's not there. Wonder where he is. Do you reckon he's fallen asleep?
I've just been let in. Do you want me to pop in?
Will!
Oh, by all means do. Well, that means Hendo is around at least. Come and say hello.
Hello.
Get yourself on camera, Will.
I don't know whether it'll work because
there he is.
Set up for hello. All right.
Well, as long as we can see you, we know you exist. That's
Well,
and you get the star place on the YouTube screen. So there you go.
Short delivery from Stokes, an aborted pull from Stokes. Oh, and it's going to be a wide on height, one assumes.
Yeah.
Will, what are your thoughts about the day so far?
Well, I haven't honestly seen all that much of it because I've been sort of doing stuff, but I mean, it's very kind of just a baseball attempt at batting out for a draw, which is a weird thing.
Does feel that way. I am gonna. Hendo has arrived. That's great news for all of us. As that is short and pulled away in front of square by Ben Stokes. Have that 4 of the finest of runs.
Just to say that sadly I got distracted and forgot to let Will in for the last session. So Will, you take my session now? So it'll be you three. Is that okay?
That sounds lovely.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
fine.
Excellent. You may need to adjust the YouTube screen.
Yeah, I may struggle because I've forgotten what the final thing is that you have to do.
Yeah, the world will not come to pieces, and you can see enough of me and Al to make it okay.
That'll be fine.
Yeah.
Be fine.
In fact, some would say half is better than the whole.
So that
I'm
brings
quite
up
worried that I'm the middle one.
that is a Yorker length delivery, which is well defended by Stokes. 50 partnerships come up between these two.
Yeah.
I know it might not necessarily be a day for counting stats, but 50 partnership. Well done to the pair of them.
For those of us in the GPL, it is.
Yeah. Is anyone anywhere near it, GPL wise?
Well,
what's the what the scores on the doors?
The picks in the GPL are from 133 through to 183, unless, of course, England manages to win, in which case Ombre Nuevo has picked 537.
Is this day going to go on till Tuesday?
Oh, God. I actually think that Stokes is batting pretty much a normal Stokes innings. He starts slowly. He's not going to do the explosion bit, but, you know,
Might
he doesn't
not
need
do.
to.
Ball over the wicket is defended off into the offside field. That's the end of Siraj's over. Let's have some social media.
Okie doke. No. Alan Turfmore says of Stokes, it is true the court case is over about 5 years ago. Can England bat their way out to a draw, says Alan Turfmore? I think we can. Ben needs to change his mindset and remember what he did with Leach. And he also says the GPL is nuts. Has anyone ever won it? Oh, indeed they have. In fact, last week 4 of us won it on the same day.
4?
But, yes. Well, it was because they reached the target set, England. And we all picked the numbers 1, 2, 3 and 4 above the target. So there were 4 of us who did that. But it was 211 quid, so, you know, it was worth it.
Pretty good.
That's super jackpot style, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. We've only got 43 quid in it today, I think.
Barely worth winning. Jadeja to continue. This is on and by leg stump, and Smith has got down on one knee, swept it fine, beaten short fine leg, and that's gone for 4. Lovely looking shot.
That was a good looking shot. In a weird sort of way, I think it might allow them to, because there's no pressure on it now, so you just sort of play the shots you want to play and sort of, yeah, pressure's off.
This one again outside leg stump is played to mid wicket. Smith's looked better than alright, hasn't he, Will?
Yeah, he really has, yeah.
This one again played out to mid wicket. Smith back in his crease.
He is a real talent. I mean, I think a lot of people have been talking him up for a long old time, so it's probably not a surprise to many people.
Well, this one though spins across him and it takes an outside edge and will go to what would be the edge of the circle in ODI terms, towards point, and that'll be a single to Smith and move him to 28. Stokes 26. Jadeja gets the ball back eventually. He always bowls like he's just got to get through this, and then I've got a reservation. A nice forward defensive shot.
Yeah,
into the offside field.
I quite like that about him. He's very busy, and yeah, it is really like he's sort of, I don't know. You know those games of chess where there's like a grandmaster or whatever playing about 300 people.
Yeah. That one is... Well, it's beaten the outside edge. It's also beaten the wicketkeeper's gloves and slip. And the next thing it's hit is the sponge. 4 byes.
Easy. Easy peasy.
Easy peasy.
Yeah.
So, that's the end of the over, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Ankush Goyal says if Aussies had their first choice bowlers not playing like the English, they would claim the series doesn't count like they did when India won the Border Gavaskar Trophy in 2018-19 when Warner Smith was suspended. I'd contest that. I think that's rubbish. Alan Turfmore says, what happens with the GPL if Duncan Lewis is in effect? Well, it doesn't matter whether Duckworth Lewis or not. Not that you ever use that in the test match. It's always the number of runs for the day. And we don't adjust the guesses to take account of Duckworth Lewis.
No. The value of your mortgage might go down as well as up, but not the value of runs scored in a day for GPL. Siraj in. Defended to point by Smith, no run. You see some replays of Stokes nearly getting out.
Will, have the police made any progress in finding your thieves?
Nah, I think they're pretty much kind of gonna just say it's
Can't
done.
do anything.
Yeah, so
bastards.
Whatever. Yeah.
Siraj in, this one on the stumps. Played beautifully through mid-wicket by Jamie Smith. There is a deep square leg for some reason, but he will move around and cut the damage off to 2.
Also, on that, I don't know if Hombre Nuevo's actually listening, but I'd just like to say thanks because he donated his GPL winnings to me, which he really didn't need to do, and neither did you, Messi, at all. You're both very, very kind. But yeah.
Our pleasure, mate.
Thank you very much.
Well, we're all part of a community. That's the thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Part of the family now. You're part of the family now, Will.
Yeah,
that's true.
Whether you like it or not. Weird uncles or not.
Oi! You said you wouldn't tell.
Not capital W weird, but just weird, you know.
Yeah.
Siraj coming in, third ball of this over, again on the leg stump. Played with ease by Smith, easy single. He's now on to 31. And has looked untroubled. Siraj for me always looks a bit too angry, Will.
Yeah, isn't that just sort of a bit of a fast bowler thing, though?
Yeah, it could be a meme, couldn't it? It's just like,
yeah. I think fast bowling it just makes you angry. Well, certainly made me angry.
Well,
I can't imagine you angry, Will. I really can't. You're the most eponymous bloke I know.
This one in. And just as an example of that, Stokes defends back to Siraj as he's running through. He then, with whirling dervish-like arms, tries to throw down the stumps, and then realises that Stokes is standing in front of them and decides not to do anything. But yeah, just what comes first, do you reckon? The anger or the bowling talent?
I think it's. I think it does help to have a bit of the rage in you to give you that little kind of extra yard of pace, and I think it kind of comes around sort of 16, 17 and you kind of get that growth spurt.
Fuller pitch delivery, defended with ease by Stokes.
Yeah, you wouldn't come with me on that date. I'll show you. Bang. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, I had a weird game against Glamorgan once where somebody sort of came at me down the wicket, like with his bat, and I remember kind of just taking it off him, chucking it away, and just sort of laughing at him because I was just like, "Are you really going to try and knock me out because I've got you out? That's ridiculous." It was bizarre. So I think that's the kind of most kind of angry on a cricket field I've ever got. But it was more kind of just absolute kind of oddness.
Short pitch delivery to Stokes, turned round the corner. 2 fielders in the deep. Not really trying to take wickets, it feels like. Gill with his captaincy at the minute. Just a single, and that's the end of the over. I don't know, Jez, have you got you've got some social media? Then I think we need a bit more background from Will on being attacked with a man by the bat.
Yes, it does sound interesting. I'll just say that Stephen Kelk says the target has dropped below the magic 471 threshold.
It's on.
To which
pressure's really on them.
Alan Turf says, "What is that? The highest franchise?" And Stephen Kelk said, "Nah, I was just making shit up." That's
as one should on a day like this.
Yeah. Go on, Will. Tell us more. How old were you?
Just 17. Like, literally, it was a week after my 17th birthday. And yeah, it was this kind of, I don't know, 28-year-old Welsh bloke.
Slog sweep by Stokes. Didn't maybe catch all of it. Goes maybe a bit further behind square than he anticipated. Gone for 4.
And it was quite cool because it was at the point where they were playing the PD games before, like, blast games. So Somerset were playing playing at Cardiff, and yeah, so like it was quite fun.
So you were playing at Sophia Gardens.
Yeah,
and second ball of the over defended by Stokes.
Yeah, it was sort of like how they do it with the women now, you know, so they'll put a game, like a women's game on before.
Another attempted slog sweep. This one has gone to long leg, just a single. I'm going to be dead brief, Will, and then as soon as I've done that, floor's all yours.
All right. Yeah, it was insane. It was so weird. It was like possibly the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me. Because yeah, like he was quite a big bloke as well. He was about 6'2", and I am a short ass. And he sort of like came down the wicket at me. I think he was an ex-squaddie.
Had you already bowled him
or something? Yeah. Like, so I bowled him.
Board defended by Smith, no run.
And yeah, like stumps sort of went all over the place. Not quite sort of cartwheeling, but like it was enough that it was definitely out.
That one has spun across Smith.
Wow.
Narrowly missing the outside edge.
That was very, very close. Yeah, and I think the funniest thing was just that all of the men's team were all watching, so like yeah, it was odd.
Premeditated slog sweep to a ball outside leg stump. Hits Smith, no run, end of the over. Will, you'll have less interruption from me now.
I think the sort of weirdest thing was that after the game finished, in the break, Marcus Trescothick came up to me and went, "You all right?" And I was like, "Yeah, fine. It's just weird." He was like, "Yeah, that's the weirdest thing I think I've ever seen." And he was like, you know, fairly like he played a lot of cricket, Tresco, and so like yeah, it was a bit mental. But yeah, like that's probably the most kind of mad thing that's happened to me. It's
I'll have to bring it up
why I've got
when you next are on commentary with Annie, because Annie's interviewed Tresco a couple of times, hasn't she?
Yeah.
You have to bring up about, have you ever asked him what's the weirdest thing he's ever seen at a test?
Yeah.
We got to change the bowling.
We have. Siraj is out, and it's going to be a double spin potentially, because Washington Sundar's going to come on to bowl.
I hope they're set an attacking field from. Just feel like Gill isn't really putting a lot of pressure on the batsman.
Yeah,
it looks like there's a slip, but no other close fielder. Although there is someone coming in closer now.
Are we just going to have to wait 42 overs until they get a new ball? Seems extreme.
Does feel slightly redundant. There are 58 overs left to be bowled today. There is now a short.
Short leg.
Short
leg.
And
Silly point.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yes. I knew we'd get there eventually if we threw enough words around. So Sundar into Stokes, miles down the leg side, turned down to fine leg for a single.
God, I'd be tempted to put in a couple of short legs, another slip, and just put pressure on him. If he hits you for 6, so fucking what?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You've already, runs aren't an issue at all. Just crowd him out.
Yeah. However, none of that has happened so far.
No.
Which feels like potentially an opportunity lost.
Yeah, and it'd make it more interesting for us too, I reckon.
Yeah.
So Sundar is ready. He's going to bowl over the wicket this time. Defended by Smith.
And particularly if you get someone a bit chatty around, and maybe not so much with Stokes, because I think he's the sort of person that's going to sort of spur him on. But Smith, I think you could probably get in his head a bit.
This one though is short, and that is attempted to be cut away. Jadeja with a fantastic bit of fielding. I think there still might be a single because of how far the ball bounced away from him, but he conceded 1, saved 3 there, Will.
Yeah. Yeah. That was a good save.
He's not a bad fielder, young Jadeja, is he?
No, he's
all right.
He's a bit of okay. As this one maybe slightly quicker to Stokes, defended back to the bowler. Well, if they do go double spin, at least everyone's going to get their overs worth.
Yeah, that's true.
The day's over.
Yeah.
This one down the leg side, kind of ugly and ungainly, off Stokes rather than in attempting to play a shot. Pan moves to get the ball in the field. No run is the outcome. 1 ball left of the over.
Well, there's probably just be 1 over after this before lunch, which is due to be taken at 1:30 or 2:30.
2:30 local time. And this one on leg stump, defended by Stokes. Now we're going to test the resolve of whether everyone wants to have 1 more over before lunch, because everyone's kind of looking.
Yeah, well, I mean, with the Jadeja, you could get 2 overs, and couldn't you, if you really tried?
Yeah.
But if there's anyone who's, because there is definitely there's now a conference between captain and wicketkeeper, and
yeah, they've done their bit.
I think as so long as the umpires are in position, then that's what counts, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it is Jadeja who will bowl this next over. 153 for 5 is the state of play, although the important thing there is for 5. 2 wickets to fall this morning.
Yeah.
Hope and Brook. That one is way outside the leg stump of Smith. Smith moves to try and intercede and defend, and it all gets a bit ugly as the ball bounces quite high. They're the type of things though that take gloves and things like that. Again, outside leg stump.
And Jadeja's got a T20 game to play in the lunch interval anyway, so he's got to be off. No wonder he's speeding through it.
I've got 4 overs, chaps. Come on, let's go.
Yeah.
It's kind of moving Smith a little bit out of his comfort zone, this outside of leg stump line, as he defends this one. They'll end up going towards mid-wicket. But otherwise has looked untroubled for his 32, as relatively untroubled as Stokes has looked for his 33. That is the kiss of death in the over before lunch for me to even say that. Looking to turn the ball across Smith. Smith, though, smothers that spin with a good forward defensive.
Yeah.
He's quite...
Almost a repeat of that last delivery.
He looks like he's sort of... His forward defensive is more sort of bottom hand light than I'd expect it to be. Which I don't know whether that's just how it looks.
Last ball is defended to mid-wicket. Everyone's looking at everyone
2:29 at the moment. That overtook about 98 seconds. Just amazing.
The only way
it's now 9:30.
The only way that could have been any shorter is if Jadeja just stood in the crease and bowled without a run-up.
Yeah. But I don't think they'll get another one in, will they? It's actually turned 2:30 according to my computer.
No, I mean, they are.
Oh, yeah.
Unless it's because they started at. Didn't they start at 12:40 or 12:45?
Yeah, at 12:40 they started, but the lunch break is supposed to be at 2:30.
Right.
2:30 to 3:10.
Well, bonus cricket then in that case. Then with this over from Washington Sunday.
I think it might absolutely piss it down in a minute.
No, it's not going to rain again.
The weatherman has spoken, Will. That's how you've got to view it. This one fired into Stokes' leg stump. Fielded at square leg for no run.
So I rushed for my radar map just to make sure I'm not talking out of my ass. And looks pretty safe.
This one again. Slow turning. Pant has gone up claiming that there's a catch behind the stumps, which would be the leg side strangulation of all time.
They've only got one review left in the
So how many cricketers does it take to make a decision?
They shouldn't do that.
They haven't done it. No review called for by Gill. Oh, sorry, kicking my table. It was absolute filth down the leg side. I mean, it's well taken by Pan, but
but that didn't hit anything on the way through, did it?
Didn't. Well, it's difficult to almost tell about whether it does or not. So the upshot is dot ball. That one is slow and loopy. They've gone up to LBW and he's been given out.
Whoa.
Well, that seems weird.
Now that one was a much more loopy delivery. I think that this will obviously be reviewed. Yeah, it's gone. He's gone for the review already. So let's have a look at this one in slightly slower motion, because this could be the dagger in the heart just before lunch.
If this is out, that's all on you, Al.
Yeah, this is all on me.
This is down to Jadeja bowling the last over in 90 seconds, so they've got another one. It's pitching on middle. It's hitting him on middle.
I think it's certainly hit him. Now the question is, has it hit the pad before it's hit the bat?
Yeah, it will hit.
Yeah, yes, definitely pad first.
And it seems to have kept a little bit low too, isn't it?
That is 3 reds then in that case.
Yeah.
Yeah, impact in line, hitting the stumps. The reviewer's lost. Stokes is out, and as a result, the Test match is probably going to be lost sooner rather than later. Halfway through the 41st over, maybe the last over before lunch, Ben Stokes is out. LBW to Washington Sundar, and lunch will taste oh so sweet for the Indian team.
That was a strange shot by Stokes, because it was as if he was padding up and pretending to play a shot. But I think he just stepped down the wrong line.
I'm sure he's utterly convinced he hit it before it hit his pad, but the review told us otherwise.
Do you think thought that he was
it drifted in a long way. It was beautifully bowled. Sorry.
Well, guys, just to sort of wrap up, I had a strange feeling something bad was going to happen in that over, because I was looking at my phone and it said It was 2:30 exactly, but India somehow managed to squeeze in an extra over. So obviously the clocks at Edgbaston were slightly different. And I don't know about you. I don't think we've seen a replay, and possibly we won't see a replay of the previous delivery. But I did think that was an edge down the leg side, you know. But I may be wrong. I maybe have to have a look at it even more closely. It's academic though, because Stokes has gone the very next ball, and it looked out, didn't it? I thought.
It did.
You know, you get the sense much more of the pad before bat than perhaps you used to. I think in the old days without DRS, you used to think, you know, if there was bat involved, it must have been bat first. But so often it isn't, is it, these days? So it's almost over, guys.
Almost.
The day is almost done, and Washington's Sunder
Oh my God!
has come.
Sorry, Hinder. I just had this vision. Because you're sitting in the chair now, and my body is above you. All I've got is my body and your legs, and I've got to say it's a disturbing sight.
Well, I've never really wanted you to be above me, Messi. That's always been my fear.
Well, I've never actually lusted after having your knees either.
Have you not? No, funnily enough, no one's lusted after my knees at any point in my life. Not even me. Anyway, that is lunch. I keep wanting to say it's tea. It feels like it should be tea, but it isn't. It's lunch. So we should have a 40-minute break, and England's hopes of forcing the draw are much diminished by that shock just before the break, are they not?
Very
Indeed.
much so. It's gone from improbable to almost impossible, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
I agree.
Wokes can bat, but hasn't done, well, didn't do particularly well in the first innings. It's just a matter of time now. I'm guessing maybe 40 minutes after lunch. We shall see. Maybe there's more to come from Jamie Smith, who's again batted pretty well, I think. Anyway, I will go and endeavour to find a podcast that isn't Annie's book or
Australian takeover.
Australia's together again. I'll try and find something a little bit different. It may not be easy. It may end up being some highlights.
See if you can find who's that weirdo.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think that's been played or was played to death. But that said, yeah, if I can find it, maybe that'll be a bit more fun for those people who are new to us. Okay,
I will see you in 40 minutes.
see whoever's on
Okay.
after the break.
Bye,
Cheers.
bye.
Bye.
rated T for teen.
Each year, thousands of adults lose their shred. It's an epidemic simply known as shred loss. But it doesn't have to be this way, because rekindling your shred is as easy as playing the new Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4. And with new parks, cross-platform multiplayer, and sick new game modes, we can put an end to shred loss everywhere. Get the new Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 and show the world that the shred's not dead. Pre-order Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 and play the Foundry demo.
Greg Matthews, Alan Knott. Who's that weirdo? Abdul Sidhu, Neil McKenzie. Who's that weirdo? Dwayne Leverock, Shannon Freed. Who's that weirdo? Chris Harris, Kevin O'Brien. Who's that weirdo?
Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket and the third episode of our new quizcast, Who's That Weirdo? A competition that separates the live cricketers from the dead cricketers and those who aren't cricketers, but possibly sound as if they could be. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and I'm joined today for an absolute corker. I mean, you could only have this combination during a World Cup, I think, a World Cup year. Two incredible heavyweights of Guerrilla Cricket, all the way down there in that country that's a little bit down under. In fact, they're probably nearer. They are nearer to each other than we are to them by an enormous distance, because they are both in Melbourne. And first man I have to introduce is none other than jingler extraordinaire, man with more swords and axes than you can wave a sword and axe at. It's Mog. Hello, Mog.
Hey up. Hello.
Hey up. He said hey up.
Hey up.
Hey up. He's pretending to be English. I can't believe it. And also joining us in Melbourne. I hope I'm keeping you guys up and you've got really early mornings tomorrow, have I?
Hopefully, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep, okay. We have none other than Forthy. Forthy, how are you?
Very happy to hear. Even more excited to see Mog effectively for the first time in the flesh. Something I can tell my grandchildren about.
The day I was on with where were you when Forthy was on with Mog? That would be what people ask instead of various things about Kennedy and things like that. Anyway,
Bastard of Box Hill versus the Ormond originator.
Something like that. I should now also introduce my Richard Osman to my Alexander Armstrong. On my left, because I forgot to introduce him last week, is none other than the Bish, Tony Bishop, who will be providing us with all and every detail about the people we talk about in this particular 40 minutes to come. And of course,
judiciously edited.
And of course, it will be the most amazing things that you've heard about people on any radio station anywhere. So just for those of you who are joining us for the first time, a quick rundown of the rules. I've had to write them down because otherwise I forget them, because I'm getting a little bit elderly. So we toss to start with. Have we got a coin? We haven't got a coin.
I don't actually know.
We don't have a coin. Well, I've got Ipsy Dipsy and something like that, and we will just bring you in. Basically, I give you a name and a nationality, and you have to decide whether they are a live cricketer, a dead cricketer, or not a cricketer at all. And in fact, if you think they're not a cricketer at all, you have to say, who's that weirdo? If you get it right, it's a live or dead cricketer. Contestant then has to guess their current age or age at death for a bonus point, which they get if they are within 3 years. If, though, you get it on the nose, you get a big 4. You've just hit it through mid-wicket, clipped it away, and picked up a lovely boundary. If, however, you are wrong, the question is passed over to the opponent, who goes through the same process. If it is a weirdo, the age is not required, but you can take a wild guess at the source of their notoriety. It could be a musician, a poet, a businessman, businesswoman, weird, record breaker, comedian, politician, etc., etc. And then at the end of it, we shall add up, see who's got the most points. And of course, if you get really close a couple of times, I might use a certain amount of judiciousness to give you an extra point or half point here or there. So
you are looking very handsome today, Hendo.
Thank you very much. I think so. I do try to tell people that, but not everyone believes me. Right.
Hendo, are they Test cricketers, or could be any cricketer?
Oh, it's any cricketers at all, right. Male, female, and from any nation or associate nation, which I know will interest Mog, who I'm sure will have been
catching up on his Namibians.
I've been checking out the Ugandan.
The
for the past 15
Ugandans.
years.
I don't think we've got any Ugandans this week. I'm sorry to say that.
Damn it.
I could be bluffing you, couldn't I? I could be
No
bluffing.
Ugandans.
No Ugandans. No Ugandans.
You've just lost the Ugandan audience for a
All
start.
right. I'll tell you what. Pick a number between 1 and 10, Mog, and tell it to me.
Oh, 6.
Unfortunately, that means the toss has come down the wrong side. Fourthy, you get the decision whether to bat or to put Mog in first. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What's the conditions looking like today?
Well, it's been a wet spring. It's overcast tonight, so I'm going to put. I'll put Mog in.
You're going to put Mog in to bat. So this is your first name to deal with, Mog. I hope you're not too nervous. Just take your time.
Fourthy's already mentioned Cataline in a conversation today, so his erudition has already intimidated me.
Well, I know he's like that. You know, he writes these incredible Smackmum articles, which I feel like I've read a philosophy essay by the time I got to the bottom of it.
It's not going to help me with this game, though, is it?
It's not going to help you with this game. Well, it might do, because there may be philosophers. Who knows?
That's true.
Yeah, so it could be. Okay, the first name that I'm going to read you and give to you, Mog, is Gregory McLaren, New Zealand. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Gregory.
He's obviously he's a dead cricketer.
No, he's not a dead cricketer. So I can pass it straight over to Fourthy. So he's not a dead cricketer. So he's either a live cricketer or a who's that weirdo. What do you reckon? Fourthy?
Well, McLaren sounds like one of those names from the sort of late 19th century. I'm thinking of Archie McLaren.
Yes.
I think that he's a. Did you say a live cricketer? Mark?
He said dead cricketer.
You said dead cricketer.
Yeah.
In which case, I'll say. Oh shit! There aren't many New Zealanders though.
Yeah, but McLaren. It sounds such a Kiwi-sounding name, isn't it?
I feel I should have taken longer to answer now.
Yeah, I think yeah. You see, you were intimidated, weren't you?
I'll say cricketer, but whatever the opposite of what Mog said was.
So you think he's a live cricketer, and I can tell you that Gregory McLaren is neither a dead cricketer or a live cricketer. He's a who's that weirdo? Tell us more about Gregory McLaren, Tony.
I can do that if you wish. Yeah, so you're right. Well, he's better known by the name of Lucky Diamond Rich. And he was born in 1971. His age is slightly indeterminate, but it's either 50 or 51, therefore. He is the world's most tattooed man. 100% covered in tattoos is Gregory Paul, or Lucky Diamond.
Eyeballs as well.
His entire body, including his mouth, ears, foreskin, even the insides of his eyelids are covered in tattoo. He's held that title since 2006, which you all know very well. He took over from Tom Leopard, known as the Leopard Man of Skye. He also used to be, or still does, he dazzles the crowd as a sword swallower and juggler while riding a 13-foot unicycle. He's done that in Covent Garden. He has the word nomad on his stomach and Buddhist writing on his arms. And he lives a rather nomadic lifestyle and performs now still, I believe, in Adelaide in Australia.
Mog, you sounded as if as soon as we said Lucky Diamond Rich, as if you actually knew who we were talking about. Did you know him?
Absolutely not.
Oh, right.
Confidence is important, I feel.
Sounded good. How the hell do you tattoo someone on the inside of their eyelids?
Well, I was more intrigued by his foreskin, I've got to be honest. I mean, do they have like some sort of extendable message?
Oh, please. Oh, yes, I suppose it could be, couldn't it? Depending on...
If he's 100% tattooed, how can you tell what's written on him?
That's a very good point. Yes.
You can see plenty of pictures of him. You can find him in the Guinness Book of Records.
Philosophical question, which I'll put to Forth.
Yeah.
How would you know?
I was going to ask the same question. What defines 100%? Because there's got to be gaps in the ink.
Yeah, good point.
Well,
good point.
I don't have a picture of him here, but one is... He has been quoted as saying, "I'm not a lunatic. I'm in the most published book in the world." The
Bible.
Yes, well, that's what I thought. I don't recall the book of Gregory of Lucky Diamond Rich, but maybe there was one.
One of those apocryphal.
Failing that, it's the Guinness Book of Records. Yeah, that's there it is.
It's like being a completist in anything, though, really, isn't it? Once all your skin's gone, that's kind of like the end of the journey. Who's the only man in the world then who can't get a tattoo because he's full up?
You could open him up and You could start etching his bones or the inside of his skin.
Do it from the inside. Now that would
thought of that.
That's incredible.
No, that's next.
Yeah, that'd be the next thing. That's. I mean, it throws up all sorts of possibilities, doesn't it? Really, but I'd like to know a little bit more about him, and perhaps get him on a show at some point. That would be quite good fun. Anyway, moving on. Since that Forthy put Mog into bat, it means that Forthy now has to reply.
Okay.
And I have another name for you, and the name that I have is Frederick Fane, England. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo?
Frederick Fane.
Yeah.
Frederick Fane.
Mm.
It doesn't sound him. Frederick sounds again like a 19th century name, although it's come back in again a bit recently, isn't it?
Oh, it has. Yes.
But you get little
Freddies and things. Yes.
Kicking around children's. Frederick Fane.
Frederick Flintoff.
Live.
I'm going to say. Did you say England?
I did say England. Yes.
Dead cricketer.
Dead cricketer, absolutely on the nose. He is a dead cricketer. You get the first 2 points of the show today. I'm going to have to sort of fill you in as we go. 2 points to Forthy. He is indeed a dead cricketer. Now, this is the point. Can you get a bonus point? How old was Frederick Fane when he died?
Well, process of elimination. I don't think he was post-war because Frederick Fane. He may even be pre-First World War. He could have died. It could be a tragic story. Oh, so it's got to be how old was he when he died? Okay.
Yes.
Which is absolutely nothing to do with anything I've just said. Doesn't matter when.
Not how old is he now, because he's obviously been around for a while.
Yeah.
But
I will say, I get the feeling, I get a vibe that Frederick Fane was. I think the reason you wouldn't choose him if he died at the age of 78. I mean, what would be the point? Well, you might have done.
Yeah,
so
this is the beauty of this competition, you see.
I could have done,
or he could nuances of it.
Yeah, he could be. He's either like something like 37 or 96. I'll go for 96.
No, you're nowhere near. Well, you're not that far away, to be honest. He went the right way. He was 85 when he died in 1960. So you don't get the bonus point. You do get the 2 points for getting a dead cricketer. Don't get the bonus point.
Okay.
Tony has more information about the great Frederick.
Great Frederick Fane. Well, I can tell you, he was born in County Kildare and he died in Kelvedon Hatch in Brentwood. In 1960, as we've said, at the age of 85, he played 14 tests between 1906 and 1910. He averaged 26, had a higher score there of 143 versus South Africa at the Wanderers in 1906, although England still lost by 243 runs. He was caught at the end of that innings by the great Albert Vogler off the bowling of the one and only Sibley Snook. What a word to him on that, indeed. He captained England as well on a couple of occasions. Good-looking front-foot player, that is him. He also represented Essex with great distinction for 20 years and scored close to 20,000 first-class runs for them.
So I'm a bit disappointed you guys haven't heard of him. I'd have thought, he's
that Vogler guy, was he South African?
He was Albert Vogler, yes indeed.
Yeah, so
he is
you, Henderson. I know all about this.
I'm going to give you half a bonus point for that, Mark. See, now you'll be nice to me. So moving on from Frederick Fane, who should that come up in a quiz that you find yourself over Christmas, you'll know all about him. Right, moving on back to
and you'll be having a very dull Christmas.
Oh, now yes, well, won't we all?
It'd be my sort of Christmas, but
absolutely.
Best Christmas crackers ever.
Now I'm thinking that you guys should get this one. Dexter Kruger, Australia, live cricketer, dead cricketer. Who's that weirdo? Dexter Kruger.
I won't just immediately blurt out an answer this time. I'll
put it through the Mog computing facility.
Dexter, that's an old name. I've already forgotten his surname. Kruger, that's
not to be confused with Freddie.
That's of German extraction, so he's clearly going to be from South Australia.
Oh, I like the way you're thinking.
And
Nightmare on Grace Road.
Nightmare on Vulture Street.
I'm going to say again, dead cricketer.
No, you're absolutely wrong. It's not a dead cricketer, which means it goes over to Forthy. Is he therefore a live cricketer or a who's that weirdo?
You say his name again? Dexter Kruger.
Kruger, yeah, Kruger, like the national park in South Africa.
No relation to Freddie.
No relation to Freddie. Done that.
No
one.
relation
No,
to
sorry,
Freddie.
pay attention.
Is it with a K? Not that it makes any difference.
Okay, yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay, Dexter Kruger. He's going to be a weirdo.
You're absolutely right. You get a bonus point for saying that he is a weirdo. He is a weirdo. And why exactly is he a weirdo? Tell me.
He is Australia's, or
That's
was
Australian, he's weirdo.
Australia's oldest man. Boy, he died at the age of 111 in 2021. He's a Queenslander, and he attributed his longevity to the unusual diet of chicken brains and a simple lifestyle. I'm not sure he was the sharpest knife in the drawer, but I'll read you his quote, which was, "Chicken brains, you know, chickens have a head, and in there's a brain, and they are delicious little things. They're only one bite big." Apparently, that was the wisdom of Australia's oldest man, Dexter Kruger.
That's what's in chicken McNuggets. So sure.
Do you know what's really
There was there was a chicken in America. Was it in the 50s or 60s? And they cut his head off and they kept him alive for.
It's for about 2 days or something, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was for a long time.
2 years.
It was for quite a while.
I'll tell you one other interesting fact, which very relevant actually, very timely. Apparently had a big problem on Twitter because Twitter couldn't recognise anybody born before 1910. They assumed they didn't actually exist.
That's ridiculous.
So he had a big problem doing that.
Do you think? I think what is really great about it is that English had the last laugh because he died at 111. Nelson.
He wrote 12 books. He wrote 12 books. He was raised by German immigrants, and the last was just before he sadly passed, and it was his autobiography.
Oh, well, we'll try and get a copy of that for some lunchtime during the Pakistan series. Right.
Can I get a half a point for the German background? I worked that out.
Yeah, all right, I'll give you a half point.
It's the only fucking way I'm getting any points.
Okay, I'll give you another half point if you can think of a recent Australian Test cricketer with German heritage, Bob.
Hang on, you can't. You can't go 3 points away.
Hang on, Oxford. This is I don't know. He goes to one live World Cup final and he thinks he can do anything, doesn't he? Really unbelievable.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
That, of course, is in my remit only to give out.
Sorry, I was thinking of Justin Langer. He's got German heritage, isn't he?
Right. Well, moving on. Would you believe we have another Australian, Thomas Wall, fourth. Dead cricketer, live cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Thomas Wall.
WALL.
That's the one. I hope you're not looking it up on your computer. I hope you haven't got someone feeding you information. One of your children, your wife, cat, dog, rabbit.
Thomas. I'm just looking at Blink Twice. Thomas Wall. No, none of that. Thomas Wall. Doesn't sound like a cricketer's name, apart from stonewalling, maybe.
Did I hear someone cough in the background? Was that a major? Carry on.
I was going to do that joke later, so thanks.
Sorry about that. I've taken all your best material.
Thomas Wall?
Dead cricketer, live cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Thomas Wall.
Tom Wall. I'm going to go with live cricketer.
No, you're wrong. I'm afraid to say he is not a live cricketer, which means it goes over to Mog. Is Thomas Wall a dead cricketer or who's that weirdo?
I'm going to stick with you.
Dead cricketer. You think he's a dead cricketer? And you're absolutely right for a bonus point. My goodness me! What a game this is becoming. It's now 3-2.
I'm properly on the board.
And another bonus point if you can tell me at what age he died. Thomas Wall.
I'm going to say he died during the First Battle of Ypres in 1916. So he was 32. He was a first lieutenant in the Australian Imperial Infantry.
I think so.
So yes, 32. He died at 32.
I'm afraid no bonus point for you on this occasion, Mog, because he didn't die in the first battle of whatever it was you said, in the Australian Imperial something or other.
Wipers.
No, I'm afraid he was 76 when he died in 1981.
I was close.
You were very close, very close. You're only 49 years out. So, tell us more about Thomas Wall, Tony.
Well, I can do that. His name was Thomas Wellborn Wall. He died in 1981, as we've said, at the age of 76. For some reason, he was known more commonly as Tim. He was a right-arm quick bowler, right-hand bat. He was born in Semaphore in Adelaide. Whether people sort of walked up and down the high street there waving flags at each other, I don't know, but that's where he was born.
I've been there, and they do.
Do they, by Joe? He's one of only 3 bowlers to take all 10 wickets in a Sheffield Shield innings at the time. Wow. There may be more now. And he was, for a time, Australia's, a limited time, Australia's best fast bowler. He took 16 wickets in the Bodyline series, actually.
Wow.
32-33 at an average of 25.5. He got Herbert Sutcliffe 4 times.
Wow.
He was remembered as a bit of a trier and a nearly man. But he at least had his name at the top of Australian bowling in that series.
Well, I must admit, I'm quite shocked that you two guys living out there in Australia, Australian blood in some of you, not in all of you. And the fact is, this is a man who took, 16 wickets in the Bodyline series?
He did indeed.
Never heard of it? I mean, how are we ever going to hold up or put our faces, our names to faces in the future
and
with
the great Herbert Sutcliffe?
With the
4 times.
4 times Sutcliffe. I mean, you should
be
but yourself, guys.
Which BBL team did he play for? Of course I'm not going to fucking care who he is.
He might be. I think he might have got a game with the Team Abu Dhabi or Team New York Rangers or whatever they're called in the Abu Dhabi T10.
Who's the Adelaide? It'd be the Strikers, wouldn't it? If he was from Adelaide.
The Adelaide Strikers, it would. Yeah, absolutely. All right, moving on back to Mog, and these will be the last 2 before we have the break, and then Chris Woke, social justice warrior come swing bowler, will be having a few words while you maybe run off and visit the little boys' room. Justin Greaves, West Indies, live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Justin Greaves.
Just in case, just incredible.
Yeah.
Justin.
That'd be great if there was someone called Just Incredible.
There was a wrestler called Just Incredible, but it wasn't his real name. Is that worth a bonus point? No. I'm going to say... Who's that weirdo?
No, you're absolutely wrong. This is hilarious.
I'm fucked at this game.
Completely all over the shop at the moment. So, Justin Greaves, what did you say he was? Who's that weirdo? No, he's not Who's That Weirdo. So is he a live cricketer or a dead cricketer, Forthy, for a bonus?
I'll go for... I mean, people didn't used to get called Justin way back when, so he must be a live cricketer.
He is a live cricketer. You're absolutely right. It's another point to Forthy. And if you can get how old he currently is, you may get another point. And you get 4 if you get it on the if you get it on the nub, you get an extra 4.
I'm going to go by a guy I've already mentioned on this podcast, Justin Langer, and I'm going to assume that people get called names, in cohorts. Like when we were at school, everyone was called Paul or Andrew or Simon or something. Now it's all Laughlin. Anyway, so Justin Langer, what's he now? Early 40s, I'm guessing. So I'm going to go 42.
No, you're absolutely nowhere near. No bonus point for you. Justin Greaves, West Indies, live cricketer. He's a mere 28. What can you tell us about Justin Greaves?
I can tell you, Justin Pierre Greaves is from Barbados. In fact, he's an all-rounder, right-arm medium, right-hand bat. He's played for Barbados and Barbados Royals, West Indies B, and in fact West Indies under-19. He's also played for Sefton Park Cricket Club in the Liverpool and District League, which I'm sure Gary will have told you. And he also came to England as well in 2014 to play for Frinton-on-Sea. Well, who hasn't?
Yeah.
And he helped them to finish in second place in the Two Counties League and gain promotion to the East Anglian Premier Cricket League. So what a success story he's been.
Yeah, absolutely. Haven't seen him playing international cricket yet, but there's still time. Oh, there's a test match starting tonight, isn't there? In Australia.
It's already.
Has it started?
Already had the first day.
Oh, we had the first day. That was a bit sneaky of them. What happened? Who did anything? Did Tajinareen Chandrapal get to play?
No, Australia batted first, and David Warner was out for 5, I think.
Yes.
And after that, I laughed myself so sore I couldn't be bothered watching anymore.
Labuschagne made about 150 something the last time I looked. Was that? And it's still there.
Okay.
Awesome prick.
Moving on for the final one before we have the break. Whose go is it, by the way? I think it's
Fine, I think.
it's fourth.
Yeah, I've failed 28 times in a row. So yeah.
Now, another Australian. Would you believe it? We're spoiling you today, even though you don't seem to know any of them. Mervyn Waite, dead cricketer, live cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Mervyn Waite.
That's hard because there was a Mervyn Hughes, but it feels more like an older name. So, for whatever reason, I'm going to say dead cricketer.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Mervyn Waite is a dead Australian cricketer, and you get another 2 points, and you're steaming into the lead as we go into the break. Tell us, before we hear from Chris Woke, what you know about Mervyn Waite.
Oh, hang on. Do I have to guess how old he was?
Oh yes, you've got yes. You've got to get a bonus point for that. If you guess his age upon death.
68.
Oh, you're not too far away, but you're not close enough to get a bonus point, I'm afraid. He was
half a point.
No, 74 when he died in 1985. Tell us more, Tony.
Indeed, Mervyn George Waite. He was born in Kent Town in Adelaide, died though in South Africa in Georgetown. He's a right-hand bat for Australia, and in fact played for South Africa as well. Hard-hitting batsman and medium-pace bowler, also bowled a few off breaks. He played 2 tests for Australia in the 1938 tour of England at Leeds and the Oval, and opened the bowling. It was the Oval where England made 903 for 7. His analysis in that game was 72 overs, 1 for 150. Which
I don't think was bad. Was it Fleetwood Smith in that game?
Oh yes, Chuck Fleetwood Smith.
Indeed. I think I might have mentioned that a bit further down somewhere in my little write-up.
Right. Yes. He got the all-time.
His one wicket, though, I'll tell you who his one wicket was. It was Dennis Compton, who he was bowled for 1 when the score was a mere 547 for 4.
Well, that's
straight out of Compton.
That is something to put on your gravestone, isn't it? That you got rid of Dennis Compton.
Yeah.
So there we go. That's half time. That's half time stayed.
Okay.
I can tell you that at half time, at the interval, Orthy is leading by 6 points to 2, Mog. So you're going to really have to up your game.
I'm off to have some performance-enhancing drugs.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to play another little jingle, and the next person the listeners will hear from is Chris Woke.
Greg Matthews, Alan Knott.
Who's that weirdo?
Ed Johnson, Neil McKenzie.
Who's that weirdo?
Dwayne Leverock, Shane Freed.
Who's that weirdo?
Chris Harris, Kevin O'Brien.
Who's that weirdo?
All right there, me ducks. Chris Woke here again, troubling batters in English conditions only, and dragging cricket, kicking and screaming into the 21st century. Remember last summer, when our game's warring factions were at each other's throats? I'm reminded of a parent telling their 2-year-old why the kid can't have a ghost pepper shish washed down with black velvet and a triple Jack Daniels chaser. It's not for you. Whether it's county protectionists turfing pro franchises off their Facebook pages, or advocates of newer, shorter forms of the game flicking the V's at anyone who so much as saw David Gower play, the message is clear. You're not welcome here. Well, I decided all that had to change, me ducks. After all, we must demonstrate that all forms of cricket are for everyone, that the whole wonderful, diverse rainbow of our society is welcome at every single cricket event. And do you know how I committed to doing it? Forced inclusion. That's right. My brilliant idea was to take groups that are callously overlooked by each format of the game and jolly well make them attend. As ever in these matters, I was leading the charge personally, as well as charging the ECB separately. And the first step was an initiative called Watch with Woke. So where to start? I thought to myself, Chris, you first need to connect with the cohort that's been most cruelly marginalised by the recent cricket revolution. And obviously, that's white middle-aged men. With that in mind, I recruited a few from the Guerrilla Cricket Board of Governors, which is full of them, and off we tootled to a T20 double-header. Getting tickets was a piece of cake, or pastry, or your confection of choice, because apparently no one had thought to conduct any sort of marketing activity to let people know it was happening. Boston, Beardy Specky Grey was dismissive about the product, labelling it just a fucking hit and giggle, but was buoyed by the prospect of nearby beer, as long as I can pay in cash. Grey Beardy Specky appeared more reticent. I don't really like crowds, or noise, or people really, and had brought a thermos of Ovaltine in case the opportunity for a snooze arose. Fat chance, but he didn't know that. Meanwhile, Specky Grey Beardy was as nervous as a kitten at the prospect of knowing nothing about the players on show. Only several hours of furious research, followed by the printing of an entire ream of notes, calmed him down. Must have a word with him about that. Think of the trees. He was particularly chuffed with the grammar school first 11 debut figures he'd unearthed for the women's team's star spinner. Then the three of them got embroiled in an energetic discussion about Derek Underwood and Alan Knott uncovered pitches in the late 60s. I sighed. It's a long road, this integration process. In the ground itself, and there's the river end, but my notes say they're opposite each other. I'll have to change it. Does anybody have a pen? A pen! A pen! My wisdom for a pen! At this point, I must confess, I raised my voice and was...
And we are back. Back for the second and what we believe might be the final section of this second test match.
Thanks for filling in there, Al. You may have just heard on the remnants of that Who's That Weirdo quiz, which is always up for resurrection should anyone require it or enjoy it, then I'm sure that can be arranged. You may have just heard Chris Woke. Now we're going to get
Chris Woke.
Yeah, now you're going to get the real thing, Chris Wokes. And as Chris Woke is always pointing out to me, there is no connection between him and Chris Wokes. It's purely coincidental. The fact that they've both got Birmingham accents makes you think, doesn't it? Anyway, England are about to lose the second test. They are 6 wickets down. All was going, well, I wouldn't say hunky-dorily, but it was an improvement on what had gone before. Found themselves 5 wickets down again before reaching 100. And Ben Stokes and Jamie Smith were making the best of a bad situation. But with the final ball before much belated lunch, because of the weather this morning, he was out LBW. I still don't know whether that alleged edge down the leg side, the ball before, was actually an edge. I don't think that's been clarified, which is a shame, because then you would say, well, Stokesy, you deserved it. Off you go. But, you know, let's face it, you're not going to walk in a situation like that.
Yeah, I reckon he was well away from it. So.
Okay, fair enough. I may be wrong. I'm often wrong, as Gary keeps telling me. 153 for 6. The target is a ridiculous, insurmountable 608 in total. It's going to be Chris Wokes to face up to Washington Sundar, who still has 3 balls. It's over and he gets an edge to it. It just drops short of the first slip, which is KL Rahul. He seems a long way back for a first slip off a spinner, and had he been a bit closer, he might have taken that.
It's bounced well in front of him.
He looks a long way back.
Rahul wearing the numberless and nameless jersey as well.
Yes, indeed. In comes Washington, a little bit of drift away from Wokes. No turn back. That's the staple of a good spinner, getting a little bit of drift, getting it to turn back. But there's not really been much turn in this pitch. There's been a little for Jadeja to the left-handers, or even to Jamie Smith, actually, from outside the leg stump into those footholes. Washington in again, hits him on the pad. A little bit of deviation there, but it's a little bit high. And Wokes sees out the remaining 3 balls with a couple of alarms. Messi, have we been joined by anyone? Or have they all gone to sleep?
Steve Williams says, estimate of 50 plus overs left. No reason for India not winning this match. Win or draw, some changes to the Indian bowling attack has to be made. Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, Bumrah's back for the next time. Steve Chilton says, Brahmi. Yes, Steve Bumrah back. Steve Chilton says that's because he's woke. And also, no, there was no edge to the ball before.
Oh, there wasn't. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. And Stephen Kelk says there's too many Steves.
There's a few.
Is there a collective noun for Steves? That would be the question.
Well, it depends how you feel about them. As I said yesterday, collective nouns, you can make up whatever you like.
Jadeja starts to Smith, who's driven it for 4. I think they were only thinking about a single, and they looked up and saw, oh, there's no long off.
There's on that offside, there's no one in front of square.
No, there isn't. Well, the short leg is marginally in front of square, but yeah.
Yeah, but he's on the. Oh no, there's a silly mid off or a silly point. Outside the leg stump. He presses forward in defence, and Smith's doing himself a power of good. He's doing all of us a power of good with the way that he's played in this Test match. This is his biggest Test so far. This is flicked away wide of mid on, rather scrappily fielded, but they won't take a second. Smith
I would
moves.
describe you as his biggest Test so far, because you're the one who said, prove it to me that you are as good as people say.
Yes, I did, and well, so far in this Test you can't argue with what he's done. But then again, he has had the mild fortune to come in as the ball's getting older, and as we see, the new ball, certainly in the hands of the Indian bowlers, has been very successful, while the middle overs, I wouldn't say they were boring at all, not in the least bit boring, but for when England were batting in their first innings, but it was much easier to bat. That was padded away by Wokes. Next delivery is straight, and he's pressing forward in defence. 158 for 6. Although didn't someone say that Michael Vaughan was another who wasn't completely convinced by Smith yet? It's harsh. He's got 2 Test hundreds. He's pushed into the offside. It was a lovely counter-attacking knock in the first innings, and he's batted really well so far today. Again, under a certain amount of pressure. So in terms of being under pressure, he's doing a really good job. In terms of a significantly moving ball, the jury, to me, my one dissenting member of the jury, is still out.
One angry man,
which kind of sums me up, really, I suppose. Average turn is 4.3 degrees today, which is the highest for any day of the Test match, which is not unsurprising. Defended on the front foot by Smith. Washington Sundar is being kept on, and having got rid of the England captain, why wouldn't you keep him on for a little while? There are stony faces in that England dressing room. He goes back to this one, Smith trying to create room for himself. It was quite a flat delivery, forced the ball, but only back to the bowler. We were talking about a Simon Hughes article, or we were about to talk about Simon Hughes' article this morning when we got on to other subjects. An article of his in the Sunday Times. That's a lovely shot through mid-wicket. They're going to get a couple as fielder at long on. Presumably Mohammad Siraj, he's often out there patrolling the boundary edge, doing good work. They'll get 2. I think perhaps the headline was a little bit misleading.
Yeah.
In the sense that it was saying, is it time to replace Bashir with Bethel? Back he goes again. He's cut that backward a square on the offside. I think it'll just be a single this time to Jadeja. I think it was a bit misleading, and having
Yes.
read, I would say 2/3 of the article, it wasn't, I don't think, suggesting that because of Shoaib's batting, he shouldn't, we could do with a spinner who could bat. I mean, that's what was implied from the headline. Washington, again, getting a little bit of drift, guided into the offside. Wokes gets off the mark. 162 for 6. But I think he did make a valid point about continuing with Bashir, in the sense that if England, on winning the toss, are wedded to this idea, he goes back to Smith, forces behind square again. Jadeja's not going to catch up with that one. It's gone away for one of these.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Yeah, so just to finish that point before we come to the YouTube contributions, I would say that this is a prime example. The most spin we've had in the game is in the 4th innings, and Shoaib is being asked to bowl when there is no spin or very little spin. He's taken quite a few wickets, albeit at a relatively high average, but he's 21. He hasn't got a huge amount of experience. He's having to learn on the job, and it's very difficult, isn't it, in that situation, if you're being asked to really bowl in a defensive manner. That's not what I know it has become what spinners do, but you want your spinners to be attacking, and so he might do better if England have batted first. This is defended by Wokes, and there is no run. Sorry, we don't have time between these overs of spin to get any comments in. It's a bit tricky. I'll try and allow space at the end of this over. It's only a couple of little steps from Jadeja. That one turns and takes the outside edge all the way along the ground. Smith responds to, or rather Wokes responds to Smith's call from the far end that he can make it, and moves on to 2. 167 now for 6. Jadeja none for 20 into his 8th over. 4 men round the bat, and forward comes Smith with soft hands. I wonder whether there's a secret to the ability that Smith and Pant appear to have. He only aims a drive at that one a little bit front on in the end. How loosely he grips the bat, which allows him to release the hands. It's not too tense in his grip, and we saw how loose Rishabh is with his hands, because he often loses the bat completely to mid-wicket. That's defended into the onside. There is no run. 167 for 6. Messi.
There's a whole lot of Steves going on on our chat, to which Parrot Benshaw says it's the Stephen age, and he's immediately adopted as an honorary Steve. I suggest a surplus of Steves as correct design. A Stevenage of Steves and Stevens. Hotch equals to move irregularly up and down, says Ray Pyridine.
Is that right?
According to the dictionary.
There you go.
England love Android going to the 30th adult Trafford. I understand none of that.
Who was that from?
Carl Julius, who I haven't come across.
It sounds like something that Jay would write about. Washington Sunder into Wokes, and it's flat, but it's always threatening to drift, and fortunately gets in a big enough stride to defend.
Bad luck, Al. You don't get a word in when there are 2 spinners.
No,
you shouldn't worry about it.
I do. This is given a little bit more air and defended on the front foot by Wokes. I was going to try and bring you in at the end of this over. There's nothing like having a summariser who doesn't get a chance to summarise.
Well defended.
Washington in again, work to mid wicket, and there is no run. As I said, 4 men round the bat, looking for the catch. So the little ball pops up, and who knows what can happen. Wokes on his home ground. It's 3 men round the bat now. Silly point, forward short leg, and a slip. Washington in, and Wokes goes back. And you felt that he was expecting the ball to turn into him, but it didn't. He played it well enough, though, outside the off stump. And there are 2 balls remaining. It looks like there's the crowd is possibly predominantly populated by India fans, and I imagine they're going to erupt in glee in the not too distant future. It's just lovely from Washington. Drift, a hint of turn back. It's proper off spin bowling, it really is. Lots of revs.
Wokes' forward defensive begins with a backward step, which seems because it looks like a forward defensive, but he actually hasn't made any ground.
Yeah,
it feels very weird.
In again, he goes back to this one properly and forces past the silly point to extra cover, and that is the end of the over. Al, tell me something that you've noticed, or something of interest.
I was thinking about what you said with regards to put Bethel in. You either accept the development of a young cricketer and deciding to do that within the field of Test cricket, but Bethel is part-time.
Yes, indeed.
So you take someone whose predominant skill is bowling, and what you're saying is the aggregate of whatever we gain in terms of what his batting might be is going to be better than whatever we lose in terms of the spinning. I just think that it's unfair to Bashir.
I agree. That's a good ball from Jadeja at the start of a neo over. He pitches it outside leg, has Smith pushing forward. It misses off. It misses the bat.
That's gone a long way.
Why that was? Oh no, he's got an edge to that.
Oh, was that pad? Or was
no,
that pad?
I think he's got an edge to that, and it's gone so quickly and from such an awkward angle that Rishabh Pant it's just hit him on the pad, and then he was trying to work the next ball into the onside, and he got a rather fortuitous edge out through gully, and it's run away for 4. But just signs of Smith looking a little bit at sea. That one bounced a bit more as well, to be fair.
Yeah. Not quite moving his. He's not on top of the spin and bounce.
No, I mean it does take a lot to get down the wicket when the ball is doing that amount from the foot marks, but he might be better off padding away. This is played to mid wicket because all these balls are pitching outside leg stump, and it may be a skill that he hasn't acquired.
I don't know how many times he might have felt that.
Oh, he goes for the big swing at that one. He does look a little bit on edge, and his response was to try to go for the big hit over mid wicket.
Well, Gill's also provided an attacking field at last.
Well, yes, he's got the gully in now. The slip's gone wider, forced into the offside, unless there's anyone out there, and there is. I was going to say it was going to be Smith's half century, but it's only going to be a single. 172 for 6. He's on to 49. But I think it is fair to say when you don't necessarily have that many bowlers bowling left arm into the footholes, and hasn't played that many first class matches, and won't have faced perhaps a bowler of the quality of Jadeja doing that on the 5th day. Wokes is forward, that's better. Looking for a single, won't get it. So I think, he may not have had much experience of the idea of padding the ball away. So he prefers not to do it. Messi.
Kate Eleanor has joined us. She said, "Hey, g'day all."
Hey.
And she says, "My 91-year-old father informs me India likely have this one."
He has a jeweler's eye for detail, your dad.
He does.
Yes. Smart man, your father, says Reverend Natarajan. Can you kindly ask him how many overs we need to sit through before the match is over? Thank you.
If England are to draw this, they need to bat for another 50 overs. I just got to imagine it's the beginning of an ODI.
Yes.
Smith then on 49, facing up to Washington. A slip, a forward short leg, and a short mid-on.
Short mid-on, isn't it?
Yeah. In he comes, he's down the wicket. Doesn't quite get there. Plays it to that short mid-on. I'm trying to see if they've got an in-out field. If they've got a guy up or two guys up there, his shot is to go big. But if there's a man back, it could be trouble. He plays this quite nicely. Hits the forward short leg on the knee pad, hidden beneath his trousers, and rebounds back into the offside. And Washington is in again. Bowles. He's down the wicket, and Washington's fallen over in supplication at the feet of Jamie Smith. The feet, literally, and a feat in scoring 50 runs. 50 runs from 73 balls, but he has looked a little bit looser in the last couple of overs. Let us mark, however, what has generally been a pretty good knock in this second.
You know you lift me with your 50.
Right, now interestingly enough, we have a leg slip or a leg gully for Wokes. We have a forward short leg, a slip, and I think the short mid-on has gone squarer towards mid-wicket. Washington in, Wokes back, defends to that short mid-wicket. There is no run.
Yeah, 7th time that Smith's made 50. He's made 200 in just 12 tests.
Yep.
Not bad.
So, as far as starts go, not bad at all.
Indeed. Back goes Wokes, playing deep in the crease, defending.
Especially for a wicketkeeper.
Yeah, which is, well, again, this is another decision down the line. I don't think it's going to come anytime soon, but the notion of getting Smith a little bit higher up the order. He does pad that one away. It's Wokes doing that, but he'll have had some experience in a long career of doing that. And that is the end of the over. 173 for 6. Wokes 2, Smith 50.
Enrique Mentor has joined us, says, good afternoon. So no Bazball today. Well done, India. Not to talk about Steve's. Nitin Deshpande says, Jada is not a test player. Yesterday he was struggling with batting. There is no pressure situation. And last 2 matches bowling. He can't even bowl on patches. Fact check. Nitin, either you're taking the piss or you're just nuts.
He's so far and away India's number 1 spinner. It doesn't even bear thinking about.
Yeah. And when you consider he's got a batting average over 40 as well.
Oh.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be honest, he scored 2 50s in this match. He was slow to start with yesterday. Whether that was something that his dressing room wanted him to do, I don't know. But he opened up. In comes Akashdeep. So we get our first sighting of pace after the lunch break. Very successful test match for this man coming in for his first go in English conditions. 8 wickets to his name so far, 4 for 58 in this innings. Let's jingle him.
I saw Akashdeep, but no one believed me.
He's got a slip and a finish gully. It's going to come over a bit more cloudy again. Onto the back foot goes Smith. Defends it up to mid-on. Now
Did did either of you see the scorecard from the under-19 game?
I heard that Rocky Flintoff got 100. Is that right?
Yeah. So did the 14-year-old sensation.
Oh wow.
Oh, okay.
100. I think it was 100. I think it might be the fastest under-19 100 in an ODI.
No flesh in the pan then.
Nope, not.
I think he's
what
peaked.
It seems to be.
I think he's peaked too soon. Driven quite beautifully by Smith on this occasion. Certainly timed it tremendously well, but hit it a little bit too close to Shubman to mid-off, so there is no run. Yeah, what do you do if you've done it all at 14, 15?
You wait for the IPL contracts.
He's already got one. He's already had one.
Yeah, but the big ones.
So Flintoff scored 107 off 91 balls.
Yeah.
Suryavanshi 143 off 78.
Whoa! Where were they playing?
This is guided out to deep point by Smith, who takes the single, 51 to him.
So he hit his 100 in 52 deliveries, 13 fours, 10 sixes in 78 deliveries.
Wow.
Hang on, 13 fours. Now let me do me arithmetic. That's 78, isn't it? 13 fours? No. What am I talking about? 13 fours is
72
52.
in boundaries.
52.
No.
And 10 sixes. So that's 112. 112 in sixes. Down the leg side from Akash.
Boundaries.
Yep.
So, but the reason I bring it up is because, I mean, obviously there's much more of a duty of care to a 14-year-old than there is to a 21-year-old. But the 21-year-old that we were talking about before in the England team, if you take him out, you have to put him into a protected environment in which he's going to bowl in county cricket, and that doesn't exist for him at the minute.
No, it's right. Final ball of the over, and Wokes had to do everything to get back in front of pad there as he got in a good stride. Because if that had got through onto the pad despite the stride, I think it would have been rattling into middle stump. What's happened? Is that the end of the over? I think it is. Going back to that duty of care, I was looking at a Facebook group, County Cricket Matters, which I think Annie set up. But quite a lot of the time there are some quite odd views that are put forward, and people slagging off Bashir, the initial comments slagging off Bashir, lots of people joining in. He's not even club level, he's not even getting into his county, and I think there is a little bit of bias on that group, being county cricket focused, that players should come from the county game, and generally I agree with that. I have to say, have to have a bit of a do something in county cricket that makes you sit up and notice. Down the wicket comes Smith, who makes us sit up and notice by clubbing this one over deep mid wicket for a very good one of these.
Let's talk about six. Let's talk about six. Let's talk about six. Let's talk about six.
You sometimes feel that Smith's best defence is attack in some regards. He always goes back to that one, trying to make room. It's on him more quickly than he expected, and he has to slightly stop the shot. A moment of alarm, but still there. Sunder in again, and this is full, and he works it to the short mid wicket. There is no run. I certainly think that Liam Dawson is a fabulous cricketer, and I think he should have been in this England team for some while, because not only does he offer you control with the ball, he's very economical, even when he's not getting wickets. Back goes Smith. I thought we might have thin-edged that through to the keeper, but he's actually played it magnificently to get it fine of that backward point position, and it's another shot that runs away to the boundary.
Now my innings going, great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
That was beyond late, wasn't it? It was late.
Yeah. It's very good. It's very good. Here is Washington again. He's down the wicket and he's driven in the air. There's no one there though. The long on, I don't think he saw it. The long on was too wide. That went quite straight. And it was quite flat too, which makes me think that it may be time for... Oh, I can't find it. Where's it gone? One of these.
Smack it in the air, beyond the boundary. Smack it in the air. Smaximum.
Of course, the word smaximum is reserved for the very flat 6. This is turned once more. Ooh, through the diving mid-wicket on this occasion. You probably should have done better. They'll take a single. And they'll move to 191 for 6. Just a sense that... I don't know whether he's kind of given up on Wokes. He's going to play some shots.
I should mention that Australia are 242 for 9 in the West Indies, so they lead by 275 runs.
More than enough.
I think that might
more than enough.
I think it might. Ravi Natarajan says the required run rate is now 9.1 per over. It appears England is playing for the draw.
I do feel there's a certain amount of sneering at England about the oh, you're not going to Bazball at this time. But to be quite honest, Bazballing for 608 takes more than a fortune. This is driven a little bit loosely by Smith. And I was worried then that he'd hit it straight to extra cover and into his hands, but no one got very excited, so it must have dropped short.
I think every time that's been mentioned, the tongue has been firmly in the cheek.
I agree.
I don't know. I think there were some people out there being quite serious about it, although maybe not the sneering. But I suppose they're just enjoying what they view as hitting back at English arrogance, of which there has been some, there's no doubt.
Historically, yes.
Yes, in comes Akash, and it's pulled by Smith down to long leg. You're probably only going to get a single. And he's a little bit annoyed with himself. Maybe didn't want to expose Wokes to Akash, but I have to say I think that Wokes has to be exposed to Akash. Wokes has got a test century or 2. I have to check that, but he's definitely got 1. You can't protect him for 50 overs.
There's a long way to go.
If Akash should be less threatening as the ball is getting older. He's in and bowls to Wokes, who has a horrible little prod. Maybe that's why he should be protecting him. Outside the off stump, maybe a little bit of movement away.
Instant regret, just that water.
Yeah, indeed.
Noodle arms, limp wristed, just told. He held his bat out like he was testing spaghetti.
Yeah. Just gets a round of applause from his captain. He must be quite enjoying things. Akash deep in again. Oh, it's a horrible drive, which has caught the edge, just escaped the grasp of the man at the wide slip, and it's gone down to third man. Third man, would you believe? Possibly the highest scoring area in this test match.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Just seeing that from the side view, marginally, that could have been a chance. It almost looked as if he was trying to get his hand underneath it, and in doing so, missed it completely.
Yeah. Certainly tried to lift it up, but I think they can deal with the vacant third man area at this stage.
Oh, I think so. I think so. If ever there was to be a vacant third man area, this is the time. This is defended by Woakes. And despite the runs that Woakes has got in international cricket, there is a feeling that any ball could get him. It's gone quite dark. It's gone quite dark by the looks of things. So that might be
I
causing
just had a look at the radar.
extra-
I don't think there's any prospect of any further rain.
Damn.
Sorry.
Never mind.
Whatever money you paid for that rain dance, Endo, I think you need to ask for it back.
Yeah. And I got up specially. I got up specially at 5 a.m. Anyway, it worked for a while. Maybe I didn't do it for long enough. Akash into Woakes. That's better. Get your front foot forward. Get the face of the bat on the ball. Play it elegantly to extra cover, and you'll be fine. That's the end of the over. England 196 for 6. Smith 69. Woakes 6.
We have a lovely message from Italy. Franco Esposito says, thoroughly enjoying your commentary on this lazy, sweltering Sunday afternoon in Rome, where the temperature is around 39 degrees. 39 degrees in Rome is bloody hot. I had a week of it.
I want no part of 39 degrees.
God, I've been in 46 degrees in Seville. That's horrendous. I think it's time for a change, but I'm afraid that I was getting a bit confused by the times. I think we started again at 3:10, and it's now 15:46. I think I am on a bound to let in
another
somebody.
4 minutes.
Yeah, you've got at least another over.
Oh, we're doing 40 minutes.
Maybe
Sorry,
two.
we're doing 40-minute session. Sorry.
Yeah.
Right, a change of bowling. It's going to be Prasid Krishna to take up the attack for India, and he's coming into Smith. And Smith goes back and plays with the full face of the bat up to mid-off. There is no run.
Do you want to play dirty with him? Do you think you can handle him? Prasid Krishna, Prasid Krishna.
Ooh, that's a goodie. That's a goodie. The lights are on. The lights are on. And very few Englishmen are still at home. Only the 2 out there and 3 more to come. 196 for 6. Smith is one of them. He's on 69. And Prasid is into him. It's worked to mid-wicket from a line of the leg side of middle, really. It's gone very, very dark indeed, and when the lights take over from the natural light, it's time for those umpires to get together and go off and have a sarnie. Krishna then bowling to Smith, drives aerially, I think, well stopped by the short cover Karen Nair.
No, that looked like it was travelling. He's timed that sweetly enough.
He certainly has timed it sweetly, but I do want to see how far in front. Oh, quite a way in front of Karen Nair, who did a really good job of diving to his diving to his right and sticking out his right paw.
He's just far enough away that he doesn't deserve a helmet, Karen Nair, there, which is unfortunate for him.
Indeed, full driven by Smith. There are 2 men out. They converge, and Smith has to settle for the single. He goes to 70, 197 for 6. He's signalling for something from the dressing room. Maybe for a decent batsman at the other end. That could be what he's
good luck with that.
Asking for that. He might indeed. He might struggle.
What he's had 1.5 the whole Test match.
Yeah, that's true. Have we had any more? Have we had any other ducks apart from Crawley in this innings?
No, I don't think we have.
7 for the Test.
So we haven't actually added to the ducks in a row.
No, it's a bit
3
poor,
slips,
really,
short extra, short mid-off, mid-wicket, maybe 5 yards in more than you would expect. Good ball from Krishna. A little bit of movement in off the pitch. Defended on the front foot by Wokes. And England closing in on 200. And when that target gets down to under 408, you've got to say the momentum is with them in the 45 overs remaining.
Do I have to say that?
Did you notice the I could hardly talk with my tongue was stuffed into my cheek.
Interestingly, that wait.
Krishna again short, and that died in the pitch. I thought for a moment that Woke's eyes would light up and he would lean back and he would crash that through the offside, but it just died. All he could do was defend it in the end. Yeah, it didn't really. Right, it must be time for a change. It means that I am taking my leave for 40 minutes. That might be enough for Gary to see off England. But we shall see.
We'll try and wrap it up for you.
Yeah. Interestingly, in response to England's 7 ducks, India hasn't even been able to manage one, which is pretty poor.
How rubbish is that?
Yeah. Pathetic, isn't it?
Hi, Gary.
Hello. 51 overs.
Yeah.
Not bad resistance.
Yeah. The dismissal of Stokes in that last over before lunch was like taking all the air out of the room. It's going to be deep to continue. Just outside the off stump, defended by Smith. Smith's moved on to 70 with a couple of lusty blows.
254 runs in the match, not yet dismissed.
Yeah. It's got to do wonders for your average, that, hasn't it?
Yeah. Well, that's a good question, actually.
Speaking of averages, the 2 South Africans who are slaughtering Zimbabwe at the moment, their averages are beginning to look quite good. I think Wian Mulder's on 200 and plenty, and this new teenager they've got, he's adding yet more to his debut runs.
Sure, pulled away by Smith. Doesn't look like it was well timed though. It just dribbles to deep square leg, and there'll just be a single.
I should say that Australia are all out for 243, which means West Indies need 277 to win that Test match.
So what do we reckon there?
Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins and Lyon are a pretty formidable combination.
Do we reckon West Indies will get to 200?
Maybe.
Yeah. I reckon, 66% of chance of that, about a 3% chance of winning.
Deep, short delivery, just outside the off stump. Wokes looks surprised, but then defends well. So, are these the first Test matches of the new WTC cycle?
Indeed they are, yes.
Is the South Africa Zimbabwe in the cycle?
No. Zimbabwe aren't in the WTC.
Such an exclusive club.
Yeah.
Deep in again. This one is another short pitch delivery. Quite why this is going on when he's made his money this Test by pitching the ball up is a bit strange.
Sorry, I tell a lie. Bangladesh, Sri Lanka were the first 2 tests of the WTC cycle.
I've got a very jerky feed here, so I'm going to log out and log back in again. Mind you, there might not be anybody who can let me in.
Okay, so. Yeah, better warn Ender.
Try your best to ride your way through it, Gary. It'll be all right.
Jerky feeds, that's what you get at Brixton Market.
Indeed. This one is good length delivery just outside the off stump. Beats the edge. Deep looks to the heavens. It's all middle of that you see with Chris Wokes, no edge.
So looking at Smith's innings, I haven't seen all of it, but my kind of prognosis that England would bat positively but not bother looking too much at the scorecard, he's pretty much done that. He's 71 from 90 yards. It's a bit below his usual scoring rate, but he's certainly played positive strokes, and he's going along at the kind of scoring rate you'd expect to do if you were playing for Surrey. So that's it.
Deep in again. This one is wide enough and full enough that Stokes does make contact to deep cover. He'll take a single and keep the strike. Jez, what have we got by way of social?
Our own cricket writer, Anindo, says if County Cricket Matters blog, it isn't just a bit biased, it's got a few toxic English fans whose raison d'etre is to blame India for every single thing that goes on in any cricket. It's now reduced a bit after I complained. Yeah, that's the trouble. A healthy place can be poisoned by just a few nasty voices, can't it?
It certainly is that way. The bigger the group, the less intelligent the group is usually a good rule of thumb.
Yeah, probably right. Franco Esposito says England could have, with some ease, played for a draw. Well, I think they have. They're just not very good at it. But he just reckons they're too ideologically bound to a baseball. In my view, failing to assess situations on their own merit is somewhat immature. Well, I think some players are better at it than others. That's what it comes down to. It's not an ideology either.
Well, if we look at today, Pope got a decent delivery that bounced back onto his stumps. It's going to be this next delivery short, and that's been top edged. Wokes will go as Krishna gets his man, and that is the 7th wicket down. Jubilant scenes amongst the Indian contingent.
Yeah, he's bowled a lot of short balls and paid a heavy price in runs, but Krishna has delivered that one. It's a pretty good one, really. It's got a bit tight on Wokes, and it's poor technique, really, from Chris Wokes. He was only ever hitting that in the air. You can see the way his hands twisted and contact with the ball, and he was never hitting it for 6. So, looked a bit like an 8.5 or a 9 there. And if Chris Wokes isn't a number 8 for England, he isn't really workers' place, I'd suggest. Not now.
Well, although we did talk a little bit about that we're not exactly bowling with what you would consider the A lineup, and that might be the only thing that might protect his place. But
his record at Lords is outstanding, but a lot of that goes back quite a long way. I mean, I saw his 137 against New Zealand, but I've got a feeling that was about 10 years ago now. And it's one of the things with the way the cricket schedule is now, is that if you're not playing county cricket, it can be quite difficult if you're a lower order bat to get any chance to actually bat. I think he has played 1 or 2 county championship matches.
I was hearing this. I might be taking this out of context, and by saying that, I might be wrong completely. As is that they've just put as Bryden Cast is going to be the next batsman in, and he will face. But apparently they've played their last day of county cricket at the Oval, as Cast takes a ball just outside off stump, defends it into the offside field.
I think until September, because they've obviously got the Test match. There are blast games on at the moment. I don't know if there's...
And there'll be 100 games, won't there?
The 100 closes everything down except the ODI, or the equivalent of ODI 50 over cricket, and they do tend to get played at outground. So I think it might be September before there's any more cricket, or certainly first-class cricket at the Oval. Yeah.
As Krishna is in again. This one on the hip of Cart. There is a leg slip in place, but it takes more of a... It hits the hip more than it hits the bat, it feels like. I think it will certainly bring up the 200. As we see Jadeja's face as he catches that dolly of a catch from Wokes.
It's Siraj.
Oh, sorry, sorry, my mistake, sorry.
Siraj has the most impressive face in world cricket.
I didn't recognise Siraj because he was smiling. That would be what it was.
He does go through the emotions, but he's never he's never knowingly undersold when it comes to expressing himself as Howard Siraj.
good pace bowler, lousy poker player would be my thought, as that one keeps low. And he's been given out.
Wow.
And he's been immediate review by Smith.
Well, he will do. I mean, if you're the last
you might as well
you're
review it twice if you've got 2 reviews.
It looks high to me, but yeah, he sort of swiped across the line at it. I think if the air didn't go out the bubble when Ben Stokes got dismissed before then it certainly got out the bubble with Chris Wokes getting dismissed.
I think that'll go over. Might just clip the bails, but
so we haven't seen anything so far. Ball coming in, hits him on the thigh. He's certainly not
way over.
Crouching down. Does look like it'll be over.
Way over.
Certainly no bat involved. Doesn't hit on the pad. Hits on the back leg.
Yeah, it's good.
Mid thigh. Impact in line, but missing.
Yeah,
it's missing by 6 inches. That
is a terrible decision.
Yeah.
I mean, there haven't been.
God, and now the umpire has hit one of the Indian cricketers on the head.
How did that happen?
so as the umpire threw the ball, I think it's to Siraj because he's the one holding the ball at the minute. As he threw the ball to Siraj looked away from him, and so the ball just like thumped him in the side of the head.
That's Shubman Gill got sconed at slip, didn't he, earlier in the match, and now Siraj has been hit on the head by the.
Oh no! Sorry, he's put his hand up to try and catch it, and he's just dropped it, and it's hit him on the head. It's entirely his own fault.
Dear. Steve Chilton says it's going to be 35 here in London next weekend for Lords. That's not what the Met Office says. Met Office says 30 on Thursday and 29 on Friday and Saturday.
So Krishna in again, full toss. Played between mid-wicket and mid-on, and that will beat the fielder. And that's a lovely timed 4.
Yeah, I think I could have put that one away though. That was pretty friendly.
Good timing though. He seems to time the ball well in that area, doesn't he?
At risk of boring the listeners, I often tell the tale when Jamie Smith is batting that I could tell when he was in at the Oval because the ball sounded different off his bat than it did to anybody else's.
Okay.
His ability to hit the middle of the bat with a whiplash was really quite something. There are times when, and I've seen a lot of both of them live. I'll come back.
That's a short pitch delivery, which is too high. Careful, the ball's just been shied at the stumps by the keeper.
There are times when, there are times when he hits the ball and he's in full flow, and you've got to remember that I've seen him hit the ball out of Lords and out of the Oval, and when I say out of the ground, I mean out of the ground into the road. And I think he hit it out of the ground at Headingley last week as well, where he reminds me of Viv Richards in his ability to hit that ball with such force.
Yeah.
And there's obviously been other big hitters around, and there's plenty now. Power hitters. But he doesn't really look very much. He's wiry. He's probably 5'10", 5'11", but he generates such force with his ability to time the ball and the whiplash wrists.
Deep in, and that is down the leg side. And Cars, in an attempt to play the ball, moves himself and his bat out of the way, and that's through to the keeper.
And of course, I ought to mention the other thing he has, which Richards had, and all elite sports people have, which is a fantastic sense of balance. So the weight is always going through the ball.
Now, and with that comes a feeling of that there's time as well to play the shot.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, as Hendo was saying, he's not like most of these. Oh, break.
As that is defended resolutely by Cars.
Like most of these English players is in the Bazball era, I'd say, around the world, the technique is not MCC coaching manual. The closest we have is the man who's on screen at the moment shining the ball, Shubman Gill. certainly in this match, and there are a few others around the world. Jamie Smith is from the 21st century cricket approach of staying leg side of the ball, of hitting the ball through the offside to the boundary and then getting inside the ball and whipping it through leg.
That's an attempted bouncer, I think, by Deep, but completely misaligned, and Pant does well to take it.
And I do think he's a tremendous talent, a huge talent, and I just don't know if he's going to open in white ball cricket. Then there are plenty of wicket keepers who have opened in white ball cricket, but if you're asking him to play 3 formats and keep wicket in them, it's a bit much. And I do feel a Sangakkara-like move to being a specialist bat. Is it on?
This one is defended down, slightly short of a length. Defended towards gully, no run.
And of course his coach made that move as well, McCullum. He moved in a keeper to a specialist bat. So he knows, and his mentor, or I'm sure huge influence on him at Surrey, is Alex Stewart. He's gone between those roles, so he should be getting some good advice.
Yeah. It's always interesting about when maybe something like that takes place, as that's the fuller, straighter one. Well defended by Cars. No run again, down towards mid-up.
Well, there doesn't seem to be any kind of plan for it, does it? I mean, Sangakkara moved from keeping to specialist batting. Adam Gilchrist never did. Alex Carey, who was certainly one of the best 2 or 3 bats in that lineup, he's keeping wicket, even though he's being heavily dependent upon for runs at the moment for Australia.
Nice ball of this over, deep in again. Give Cast the ability to try the drive. Goes as far as extra cover, no run. India need 3 more.
Second data says, when was the last time England were whipped this hard in a home test? I think that'd probably be innings defeat to South Africa at Lords in 2022. But since then they haven't lost heavily at home at all. This young team has performed admirably thus far, says Cardick. Sorry, there's lots of just very short chat. Who names their kid with 2 first names? It's like naming someone Steve Stevens, says Steve. There's lots and lots of players with 2 first names.
There's others, aren't there? The Mushfiqur Rahim, I think, of Bangladesh always stayed as keeping, but Lytton Das, I think, moves from specialist to keeper to specialist batsman.
Short pitch delivery by Krishna. I'll say that Smith wasn't in total control of that pull shot. Completely safe, but not necessarily under the greatest control. Taking a single, giving Wokes another 5 to look. Giving Cars another 5 to look at.
Yeah, it's you see a lot of this with batsmen who hit a lot of boundaries, and Smith's 6 count is already very high in 12 Test matches, I think. Certainly, you look at the historical record, and they do tend to have shots that are mishit that land in no man's land, but that's because they've spread the field. Cricket is always a game of yin and yang.
Yep. Krishna in, short pitch delivery. Cars wants no part of that. Declared a wide.
Well, this is a bit surprising, really, because India have had success when they bowled at the stumps. And if you've got umpires giving LBWs with the ball going 6 inches over the stumps, they'd be very inclined to continue to bowl at the stumps. So
I don't know about the pair of you, but this is where it feels an almost robotic inclination to stick to the plan. As Krishna comes in, slightly back of a length, gives Carr some width. He can only miss-hit it back to the bowler. That sort of sense of, this is our plan to Cars. bowl it short. So obviously likes this, doesn't like this. This is what we're going to do.
Yeah.
And instead of going, we need 3 wickets to win. This is how we've got these other guys out. Stick to what we're doing. It's like, oh, well, we've got a plan. You've got to stick to the plan. Just feels not great, as this one is wide, and Cast will get off the mark with a drive that's gone slightly backward of point, and he'll get 4 for his trouble.
He's not a complete bunny, Bryden Cast. And I presume they've done some matchups and things like this, and they say, doesn't like short deliveries over the wickets or whatever. But yeah, I mean, you're looking at it, there's been a bit of up and down, just both stumps.
West Indies had a bit of a stutter in their run chase of 277. They're 2 for 1. Who's out?
This is
John
defended?
Campbell's out to Hazelwood.
Is it Brathwaite's 100th test?
Yes.
Has he avoided a pair on his?
Yes, he has. He's got 2 so far.
That's good.
Well, that's good. You don't want your your big tests to be complete disasters.
You've got your cap there and your back from the test in a glass cabinet at home. Well, how did you get on in that one? Oh, I got a pair in that one.
Yeah. Fuller, straighter, and pushed down the ground by Cast. He'll get a single.
Yeah,
just Smith back onto strike.
Just to say, this isn't the most intense cricket you'll ever see, because it might be if they're still batting in 3 hours' time. But at the moment, we're kind of waiting for India to win. Although the rain in the distance there shows that there might be a little bit of anxiety.
Looks a pretty dark, foreboding cloud.
Let's just sort of make a nod here to Jamie Smith's mental and physical fitness here. He's been on that field a hell of a lot of deliveries in this match. Keeping wicket, 184 not out in the first innings, 76 not out in this innings. They talk about giving bowlers a rest. Maybe you need to give them a rest.
Smith takes a deliberate move to leg. Is seen by the bowler. A slow Yorker is attempted on off stump, and Smith uses arms like Mr. Tickle to be able to get his bat down just in time.
Maybe that's a little bit of fatigue coming in there. That looked a very tired attempt at a shot. Yeah, Mr. Tickle, not a very good role model these days.
Well, potentially.
Yeah.
But that's my age more than anything else. Jez.
Still, Steve Chilton says, is Stokes a good skipper? I'd say unequivocally yes. Not perfect, but nobody is. But yeah, without him, England would certainly not have achieved what they've done in the last 3 years. Ravi Natarajan says, will this shellacking that England get this match have an adverse effect such that England will lose the remaining 3 test matches? I doubt it very much.
There's an old baseball adage that momentum is tomorrow's starting pitcher, and there seems to be less and less sort of carry through from test match to test match. It seems like everyone gets over it quite quickly and then on to the next one.
What I would say about Ben Stokes is that he's the best England captain I've ever seen. He's the best captain of any sports team I've ever seen, for England anyway, among sports teams. And I think I'm trying to think of a better leader of in any field of life that I can recall of my lifetime. You can pick your wartime leaders or whatever you want, or you could do this. But when you think what he took over, when you think of the transformation in attitude, in results, how he's able to do something which is very, very difficult to do, which is to communicate with alpha males with a sense of humility, with a sense of empathy and understanding, and get the most from them. It's absolutely remarkable, I think, and he may well lose this match, but he's still won 21 of 35 test matches. And when you think that I think England had won 1 of the previous 17 before that time, and when you think of the way that some of these matches have been won, I can't think of a better leader of men in particular in my lifetime in sports, for sure.
The only one that I can think of off the top of my head from a English/British sports perspective might be Martin Johnson in rugby union.
Yeah, I don't know enough about rugby, but obviously he's very well respected, and he delivered under pressure. So yeah, I think that might be. And Brearley was obviously fantastic, but Brearley was also lucky in that he was up against a weakened Australian team and weakened other teams due to the Packer ban. But I think Martin.
It's a pretty short list, but.
Well, Civicina nominates Steve McLaren.
The Wally with the brolly, indeed. But a fantastic coach. Might not be a great manager, but he was a fantastic coach.
Yeah, I mean, there's others. I'm sure people say Alex Ferguson and people like that. I just didn't like Alex Ferguson. I don't like him now. I don't like what he did. I didn't like how he went about.
But you're from Liverpool, Gary. Of course you don't like him.
Yeah, but I mean, I wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, I don't expect anybody from Liverpool to be seen to be praising a Manchester manager in years.
Well, that's a fair point, but I have evidence to back it up. It's not because he was Manchester United manager. It's because I admired his teams. I just didn't like him, and I don't like him. I don't like his attitude.
Culturally,
do that.
But culturally, he's an interesting exercise. As this is driven pretty well down the ground. I think this is going to be too quick for the fielder. Just in the nick of time. It's brought up just before the sponge, but I think that will be 3 to Cars. Not trying to do too much, but if the ball's there to be hit, he's just putting his bat through the line of the ball. I think that might have taken off the shin. I think
you got 2 Liverpool accents with you, Jez. So
I know. I don't think of Al's as a Liverpool accent.
It's kind of Al. It's very close. If it isn't quite.
There's not much geography that would take me over the water to Liverpool. We'll have one. Well, in terms of culture surrounding a place and everyone feeling connected towards the idea of a singular goal, Ferguson's brilliant. What he did in terms of some aspects of man management, less so, as this is short and pulled by Smith. And is that going to be caught? No, it is not. He has pulled that behind long leg, and that's gone the whole distance for 6. Gary, he's picked this up and got hold of all of it.
Yes, he has, and that's the ability he has. I do feel he's getting tired, though. It's one of those things with batsmen, is that when bowlers go to half pace when they're tired, batsmen go to twice the pace because they're having a slog at whatever they can because they know that they're going to miss one soon.
So Smith goes to 82. The total is 220. So I know that there are all sorts of Bannerman statistics. And this is again short and pulled by Smith, this time in front of square, and that has gone higher but also further and deeper into the crowd. And if the first one was worth 6, that one must be worth 8, Gary.
I think so.
Don't you fucking start that one.
He's got an extraordinary number of 6s now in a relatively short Test career. But that was very typical of many of them, where he kind of pulls off the front foot. There's a full arm extension. There's a breaking of the wrists on contact. I mean, Al, you were talking baseball earlier. That's a home run, isn't it?
Absolutely. This one, though, feels, shorter, but has that been caught in the deep? Yes, it has. 6-6 out, I'm afraid. Smith will not get to 3 figures. The tiredness and fatigue that Gary was talking about might have been his undoing there. One short pull and one pull into the deep too many. The jubilation on the Indians belies their dominance in the game. They see this as being the wicket to fall.
Yeah,
he's just rolled his fingers across it, Gary.
Yeah, he did. It was a smart piece of bowling. Short also cramped him a little for room, because as he took pace off with the off cutter, it also meant the ball came into him. They bowled particularly well, the Indians, and that may not have been their plan to get Jamie Smith out, but it was a smart piece of bowling, reconvening after the drinks to decide to go that way.
Take a bow though, Jamie Smith.
Yeah.
88 off 99 deliveries, 88 out of 226 after scoring, what, 184?
Yeah, 272 runs in the match, and kept wicket for, what, 200 and odd overs? More than 200 overs. That's a good match's work there.
Yeah. And watching an Indian bowler and an Indian fielder try... Someone's obviously got something in their eye, and in order to try and get it out, one of their compatriots has stuck their thumb right in his eye. There, no, ah.
Who was it who was interviewing Mike Gatting when he had to come home from the West Indies tour after he was hit between the eyes by a delivery?
Is that the one where you got hit by Malcolm Marshall? And it's like, where exactly did it?
Yeah, where exactly did it? Was it there? Pokes exactly the area.
Oh dear. CP Tuner's on your side, Gary. He said Ferguson ruined the Premier League for me for basically my entire childhood.
Well, there's a bit of that, but I'll just expand in case people think it is just a kind of Liverpool-Manchester thing. He used to intimidate referees. He'd call them out. He would deliberately intimidate them. He would accept the fines that came because they were peanuts to him. But it was never for the match that had gone. It was for the next match they were playing.
The next delivery is way down the leg side.
And if you mentioned it in a press conference, he banned you from the press conference. These were all days, 20 years before Trump, the Trump playbook. But that was one of many things that Ferguson did that I cared for not.
5 wickets, I think, in the innings for Deep. I think.
Yeah, he's been good.
I think Josh Tongue is the new batsman. Jess, though, it's the end of the over. Is there any social media?
So it's 9 wickets so far in the match for Deep as well. There's a lot of chat, but it's sort of a fairly in-house. Between the Steves and Nitin mostly. BBC cricket is orthodox. I prefer the Sun, says Nitin Deshpande. Well, goodness me.
Good for you.
Everybody to their own, basically.
Good for you. Gary and I, for reasons that should be well known to the local area, as this next delivery is pushed out into the covers. That will be cast moving on to 9. I haven't read The Sun in a very long time.
Well, there's a very good Billy Bragg song that explains it. I recommend finding somewhere on YouTube Billy Bragg singing Don't Buy the Sun, is it called? Or Scousers Never Buy the Sun? I can't remember what it's called, but it's an excellent song.
It's my misfortune on most Sundays, although not this Sunday, it's a day off for me.
And I'm sorry, Steve, I've accidentally deleted a whole lot of your messages because I double-clicked on something.
Is this out? Oh, a full-pitch delivery. I thought that hit tongue all ends up in front.
Maybe
must have been an inside edge.
Yeah.
He looks a rueful smile. Sorry, Gary.
I was going to say, the sky above Tooting here is very black. We did have a bit of thunder earlier. I think that's affecting my feed, so I don't know if Hendo can hear me, but I'm due to be next on, which is likely to be short. If he can do the ball by ball and I can add some summarising or something, because I'm not going to be able to do ball by ball off this jerky feed, I'm afraid.
Well, why don't we stick with what we've got, seeing as we're 8 wickets down? I know Hendo's actually a bit stretched at the moment.
Short pitch delivery left alone by the keeper.
Are you good to stay on a bit longer, Al?
Yeah.
Because Will can't get in, his Wi-Fi's buggered. So let's just stick with what we got.
Okay, I'm happy. I'm happy with that because I've got a feeling that if the lightning starts coming and it all turns like the end of Wicked, I'm gonna lose the thing completely. But England's gonna lose the thing completely in a moment anyway, aren't they?
We're just a matter of how long we're going to keep ourselves out here as this ball is defended towards mid-on.
Well, I mean, Jazz, you're usually across the weather radar. Are they looking at the radar and thinking, if we can last half an hour, that might be enough?
No, there's no prospect of rain. The only possibility is bad light, I suppose, but it doesn't seem too bad.
Yeah. And by the way, Jazz, if it's 30 at Lord's on at the weekend, remember it will be 40 on the tube trying to get there. So.
Oh fuck! It was yeah. The day I went to Lord's for the WTC, it was 25 or something, and that was hot enough for me.
This one just misses the outside edge. But it all feels like we've said. It's just a matter of when.
Indeed.
Just misses the outside edge.
My brother, who's never lacks a forthright opinion. This is my younger of my two brothers. He WhatsApped me on Saturday, I think. It would be Thursday or Friday.
Another full pitch delivery, defended straight back to the bowler, who unnecessarily acts as if to throw down the stumps.
He said that Rishabh Pant keeping to the spinners has reminded me of that fat old bloke you have in your third 11 who always gets a game because he'll drive the kids in his car to the away matches. He said he was that bad keeping to the spinners. I must say, I think that Pant's keeping to spinners has definitely gone down a bit. Obviously, he's worked his place as a batter and as a cheerleader and as an icon. And he's still okay standing back, but you think of Indian keepers standing up to spinners. You think of real artists, where Pant is well short of that these days. Maybe that was the setback of the car crash. Maybe he hasn't quite got his footwork back perfectly for his keeping the spin. Anyway, get some practice now.
Get some practice now. Jadeja is coming into bowl. There are 5 men around the bat, not including the wicket keeper, all kind of equidistant in a full umbrella as this is swept by cars, and because there are 5 men around the bat, that means there's no one anywhere else, and that's been swept for 4.
I was always taught in club cricket that when you've got a tail end and you put men round the bat, you always have one at cow corner, because that's what the tail end is going to do. Oh,
this is an absolute rip snorter. Pitches outside leg, turns away, beats keeper, beats slip. It's going to go for 4 pies. Surely, just put your hand up, umpire, please. Or is he saying he's edged it? I think he's saying he's edged it. He has edged it, and Rahul has just basically shelled it.
Oh, yeah, quite sharp. Quite a sharp chance.
Sharp one.
Those are.
If you're looking to get off the field early, you want that one to go. This one defended by Tom.
Mark Waugh and Mahela Jayawardene are catching that 99 times out of 100.
Yes, very much so. This one again, pitching outside leg stump, defended by Tom. I'd like to see Jadeja just go around the wicket.
Yeah,
he's going to get him out of the foot holes, the foot marks here. He's going to get him anyway, Al.
I just get the feeling that if he gets one to straighten, that might be too much, as this one is defended back to the bowler by Tongue, and that's the end of the over.
Yeah, I take your point. Not really a left armer who straightens it from round the wicket, is he? He's a left armer who bowls over the wicket to right-handers and gets a kick and bounce out of the foot marks. But yeah, let's try it. Yeah. Sorry.
Neymar Butlins has joined us from Los Angeles. I presume he's from Los Angeles. Just tuning in. Why do I feel like this is the death march during the fall of the Pacific to the Japanese Imperial Army?
Quite specific, isn't it?
Yeah, it is rather. Ravi Natarajan says, any chance that Cast, Tang and Bashir can get 377 between them? I doubt it, somehow. I doubt
In
it.
the rest of their careers?
So you're saying there's a chance then?
Yeah.
First ball of this next over, pitches outside the leg from Krishna, defended by Cast, no run.
Well,
The
Crickfist says there's a 6% chance of a draw.
They might have a different radar. The definition of optimism is bowling round the wicket to a right-hander and appealing for LBW.
It just feels... There are some things where you look at them in isolation and you go, I'm not quite sure. Bowling around the wicket provides angle for Cast, I think, to try and just steer this backward a point. He can't quite do that, no run.
So Greg Esposito fills in for me. He says, it's Billy Bragg's powerful protestant never by the sun, which takes direct aim at unethical journalism and media owners. Seems like today. Saw him at an extraordinary concert of Villa Ada in Rome.
Two leg slips in, and this is back of a length and pulled with lust and might, and I think Cast has got that over the fence for 6, I think.
Indeed.
Give him a 6. Okay, let's halve the distance. Call it a 5. We are awaiting clarification and confirmation from the umpire. We know it's some runs.
It's hit the sponge, hasn't it? But as it bounced first.
6!
Who fucking cares, to be honest? Oh,
Braden
the GPL,
Cast,
mate. I better check at GPL, actually.
Yeah,
Got
you
20
better.
Braden Cast.
This one is short and wasteful.
Yeah, this is a Cast tongue partnership, and you don't want the feed to slip out at a crucial moment during that phrase.
Well, indeed.
138.
Watching Jazz do maths here is great.
So far today, they have scored 166. So I have 2 predictions in that are still live. One at 173 and one at 183. The Bear will be hoping for England to get another 20, so that's not a problem.
Slower delivery. Cast not fooled. Harmlessly ends up at 3rd slip. No run.
Yeah, it's all a bit phony war, isn't it? You know, everybody
Yeah.
wants to go home at the moment. Even in England, I would suggest would rather get it over with and start thinking about Lords rather than prolonging the agony.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. It's only Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday off, isn't it? It's pretty soon after 2 full 5-day tests.
We'll
Yeah.
come back.
This one outside the off stump. Attempted drive, can only reach point, no run.
Well, so preposterous is the English domestic calendar that Lancashire played a T20 match with a hell of an all-star outfit at Northampton, I think, on Friday night. So they would have finished that, I don't know, about sort of 9:30, 10 o'clock, something like that, and then they warmed down. And they were playing again at Manchester at 2 o'clock the next afternoon. I mean, how does somebody think that's a reasonable schedule to give to?
Sorry, where was the first one?
Northampton.
Yeah, it's yeah. Well, I mean, county cricketers would move from one town to another a long way away in the next day.
Yeah, but they wouldn't finish playing at 9:30 and start the next one at 2 o'clock.
I'm wondering.
No, but they'd finish playing at 6 and start the next one 11. Not far different.
Yeah, apologies to listeners. There's just been a slight disruption with the feed, which means we've missed the delivery of Jadeja, who pitches his second delivery outside leg stump, no run. I think there might be some atmospherics in the region of the Gorilla Studios.
And I can tell you that West Indies are now 19 for 2.
The ball defended back to the bowler, no run.
It's not quite as obvious a narrative as what's unfolding here, but it might be.
Might not take long. This one pitches outside leg, turns too much for tongue, taken by pant just and whisker away from the off stump. Beautifully bowled.
It's worth looking up that Lancashire 11, by the way.
Oh, this one turns further. Tongue makes the mistake of going back in his crease, and the ball is just too good. Jadeja politely asks the umpire the question, who politely looks at him as if to say, get stuffed.
Bit of French cricket there from Josh Tongue.
Yeah. Last ball of this over is again pitched outside leg, well defended.
Yeah, the Lancashire 11, from memory, I'm not reading this out, Phil Salt was in it, Liam Livingston, Joss Butler, Saqib Mahmood, Jimmy Anderson, a few other kind of biggish names, much bigger than the county championship.
Ashton Turner too.
Ashton Turner, yeah.
Yeah.
It was quite the all-star lineup, and any kids going along to see that and think, oh great, I'll go and watch some of this county championship a bit later. Disappointed to see some of the players who are not quite as starry.
Well, they've had quite the turbulent season, Lancashire.
Well,
there's been all sorts of internal upheaval.
They won their first championship match of the season in the last game of the previous round, which is not really what you want to hear if you've been relegated from the first division to the second division and you play out 7 matches without a win and then win the 8th, or might even have been 8 and win the 9th. Bottom of the table, but now they're third bottom.
Siraj is going to have a bowl. He bowls it full but wide, and Cars takes a full-blooded swing outside the off stump and will get 4.
Here's something for you, Jez. This is the world of domestic cricket in England. We have 2 divisions at the moment, the county championship, 10 in the top flight, 8 in the lower flight.
Yep.
At the moment, nobody knows what that structure will be like next year, so nobody knows if you're going to be relegated or promoted or whatever it might be. We're over halfway through the season, and you don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I kind of understand it because so much is in flux. I met John Wiltshire, is it? The president of Sussex, when I was in Taunton, and he was saying he was lobbying to try and get support for more county championship matches, and that Surrey was a holdout. I think Surrey have actually agreed now to 40 county championship matches. So there's been a lot going on behind the scenes in terms of that, I think.
Have you got rain where you are?
Yeah, it's absolutely bucketing it down. Thunderstorm. Has anyone got access to a screen?
I'm going to try my best for you.
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Saying it's not working.
My feed's behind yours, but I've got it.
Okay.
So at the moment, Siraj is just about to bowl the third ball of this over to Cass. 2 slips, gully, a backward point, short cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And that's pitched outside the off stump, driven to mid-off by Cass very comfortably.
That's quite. I've got to listen to you guys. I've got no screen.
There you go. You get lucky.
Can we? Seeing as we can't see the cricket, can we commentate on what we'd like to see? As England,
I think that's called dice cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, but then you get a horrible view of Bears.
Siraj again.
Sausage fingers.
Pitched up outside the off stump. Cass gets a very thick inside edge onto the pad. Little finer, it would have just gone nicely onto the stumps. I guess one of the problems at the moment is that the weather's really not conducive to a round of golf in Birmingham for England tonight, so they've got nothing to get to after this.
But, sorry about a bit of production notes, but shall I get off if you're on, Hendo?
No, I wasn't going to stay on. I was just coming on to point out that, to see if any of you actually got access to a screen.
Fifth ball, Siraj is over. Again pitched up outside off. Miss-hit with a thick inside edge by Cast. Goes up to mid-on. There's no run there. Nobody seems particularly excited about the prospect of running anything at all. Why would you?
It's the way of modern technology, though. But here we are, both in England, Al and I. We can't see it. And there you are in a cave in Perth.
Yeah.
So the final ball of Siraj is over to Cast. Again, pitched a little shorter outside the off stump. Forward defensive from Cast. Absolute textbook. And I think that might even have been a maiden over. So the score is 242 for 8 after 61 overs. We anticipate that there will be a maximum of 95 overs today, I think it is. So there's 19 overs to go to the new ball, should we make it that far.
I can try and get a feed up here and commentate on that, but I might be out of sync. Should I try and do that?
Oh, it's all right. I'm already out of sync, so yeah.
I'll try and do that. I'll see if it'll work.
So Jadeja's back on, bowling over the wicket, pitched outside the leg stump, and who the hell is that? Who's batting with Cast? Show me on the screen, you bastard. Sorry? Tongue, that's right, yes. Comes forward. He's none from 7. Again, pitched just outside the leg stump. Tongue drives it gently, but very well timed through mid-off. And they'll come back for a couple on that. It has to be said, the Indian fielders aren't putting their backs into chasing it. It's only a matter of retrieval rather than stopping, I think.
Got to say, Gary, his ball-by-ball audition is going well so far, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you. So Jadeja's in again.
Well, I
pitched just beautiful ball. Pitched just outside leg, bounced, turned, and taken by Pant just over the off stump. Just a lovely delivery.
I've got a feed now, so I'll try and do some myself now.
Okay.
You may well have commentated on this one, but England 244 for 8, and I think you did, because that was a beautiful ball from Jadeja, as you said, Jez. It kicked out of the footmarks and was beautifully taken by Rishabh Pant, rather denying my brother's representation of him as the fat bloke who drives the kids in the car. Jadeja left arm over the wicket, a whole cage of fielders around Josh Tongue, but he plays that one down into the pitch, and there is no run. Tongue has 2 from 20 as Jadeja's in, and he drives that rather pleasingly, does Josh Tongue, but it's fielded off his own bowling by Jadeja. He is actually a good fielder, but like all fielders, he's very good off his own bowling. He's in to finish the over with a little inside edge that goes into the leg side. There is no run. England are 8 down, 244 runs, and we have your socials.
Kartik says, seriously, they're using rough patches to get Tongue's wicket? Why? Jadeja needs to bowl over the wicket, bowl straight to him. Well, you do what you do best, and I guess going for the rough patches is it. Stephen Kelk says Gary should...
Yeah. I was going to say, it is when you've got all those fielders around the bat.
Yes. Gary should work bat at number 3 for England, said Stephen Kelk. And somebody has mentioned the result of the Grand Prix, which I will not mention for those who may be wishing to watch it later. It is over.
They've got it finished because there was some rain around there as well. I know they do drive on through the rain, but I think that they're more likely to suspend a race now than.
They'll go through in all weathers.
So we've got 2 slips, 1 first slip, 1 gap, 1 third slip. We've got Siraj, who only knows one way to go, and that's full steam ahead. And it's a little bit short, and Bryden Cost does that jumping defensive stroke that tail-enders do. Ball drops down, and there is no run. Shubman Gill is off the field with his bandaged forefinger. He's had that most of the match, to be honest. He's rehearsing his TV interview. Siraj is in. This is short. Bragging cast connects well with that. It goes out to deep backward square, mainly along the ground. And I think that's Praseed Krishna there doing the fielding. And I think they took one run there, 245 for 8. So we'll go to Lord's 1-1 by the looks of it.
That seems likely. I'm hoping to go to the Oval 2-2.
Yeah, well, that'd be very good. Keeping it alive.
By which time, of course, there'll be so much hot weather there would be a torrential downpour for 6 days in England.
Well, Edgbaston's looking very green, which suggests it did get a fair old dosing earlier on, because it wasn't that green yesterday. As Siraj is in, that's down the leg side, a bit of a wasted delivery. It's often when you talk about short pitch bowling that all that's involved in short pitch bowling is pitching it short. But line is really important, and it's a very different kettle of fish if a tail ender can think, oh, that's going well down the leg side and just easily sway out of the way, as opposed to, oh, that's heading for my chin. And that line isn't hugely different, but it is important when you go for the short pitched attack to make sure that you've got it under the armpit, into the chin. It's Siraj again. It's bustling approach, and that's on off stump, and it's a very good forward defensive from Josh Tongue, and there is no run. He's also not a complete bunny, Josh Tongue. Number 11 is, but not England's 9 and 10, who are probably both number 9s, but they're certainly not number 11s. Celebrations already underway amongst the Indian contingent. They've got the Punjabi drums going in the Holly stand there.
Yeah, well, Tongue has got a first-class batting average of 14.73, so that's not too bad.
Nope.
He's got 150.
Siraj, as he's done many times in this match, Siraj fails to deliver the ball, but he didn't just run through the crease that time. He actually sort of got into his bowling action and then kind of pulled out, and you could easily do yourself a hamstring or rick your back doing that, but he seems to be okay, but quite unusual to get that far into your action and pull out.
I think this next, we've just got pictures back, I think this next delivery from Siraj was a waist-high full toss.
Yes.
I'll give the commentary back to you, Al.
Well, thank you both for my temporary blindness. The last ball of the over was around the wicket and defended well enough, and I know the resistance is nothing more than figurative, but I just like the fact that there is some resistance. The Tongue hasn't just gone out and been dismissed quickly, and then Bashir comes out and goes as quickly back. It's just occupying time. It's not going to affect the result, but just the idea that it's just a little bit annoying is a small victory, Ferric as it might be. This one is miles outside, pitching miles outside leg stump. Just turn, but Cars is turning away from it too high, and this is again miles outside the leg stump. A sweep of sorts by Cars. Bending down as if he was going to attempt some sort of Russian dance there, Gary, as he swept that ball down to fine leg for a single.
It reminds me of the wedding scene in Fiddler on the Roof there with the hats. He got that low, but I always think it's not the worst strategy in any sport to do what your opponent least wants you to do, and hanging on for the 9th wicket is what India least want England to do, so they're doing well, England.
Jadeja has gone around the wicket, and he has got that first one to straighten, but very much easy for Tongue to deal with. Tongue is on 2, as he again defends this ball that's straightening onto his off stump. And maybe if the next one from Jadeja is a little wider, but he's actually on leg stump, and that's been an attempted flick through, and I think has that been caught by Siraj? What a catch that was by Siraj!
Whoa!
Yeah, he was full length there with Siraj.
That is absolutely stunning.
He's there for that catch, quite short at mid-on, but he's moved very quickly at full length and got two hands to it. It's a fine catch.
That's brilliant.
A flamenco-style shot, and well hit, well timed, quite low to the ground. That is an absolute worldie.
Yeah, it's one hand, he catches it in and then puts the other on it, so that's great play from Siraj, who 2 or 3 hours ago was face down in the sawdust, so the game takes, the game gives.
Josh Tongue is out for 2.
We're nearly there. We're nearly there.
And
29 balls though, Al, so he gave some resistance.
Well, that's just it, and again, it's just that idea of being able to just show something. Just, a little bit of fight here is kind of what you're after.
Yeah, but whoever was saying that Jadeja should go round the wickets to the right-hander, they've got some kudos there, because it didn't take many deliveries before he got his reward.
No, didn't seem to.
And Craig Brathwaite is out for 7. West Indies are 29 for 3.
Yeah, that's getting to be as inevitable as England's demise here.
There is a request, actually, Gary, from Stephen Kelp, who says he would love to hear... Oh, sorry, wait.
Bashir is in. And that
reverse
first
sweep
delivery...
for 4.
Well, there you go. It's gone for 4.
Well, if Stephen Kelp's request was for Shoaib Bashir to reverse sweep his first ball for 4, then he's got it.
Yeah, no, that was quite something. He says, I'd love to hear a Gary analysis of the little-known links between the Oasis reunion, post-structuralism, pre-Raphaelite art, and the Pope Bethel question. If anybody
well, I might need 5 minutes for that. No, it was in Birmingham. It was less Oasis and more Ozzy Osbourne. Ozzy was everywhere in giant cardboard cutouts and posters and photographs and everything else.
That whole city got out to love them, and I thought that was great.
It sounded a very joyful concert, didn't it?
Yeah. That was.
There were some Oasis songs sung at by the Holly stand. They didn't venture towards any Black Sabbath songs. I think Paranoid might have been a bit much for Saturday afternoon.
Right. 1 wicket left to get, as this ball is short, and I think Cast backs away there and ends up not playing a shot. Through to the keeper eventually.
Yes, I think. I think I'd given that set of stuff from Stephen Kelk. I think I'd need Katie as my AI co-pilot.
Oh my god! Well,
it feels like you might require a little bit of prep time for that.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, England great raised the 250.
As this is slower, but outside the off stump, no shot. No.
If you take 77 away from 250, what do you get? Would that be 173? I think it would. Which happens to be my last GPL pick.
Oh.
Oh no, it's not. 183. 173 is one of mine.
Yeah, this could be it. You put the wrong man on strike. You got Bryden Curse on strike instead of Shoaib.
Start on 77, yeah?
Yeah, I think so. I'm just going to check that now.
It is 173 if that's right. This one tucks up. Cast for room. There's an easy single that he doesn't take. For obvious
Hey, good on him.
The 10 is protecting the 11 from the strike.
Oh fuck! They started on 72. Bugger.
Oh, there you go.
So I need another 5 runs. So yeah, you can take a single and then hit a 4. or vice versa?
Yeah, history is being held up there because I don't.
This will be
Bournemouth
India's.
said-
Yeah, the India's first win at this ground against England, as this is a short pitch delivery which follows cast down the leg side, and there's no run.
Down the cast, you might say.
Indeed. Hendo, at the end of this over, do you want to come on and take over for me and finish off ball by ball? And
Hello?
do you want to come on at the end of this over and?
Yeah, if you like. Well, I mean, there's still 31 overs to go.
Well, 31.2 for those of us playing dice
Oh,
cricket.
damn it! If it wasn't for those .2.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Feels right that you're on for the denouement of all of this.
Well, yeah. I am in a state of denouement.
Well, I'm hoping this is making Aninda feel better in hospital.
Oh, yeah.
Well, hopefully so.
Oh!
This has gone high in the air. I don't think it's gone out. And it's been dropped. And that if they run 5, Jez is going to be really happy. Siraj, having taken a worldie, fails to take a worldie. And the upshot, I think, is going to be 2, I think. 3.
3, that's perfect, because then he can get 2 the next over and get out.
I think the only thing for Bashir to do here is to play the reverse flip a la Root. Having seen his reverse sweep, that's obviously the way to go. Do you know, isn't it weird how tail enders can actually play a decent reverse sweep, but barely
barely a sound forward defensive?
Yes.
Yeah, I still find I still find watching it over a sweep uncomfortable. It just seems so unnatural to me.
Deep in, and Bashir's gone for it now. Will this be caught in the deep? No, only by crowd
It's
members.
gone all the way.
Bashir's taken it all the way. That's illuminated the England dressing room far more than anything else has today. Bashir has taken it right over long on for 6.
I think he's been inspired by the Sunday Times.
Yes.
Suggesting he should be dropped because he can't bat.
6.
10 off 2.
Before the start of today's play, this test match had the record number of 6s in an English test match.
Did it?
It did. 24 6s, and I think we probably had 5 or 6 today as well. So, I don't know what the record is for a test match in total anywhere in the world, but yes, a lot of 6s. Short boundaries, but a lot
shorter
of 6s.
boundaries. Yeah, shorter
and
straight
a
boundaries.
lot of the 6s have gone into the crowd. To be fair,
Yeah, that's true. There've been 5. There's been 5 in this innings.
5. So did we have any last night? I'm not sure.
Hendo, I'm gonna dip
No,
out
we didn't.
and I will leave the rest to you, sir.
Oh, you're dipping out. I'll get one
Yeah.
ball probably. Jadeja does an absolute mile from outside leg stump, and Bryden Cast can just step back and laugh because we're having a little bit of fun at the end of this game, one way or another.
I'll just warn you that my doorbell may go at any time. But I'll have to get off. But
Okay, no worries. They're going to take a single. This is pushed up. Apart from the men round the bat, everyone else has gone seemingly to the boundary edge. So let's face it, Bashir at this rate will chase this down in about
No doubt.
the number of overs that's left.
See, Cast has given him the strike.
Yeah, exactly. He's realised who's the superior batsman, and as said to Bashir. Now Bashir has 6 men around him. Is it, or 5? Oh, an awful shot there. Is that out? I think it is. Ultimately, it's given out. It was horrible.
Yeah.
It was horrible. I don't know what he was doing. He was flapping at that one, and
trying to play the scoop, Hendo.
Oh, was that the scoop?
That was Gary's advice he was taking, I think. Yeah.
Well, I think he's reviewed it, but this is just delaying the inevitable. I thought I saw him sort of shaking his head. Whether that meant no, I definitely hit it, or no, that wasn't out. I don't think so. Anyway, let's have a look at this one. Oh no, It's hit the pad.
It's LBW.
Well, it's pitched out a fair way outside
it's hit
leg.
outside. Hit outside the line. So.
But it's also pitched a mile outside leg. I think Bashir is going to be reprieved here.
Yeah, I think he will. So he missed the scoop, it took the pad. It was probably going on to hit the stumps, but it pitched outside leg. Oh, why are they going straight to ultra-rate? Oh, they do, don't they?
Yeah, they're just looking to see whether it's brushed the glove. It hasn't. No. So it was just into the pads, and that wasn't the greatest decision to finish on, or nearly finish on.
It was fun, though.
Well,
it was fun.
Well, speaking as a number 11, umpires are always keen to give number 11s out, and that's an example, I think.
They do. They do give number 11s on the shot, don't they? That was Chris Gaffney making the gaff there. 260 for 9. Bashir's exceptional innings continues. Jadeja in. Oh, he's hit on the pad again. This one shoots through low, but he's standing outside leg stump more or less, or it certainly hits him there. And it's not out. Throws this one up, and he drives through mid-off this time. I don't think it'll reach the boundary, but it is going to be chased down by Akash Deep. And well, we talked about momentum changes. Is this going to be the making of Bashir as a batsman?
Well, mentally now he's ticking off the batsman that he's scored more than in this innings.
That is true.
And so speaks another number 11. Yes.
Yeah.
And there's a confidence in that defensive shot. It's almost as if he realises he belongs at this level as a batsman. 262 for 9. Messi.
Yes, Kartik says the best thing is that there is not a long wait for the next test match, and test matches are therapeutic during difficult times. I absolutely adore it, and it becomes much better when England wins. Stephen Kelk says England starting 11 for the next game. I would imagine Overton and Archer in for Pang and Cass.
I think it depends who's feeling the wear and tear more, whether it's going to be Tongue. Tongue and Cast, you said. Yeah, that might be right. Yes. Have we got any other batsmen in the squad? Defenders.
Yes, Bethel.
Do you give Crawley one more go?
Oh, Crawley will definitely get one more go. Definitely, I think he'll get the next 3 tests as well. I think he'll get the Ashes tour. I think they've invested all this time and energy to bring in a new opener now. Very
well. If you're going to bring in a new opener, now has to be the time, surely. If you're certainly if you're looking ahead to the Ashes. Anyway,
only a test match ago they were laying the foundation for one of the all-time great chasers.
That's true. As this is pulled down to long leg. But as I kind of was saying this morning, just when you thought Crawley had taken a step forward, he takes 2 steps back. And in terms of what did he do in that first innings at Headingley? Not a great deal.
No, he didn't. It's the nature of opening bats, and opening bats who play like him, it's even more the nature of that. But that was the deal with Crawley. They're not going to stop it now. They knew what it was before they started.
Well, that's extraordinary. What's happened there? Somehow, Bryden Cast has hit a 4. He's pulled it with one hand. He came running down outside leg stump, but running down the wicket, was followed by Akash Deep. And, bottom hand came off the bat and away it went. He found the gap.
My picture is freezing quite often, but it froze at a moment where Bryden Cast was in a stance reminiscent of Julie Andrews singing "The Hills Are Alive at the Sound of Music," with the arms outstretched.
Well, either that's a good description, but also he looked a little bit like Superman by the time he finished. This is he's very short of a Superman, I should say. This comes off the pad and he's guarding Bashir. What?
Well, he did it in the previous over. Turned down a single to protect the number 11.
I don't think Akash Deep is actually bowling very sensibly to Cast here.
No,
he's a lot of short pitch bowling. I mean, all his success has come with good, proper probing, skiddy balls on the full side, or the full side of a good length.
Bowler Yorker, they all say that the statistics show that the Yorker can often go for runs, but I've got news for you. All deliveries go for runs, and the Yorker will get him out. I'm pretty sure.
Well, a good Yorker will get him out.
A Yorker that's on the stumps.
Yeah, a Yorker's on the stumps, but again, I've often argued this fact that if you could bowl a Yorker every ball, you probably would do. It's actually quite a difficult. It's quite a difficult thing to do.
I remember Glenn McGrath bowling 6 Yorkers in an over. He could do it.
Well, yeah, but I don't think we've got a Glenn McGrath out there.
Should mention West Indies are now 33 for 4. Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins, and Webster's 1 wicket each.
Smashed by Cars. He might get a 50 here. He's carted that over the slips off a thick outside edge. And it's also a no ball. Not that that really matters. 270 for 9, cast to 38.
75 more uppercuts over the slips off no balls and we're home.
That's a very good point. And in fact, if they kept bowling no balls, would we be able to finish the game? I suppose you just go off the light at some point, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Akashdeep has now almost conceded 100 runs. In he comes, down the leg side, and even more fun. Bryden Cars has trapped that between his thighs. As soon as it contacted, it went deep into those deep, muscular bits of ham.
Oh.
And
it quite literally did try to go up his ass, didn't it?
It did.
There's been about 10 candidates for what happened next on A Question of Sport in this match.
I think there's been more, outside the sort of general cricket, there's been more entertainment than I've seen in many a long game. Ken makes room for himself outside the leg stump. Akash then fires it wide of the off stump. There's no way he's going to be able to get back and reach that. Goes through the keeper, and it's the end of the over.
Akash is bowling there like he's bowling in a ODI or a T20, because he saw the batsman going away to leg, and instead of doing what you should do in a test match, which is to aim at the stumps, he put it way outside off stump so he couldn't score any runs. But the runs don't matter.
Well, it's kind of ingrained into these guys to a certain extent, isn't it? I think now. Muscle memory.
Umbrella says, cheers, Guerrilla Cricket. Many thanks. Great commentary as always. And despite the 30 overs left, I feel it's time to say farewell till Thursday, primates. Franco Esposito says that the ICC Men's T20 World Cup Europe region final, Italy beat Guernsey by 7 wickets at The Hague. 2 places up for grabs for the World Cup. Favourites are Scotland and the Netherlands. But
now that's a good ball from Jadeja. Pitches it well outside leg stump. Bashir tries to make room for himself to play that. Wasn't expecting it to spin anything like as much as that. He's beaten well and truly. Just misses clipping the top of the bails. He's in again. Forward defensive. And there is no run. What's this?
Stephen Kelk says, Cricket Show just flashed up that this is now the highest scoring test match ever between England and India. 1,690 runs so far.
Yeah, most of them have been scored by India. He defended it, or tried to defend it, but I think it got sort of caught up in his pads. Another lovely forward defensive, big stride. And there is no run. I was just thinking, when Jadeja was bowling over the wicket, who was he bowling to? Was it Cars or was it Smith? At one point, he goes for a huge heave, and he gets full marks for style. He gets no marks for content because he's missed it.
He is bowling over the wicket at the moment.
Yeah, but there was a moment where they were showing it from sort of a weird angle from almost behind third slip. Goes back and makes room, and will probably get a run here, will he? No. Fielded point. And I just thought to myself, with his economy of movement, Jadeja, and the fact that he sort of just strolls up a couple of paces, I only ever saw Gary Sobers bowl once at the Oval for the rest of the world. And he was bowling so quick. He was trying to spin it, but also bowl quickish through the air. Jadeja, he almost looked as natural a bowler as Gary Sobers.
Gary Sobers could do anything.
Well, he could bowl medium pace, and he could bowl spin, couldn't he? Yeah.
Yeah. Stephen Cox says, I need to go have fun for what remains of the game. Great fun, coverage, company as usual. Thank you all. Barry Yateman says, thanks for the coverage. Only found you today. We'll watch you next test. Good to have you on board, Barry.
Excellent. That
and
is
spread
fantastic.
the word. Eric J wants Panesar and Anderson picked the next game. No, he's talking about Panesar and Anderson in Cardiff. What's that in relation to?
Now that would be 2009, last wicket partnership, seeing off Australia. We've got a fly slip now for Bryden Cast. Akash is in, he smashed that up in the air, surely someone's going to be underneath that. They are, and how appropriate is that? Because it's taken by Shubman Gill, who will almost certainly be named man of the match. Now, England have lost, India have won. The Indian flags are flying. 336 runs, the difference between the two teams. And Akash gets a sixth, and on that basis, he's got 10 in the match.
That's right.
So do you think?
No.
Why not? You know what I'm trying to say.
Because 400 and whatever runs, 430 odd runs, trumps 11 wickets.
Yeah, but to be fair, India didn't need 336 of those in the end.
Well, that is true. Yeah, he was being excessive.
He was tucking in.
There were rubbish runs in there. Yes, it's true.
Given India have won by 336 runs, Akash didn't need the 10 wickets. Any of the other guys had plenty of time to pick up 10 wickets as well.
Yeah.
An absolute shellacking for England. They were out-bowled, out-fielded, out-battered, and frankly, if Harry Brook had got out early on, and as he looked likely when he started his innings in the first innings, and if Jamie Smith hadn't been in the richest of veins of form, it could have been a lot worse than that.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think England did well to take this to 5 days, didn't they? After falling to 84 for 5 in the first innings, behind 587. Ben Stokes has not cut a happy figure all day until he saw Shoaib Bashir smash a straight six. That was the highlight of his game, I reckon.
Yeah. I think somehow Ben Stokes has got to bowl more overs. I'm not saying that he's not worth his place, but this attack looks so feeble without Ben Stokes.
Well, do you know, Gary? I think though, that the reason that he didn't, if you go back to the first test, he said after bowling, he felt useless to the world for 3 days. And now we've only got 3 days before the next test starts. So he's under-bowled himself, I suspect, because of that. And England were crying out for the kind of inspiration yesterday from him, and he refused to bowl himself until, too late, really.
Yeah, I kind of think that's the case. But it's really difficult if you've got a number 6 who's making 30 odd and then not bowling very much. And when the number 6 who is making 30 odd is a match winner with the bat, and when the number 6 who's not bowling very much is a game changer with the ball, you feel it even more. And I don't know what the answer is. I mean, maybe the answer is to play Jofra. Maybe you've got to have an absolute wild card in there at all times who can suddenly take 3 for 12 and open a game up, because I don't think any of the England bowlers that are on display here are going to be able to change a game. I don't think this is an all-time great Indian batting lineup, but they have game changers in the batting lineup, and England do not have game changers in the bowling lineup. And I think England could be in for a bit of hard yakka on another flat one at Lord's.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it remains to be seen what sort of weather. I mean, you are in the weather cave, Messi, do
The
you
forecast
have, do you
for
have
the
any?
first 3 days at Lords is fine. 30, 29, 29, and sunny.
What? I can't do with this heat. God.
Mind you, I mean that's 3 days away to Thursday. Anything can happen in that time.
It's still quite warm in here. It must be about 27 today. I don't know. I'm not sure. But well, yeah, that doesn't really augur well, does
It's
it?
the best batting track in the world, I would suggest, with the fast outfield. Although in county championship games this season, they have got a bit more life into it. There have been more opportunities for bowlers, but if they produce the usual test wicket that gets lower and slower and easier to bat, then if these Indians who are in tremendous form, if they get in, then it's a long day for England.
Well,
I've got to say, if Stokes wins the toss and fields, I think that's suicidal, because the scoreboard pressure of a massive first innings score is so huge that it makes it really difficult even for England at their best.
Well, Jez, I would usually go against you by saying that Stokes always puts the team in, he chases, he's got a fantastic record. He's only once in 11 had the opportunity, once in 11 opportunities as he decided to bat. He lost that one. But I think you're right. I think England need a bit of scoreboard pressure. They need to change the narrative in this match, which has been against them really from that first morning. England have been up against it, which is down to the quality of the Indians' play, and particularly in the light of missing the trump card in Bumrah and bowling so very, very well. All credit to India, but England have got to change this now.
I agree. I mean, England looked a very poor team in this game, with the exception of Jamie Smith and Harry Brook, really. There was nothing from the bowlers, was there, really?
Carse had some spells when he was quite fiery.
And Woke's first spell was quite good, but they seemed to lose that zip very, very early, and that worried me. And whether it's to do with fitness, not so much in the fact that they're not fit, they are fit people, but actual whether they're carrying still little remnants of their injuries. And then Stokes not bowling, or hardly bowling.
Well, Wokes is 35, is he? Wokes
36, I think.
Yeah, that's old to be a fast bowler, and it showed. It did.
Yeah, it did. But then again, you might even think, do we leave Wokes out? But Lords, but you wouldn't leave him out at Lords, would you really? Because he's got such a good record there.
If you're saying that we play Wokes because he's got a good record, if you're saying that we win the toss and invite India to bat because that's our record and so on, I think there's a danger of losing sight of the resources that we have at the moment, which are not Anderson and Broad, they're not Jofra and Gus Atkinson and Mark Wood. They're a pretty threadbare team.
They are.
Looking somewhat out of form. Batting attack, batters as well.
But who?
I know that they got some big runs at Headingley, but they didn't look in form at all here.
But who's going to, I take your point about Wokes, and you shouldn't really just necessarily base it on someone who's done well in a particular venue.
Bowled 82 overs for 4 wickets and a lot of runs in this series.
But you also have to remember that he does have the advantage of the slope at Lords, and that helps someone like him. But the other thing I was going to say, who's the alternative? Sam Cook?
Well, I think it might be worth thinking about that for sure, because usually I'm all for Wokes, got to have a proper number 8 and all of that, and I've seen him get a century against New Zealand at 7 or 8, I can't remember. But he just looked well on the way out. And there's a phrase that gets used, doesn't it, that you don't become a bad player overnight. Well, I'm afraid you do, and there are many, many examples where players all of a sudden look tired, they look old, they look out of ideas, they look out of vim and vigour. And I felt Chris Wokes did look a bit like that after that first spell. He got unlucky, he had a couple of umpires' calls go against him. I'm not saying the shoulder slumped, but it did seem like he was less of a bowler after that.
Yeah, you could be right. I mean, on such small things do careers or games or even careers change. He'd got those couple of wickets and his adrenaline is flowing. It's completely different, isn't it? Sport relies so often on those moments of fortune as much as the skills.
Maybe if you've got one seamer who looks towards the end of their career and on the slide, but England have got two because they've got Ben Stokes as well, who can't bowl the spells he used to. So I don't think he can carry two of them.
Well, I think Stokes will bowl more at Lords, probably. I suspect he was trying, and you shouldn't go into a test really trying to save yourself. But, if administrators make you play these tests so close together, it's really difficult for players.
Well, it is difficult, and if he does bowl all of those overs as an authentic frontline bowler at Lords, he's not going to bowl them at Old Trafford in the Oval, is he?
Well, I mean, there is a gap between the third and the fourth test, but whether there's enough of a gap between the fourth and the fifth, that is another fair point. We talk about momentum, and India will be cock-a-hoop, and they'll still be on a high when they get to Lords, and whatever they have to do, they will be, feeling good about themselves. That said, we know that England often have bad defeats in this cycle of Bazball, but they often come back from those defeats. So, but I do worry about the bowling stocks being, so bare and so empty.
Well, I'll throw something in, and people have said this when they're speculating about the next team. And nobody mentions that Liam Dawson did refuse to go on tour for England and played in the PSL, I think, which I think probably goes against him. But if you play Liam Dawson, you deepen your batting, you don't lose, frankly, that much at the moment in the spin department, and all of a sudden then the team looks more balanced with Dawson at 8 instead of Wokes, for example, and that could be a way round it.
You're talking of playing Dawson instead of Bashir?
Yeah. And Ben Stokes does want a spinner in every match. I think you've got to have a spinner at Lords, but Liam Dawson is obviously more than a handy batsman. He's a proper batsman. His record is outstanding. He won't let anybody down. He came back and played for England in the white ball stuff, and maybe the shortcut out of all of this is to have a batsman that you can rely on to bowl 25 overs for 75, maybe get 1 or 2 wickets. Because much as I like Shoaib Bashir, and he does take wickets, this is India he's bowling against, and India have seen many a young these Indian batsmen have seen many a young spinner in cricket when they were growing up and playing age group cricket and playing zonal cricket and everything else, and they're just going to take him apart.
Well, I don't know if they're going to take him apart, but there were some brilliant examples. I think Jadeja was one of them, and Shubman to a certain extent, of how good their footwork can be against spin. A couple of times, just dancing down, getting right to the pitch of the ball and hitting through the line. Exceptional stuff. And as we said earlier about Bashir, if he's forced to bowl first, if there is any spin, unlikely that there's going to be much at Lords anyway, then he's not going to get the chance to take advantage of that. And I totally agree. I was thinking about Liam Dawson, and as long as England say to Bashir, look, you've not really done anything wrong, but we want to bring Liam Dawson in for a game, maybe a couple of games. I mean, if you think about it, Bashir has played pretty much every test since he was selected. So
18, I think.
Yeah, so it might be time to just give him a break from the pressure of it all. And as you say, Liam Dawson, of course, he probably won't get a lot of wickets, but he's got guile, he's got nous, he's got lots and lots of experience, and if you want someone to bring control, and control is what you may need if the pace bowlers are as poor as they've been here, He's your man, absolutely. And I really don't think that it should be held against him if he played in the PSL, because he's been treated pretty shoddily by England.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to hold that against him, because he made his position. England made their position. If they wanted to do it as a contractual thing, they could have done that. So you've got to give him a clean slate. I do think it went slightly against him, but I do think Bashir, even the wickets he's got, they've been sort of holding out on the boundary, which is perfectly acceptable as a wicket for a spinner. But he's not doing what he did last season or in previous Test matches, where he would take wickets. He'd get that bit of extra bounce, he'd get a bit of turn, and he'd take wickets. Here he's just kind of bowling and hoping. And Lords, if it turns on the last day, the bounce will be lower, so it'll be slow turn, and he needs bounce in the wicket to help that top spinner. That's what he was picked for, getting bounce. And he's not getting bounce from these wickets, and he won't get it from Lords, I'll tell you that. Maybe go to the Oval with him, I don't know, but Surrey prepare pitches for a team that haven't played a specialist spinner for about 5 years now. So
I think the thing about this England team is that there is a stubbornness about its leadership that won't easily accept criticism and will continue to think that it is right. And I mean, I don't disagree with that in some respects, because sometimes there is so much noise and so many different people saying so many different things that if you listen to everybody and took on board what they say, you wouldn't be focused. But I do think that there is a little bit of intransigence sometimes.
Where they do, yeah, and I think that can be a good thing for a sports team. You don't get very far in elite level sport by being wishy-washy and thinking, oh yes, maybe, and everything. But where they do listen, and maybe it's the get out of jail free card, is they do listen quite a lot to the fitness coaches and the sports psychologists they have. And if they feel it's right to pull somebody out, I think they will. But they won't dress it, or they'll find the cover story would be too harsh. They'll find a way of framing it as an opportunity to have a break. These matches have taken a lot out of them. Physically, they're not quite there, and stuff like that. And I think they've got plenty of opportunity from what we've seen in this match to talk about mental and physical tiredness on some of these players.
Speaking of which, I need to leave you guys.
Any final tweets? Any final tweets?
Well, there's a few people just nattering, to be honest.
Okay.
We did a few thank yous earlier on. There's nothing much to deal with amongst.
Can you get access to the GPL before you go?
I have. I was the closest, but it's home free.
Home free. No winners yesterday either, because we didn't have a chance to check then, unless you did. No winners, which is all good. So it means that it rolls over till Thursday, when England move to Lords. It's odd to have a third test at Lords, isn't it? It doesn't quite feel right, but it could be interesting.
Like second, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
I should be able to get to the studio, because I'm afraid I've been crowded out of the Lords Media Centre. So unless that changes, rather than be sitting there high above the St John's Wood hallowed turf, I'll be in Ladywell.
Bring a fan. Gary.
Yeah, bring your own fan. Yeah,
I haven't got any fans. I think that's pretty clear from the socials. So.
Yeah, fair point. Anyway, let's call it a day. A brilliant win for India. Their fans are dancing and celebrating and singing in the stands. And Shubman Gill is wearing a big medal with a big bottle of champagne in his right hand. He's been named. He's probably been named man of the match, I would imagine. India have won by 336 runs. England have got to turn it around later in the week. We will be back.
One last message, sorry, before you go. Nitin Deshpande says, devotional service from the commentary team. Thank you, Nitin.
Yeah, absolutely. We will be back at about 10:50 a.m. on Thursday morning. Please join us. If you joined us for the first time and you've liked us, tell all your friends. If you haven't liked us, still tell all your friends. And hopefully we'll have more people listening. Until then, It's goodbye from Messi.
Goodbye.
It's goodbye from Gary.
Bye-bye.
It's goodbye from me. And have sympathy because I now have to do technical stuff. Ta-da for now. Bye-bye.
See ya.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara,